You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much...
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Welcome to our third installment of Gregory Keen and Deadly Nightshade, that 1951 Australian espionage serial starring Bruce Stewart in the title role. In the last episode, number 52, we left off with Evelyn Channel mysteriously disappearing from the Poinsettia Club. In these next 26 episodes, and I'm not going to ruin the details of the story for you, we start out with Nick Barnes murdering Evelyn Channel in his car after taking her from the Poinsettia Club, on their way to report to Felix. Keen blames himself, and he takes it hard, redoubling his commitment to bring down Felix and the Deadly Nightshade gang, who believe him to be dead. Barnes impersonates Keen, and Felix orders Barnes killed, but only after he's seen taking his ship to Hong Kong. Meanwhile, Keen's right-hand man, Tom Cutts, has gone undercover by being inducted into the Nightshade ring as a strong-arm. The Nightshade gang is making huge inroads into Sydney's underworld, dominating the gambling and the racketeering markets, and they're building up their narcotics trade as well. Keen and Cutts work to get enough evidence to bring down Huberman and Carlotta. Meanwhile, one of the ring's pawns, Bill Williams, has been arrested, and Keen and the law are trying to get him to turn evidence against Felix, while Felix and Carlotta are determined to silence him before he can. As a good example of how much more ruthless Gregory Keen is in this series than in the previous one, he makes it quite clear that he's willing to use Williams as bait and allow the ring to attempt to assassinate him in order to nab Felix. If William dies, oh well. Quite a bit of time is spent detailing the plans of the ring to kill Williams before he can testify against them. Maybe a little bit too much time in my opinion. But anyway. Later the ring is bringing a shipment of narcotics to Sydney, but Keen and the police are ready for it thanks to their mole, Tom Cutts. Alright, I'm not going to reveal any more. Let's listen to the next 26 episodes of Gregory Keen in Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Here is Major Gregory Keen to resume with another chapter of Deadly Nightshade.
I've known for days. While Nick Barnes is still in this country, Evelyn Channel's life has been in danger. The Nightshade people have covered every loophole in their perfect scheme to account for my total disappearance. Every loophole but one. So I've been counting the hours to Nick Barnes' departure for Singapore, and now, with only 12 hours to go, the Nightshade ring has struck again. Henry Murray and Cutts walked into the penthouse a few minutes ago. Things went well for Cutts at Gregerson Street, but they didn't go so well at the Poinsettia Club for Evelyn Channel. Murray's man rang through to say that Leo Van Huysen just made an apology for Evelyn not appearing. Murray's on his way to the club now. And while I'm stuck here in the penthouse out of sight, if I can't break this deadlock soon, I'll go off my head.
Are you Leo Van Huysen?
Uh-huh.
I'm Detective Inspector Murray. Shut that door.
Hey, this is my office, and I like the door open.
And I'll shut it for you.
What's on your mind, Inspector?
I want to speak to one of your showgirls, Evelyn Channel.
You've come at the wrong time.
Where is she?
That's what I'd like to know.
She didn't go on tonight?
How could she when she's not even in the building?
Did she show up for work tonight at all?
Sure she did. Half an hour ago. She came in, said hello to the boys, and went up to her dressing room. 10 minutes ago, we gave her a call, and her room was empty.
How could she get out without being seen?
Through the back alley, not through the club. 50 people would have seen her.
What does the back entrance of this place consist of?
Well, there's a door in the corridor that leads onto an outside stairway going down to the back alley.
Show me her dressing room.
Hey, what's so important about talking to her?
Don't argue the point, Van Huysen. I want to see her dressing room. Now.
You figure something might have happened to her?
Can you suggest any reason why she should take it into her head to come to work and then disappear?
Well, showgirls, you never know what they'll do. This way. Yeah, I'm worried, I can tell you that. No, I don't have any idea what it'd make her take a powder like this, but like I said, showgirl.
Listen, Barnes. There's something fishy about this.
It's all right. Just sit tight.
Where are we going? Barnes, this is the way to Rose Bay.
I've told you, Evelyn. Huberman gave me certain instructions, and I'm carrying them out.
Well, why couldn't he have come to the club himself?
I don't know.
Why did I have to slip out of my dressing room and out to the car in the back alley?
He didn't want anyone seeing her leave the club. I got into your room the same way. Huberman didn't want me seen either.
You must have some idea of what's going on. I shouldn't have come with you.
You have to trust me, Evelyn. I couldn't refuse or ask too many questions. I told you back there at the poinsettia. We both have to do what Felix says or he'd start getting suspicious.
I like this less and less. I was crazy to get into this car in the first place. I should have told someone at the club where I was going.
It's too late now.
Oh, no, it's not. Look, you stop. I'm getting out.
You can't get out.
Stop the car. I won't go any further.
You're staying with me. Felix is waiting for us.
Where? Barnes, tell me where.
Everything's all right. He's waiting for us in a house facing the beach at Camp Cove.
I'll take my chances with Felix later. I'm getting out of this car.
I'm sorry, Evelyn. I can't let you go.
Let me get the door open. I'll jump for it if you won't stop.
Let that handle go.
I'm getting out. Barnes, I'll scream.
All right. We'll stop the car. It's quiet here. But keep your hands off that door. It's too late, baby. I'm sorry about this, I really am. But I want to live, and I'm going to. And when you're trapped, like they've got me trapped...
You're going to let me out. No. No, let me go. No. No!
I'm sorry, Evelyn. They put it so simply. Your life or mine. I wanted to bust the whole thing wide open rather than do this. I wanted to go to the cops and tell them the lot. But Carlotta can prove I killed a girl in England and I don't want to hang. I'm so sorry, Evelyn. I don't want to have to do this. I'm so sorry.
Three o'clock and still no word of Evelyn. It's 5 hours since she disappeared from the Poinsettia Club. Oh, I'll open up, Cut. Oh, it's you, Murray. Good on you. Come on in.
I still got no news.
She just walked out of the Poinsettia Club by the back entrance, and that was that.
There wasn't a thing touched in her room. There was definitely no struggle. Leo Van Huysen is as mystified as we are. There's no doubt at all she left the club by the back entrance of her own free will and accord.
So she wasn't kidnapped, eh? She went with someone she knew well, and she'd been warned to watch her step.
We're thinking along the same lines, King.
Well, what have you done about it?
I can't locate Felix Huberman anywhere.
What about Nick Barnes?
Barnes? Didn't think of Barnes.
Those are the only two people who could have told her a good enough story to get her out of the club unseen.
She could still turn up. We could still be worrying ourselves silly for nothing.
I hope you're right. So, you'd better take it, Murray.
Yeah? Yes, this is Murray. What's that? Who's there now? All right, stay on the spot. I'll be with you in 10 or 12 minutes at the outside. Don't do anything about it till I get there.
What is it?
Grab your coat, we're going out.
What is it?
I'll tell you as we go. Some fellas coming in from fishing to the pier at Camp Cove caught something that wasn't a fish only about half an hour ago.
Shake it up, can't you, Frank? Give me another double on the rocks.
Say, there's quite a few in a row, Major Keen.
I don't care how many it is. Do as you're told.
Hey, Frank. Same for me.
Where did you spring from?
Right behind you, Keen, old man. All right?
Yes.
You're supposed to be at the house, you fool. Get back there.
Not me, Huberman. Not while I can walk.
You'll drink that one coming up and get away from this bar if I have to see you carried out. Do you want to drink yourself black in the face so you can't talk when they question you?
Why should they?
You're half-wit. You're asking us all questions. Get hold of yourself.
I can see her eyes. Do you hear me, you shark-hearted coyote? She stared at me with her eyes wide open.
Like the girl in London? Now shut up. In a minute you'll have the blasted bartender listening.
I don't care who listens in. I can hang, but so will you and that black widow Mignani.
Benny, come here.
You want me, Mr. Huberman?
Major Keen's not feeling very well. Take him to the door, get him a car and see him home, will you? I'll fix it with Leo.
Sure. Coming, Major?
You may need your arm, but it doesn't have to show.
Get your hands off me, I can walk.
When you get home, Major, wait for me. I shan't be long. All right, Benny, get moving.
2 scotch on the rocks, Mr. Huberman.
Thanks. I'll drink them both myself. Major Keen's not feeling too well. He's leaving.
Best thing, I say, sir. That 1 or 2 too many.
When they saw her first, she was floating about 20 yards out. Dropped over the end of this pier, possibly. All right, you fellas. Bring her over here to the ambulance.
So that's all that's left of Evelyn Channel, eh? She was in love with Huberman. Did you know that, Murray?
I wonder if she loved him as someone strangled the life out of her. Maybe Huberman himself.
No. They take care of things better than that. She was a good kid. She worked for us in France at one time with the Black Western Lysander. And they strangled her and dropped her over the pier at Camp Cove in Sydney Harbour just because she learned that Major Gregory Keen was a rat called Nicky Barnes.
Rats can talk.
And this one's going to.
Don't lose your head over this thing, Keen. You mustn't come into the open yet. The Nightshade ring think you're dead, and they have to go on thinking you're dead.
Well, I'd give my left arm to have a knife at Felix Huberman's throat this minute.
You might get the chance sooner than you think. You have to make a mistake sometime, and this might be it. You can't tackle Huberman yourself. Yet.
I can tackle Nick Barnes.
If we can get hold of him. Where do you want to chat? Phillip Street?
Yes. Phillip Street will do as well as anywhere.
When?
What's wrong with now?
Why the haste?
Because I can't wait. Because I should have done more to protect this girl. And because 8.5 hours from now, Nick Barnes is leaving the country. For Singapore. So we go hunting for Nick Barnes. Evelyn didn't walk out the back entrance of the Poinsettia Club with a stranger. She went out with one of the 2 men. And whichever it was, the man who gave the orders was Felix Huberman. The Nightshade ring has existed till now because it's without pity. Very well. They've made their own rules. When the time comes, I shall be pitiless too.
Does Nick Barnes stand up under questioning? Listening to the next chapter of this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. From a small pier at the harbor's edge, Gregory Keen resumes with another chapter of the story.
They murdered Evelyn Channel. Someone she trusted took her out of the Poinsettia Club unseen, brought her to this little bay called Camp Cove, and strangled her. Casually, almost as a gesture of contempt for the forces we could bring to bear against the Nightshade ring. Well, there are 2 men who could have taken her out of the club, and 2 men only. Nick Barnes and Felix Huberman himself. So we're going into action once again. The ambulance has gone. The reporters have gone. The men who found her body floating in the water have gone. The doctor's gone. It's only a couple of hours or so to dawn. Murray and I are here at the cove.
You might as well get moving, Keen.
Yes, I expect so.
What time does the Poinsettia close?
No, when it empties. Say about 5.
Jump into the car. We'll get another call out for Nick Barnes. You shouldn't have far to look for him. This radio's been slightly on the blink. I hope they fixed it. Murray to Central. Murray to Central. You getting me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Send a car to the Poinsettia Club and locate Nicholas Barnes, known as Major Gregory Keen. 29, dark hair, brown eyes, 5'11", English accent, slightly cleft chin. Known to all the club staff. If they miss, try a house belonging to Felix Huberman, 27 Millhoff Street, Bellevue Hill. If they miss there, too, see what they can find out. I want him at Phillip Street.
Any muscle?
No muscle.
Check.
Who's that, Jackson?
Crankshaw.
Well, listen, Crankshaw, this is urgent. And beat it in with the club. This chap Barnes must be addressed as Major Keen. Nothing else. I'll tell you what, when you call your car, don't mention Barnes at all. Got that? The fellow is Major Keen, nothing else.
Check.
All right. Murray to Central and out.
Where's our next stop?
Phillip Street. I'll drop you there. If by any chance Barnes doesn't want to come along, I'll have to go after him myself. But I don't think I will.
Neither do I.
Well, here we go. Give me a fag, will you?
I'm glad you stayed up, Carlotta. I picked up an early edition on the way through town.
Poor little Evelyn. She made the front page, but she had to die to do it.
Yes, but that's not all. On page 12, I think it is. Something else. There you are.
Ah. Well, well. I look rather nice, don't you think, Felix?
Always were photogenic, my dear.
Have you seen Barnes since?
The fool went straight back to the poinsettia to drink himself silly. I could have cut his throat.
I hope you caught him in time.
I sent him home with Benny. He's all right now. But in a few hours, I'll be seeing him off for Singapore.
But the police will be calling on him before that. I wish you could be there, too.
If it looks as though I'm holding his hand, it simply wouldn't do. The chap can't break down. Even Barnes has more regard for his neck than that.
Well, just the same, I think we should change our original plans for Nicky. Not much, but just a little.
Oh, what respect?
We were going to bring him back here from Hong Kong and attend to him for his homecoming.
I see no reason to alter the arrangements.
Well, how much safer it would be if Nicky did not get back to Australia at all?
Barnes has to be left alive long enough to board that ship bound from Singapore to Hong Kong. He has to board it twice, once as Keen, once as himself.
But does he have to leave Hong Kong? How easily people can be got out of the way at places like Hong Kong, especially these days, Felix, when the East is in such a turmoil.
Who do you suggest we should send?
I thought of Martin Gauss. He is the most cosmopolitan of our lieutenants, and he did such tidy work on Maxim in Rome, and poor Rupert boys.
Yes. Yes, I think that could be arranged. But of course, the thing about Gauss is he can always give the Department of External Affairs such convincing reasons for traveling.
With your help, Felix.
As you say, with my help.
So I think Martin Gauss should be at Hong Kong, waiting to give Nicky a warm welcome. Oh, it is hateful, Felix, arriving at a strange city and not being met. We don't want Nicky to feel lonely, do we?
Oh, no, we couldn't possibly have that.
So I shall draw the shades and sleep late this morning. I shall sleep better than I have for days. You had better leave now and get some sleep yourself. They will want to talk to you, too, about Evelyn Channel, however tactfully they do it. Good night, Felix. Wish Nicky Barnes a bon voyage for me, will you? And see that he is comfortable on the plane. Flying can be such a bore, can't it?
Sit down there, Barnes, on the other side of the desk.
What's the idea?
Let Major Keen ask the questions, will you, Barnes?
Yes, but hang it, you drag a chap out of bed at 4:30 in the morning. Look, for 2 pins, I'd have told your patrol car to go to the depot.
Where were you tonight, Barnes, between 9:30 and, say, 1 o'clock?
I went home to Huberman's place rather late. 8:30, I expect. I wasn't peckish in town, but after a couple of gin and tonics, I was ravenous. I told Mrs. Rose.
Mrs. Rose?
No, she's Huberman's housekeeper, don't you remember, Murray?
Oh, yes, of course. All right, go on.
I told Mrs. Rose to fix me with dinner. She took a rather poor view. She made a lot of pointed remarks about people being able to telephone if they wanted late dinners, then went out into the kitchen and banged things.
What time did you dine?
Well, the old score didn't hurry herself any. I sat down about, 9:30.
9:30, eh? What time did we get that call at the Cunningham Towers, Murray? About Evelyn not going on the floor at the poinsettia.
10:05.
All right, Barnes, carry on.
I was a bit peeved at Mrs. Rose, so I decided she could jolly well wait to clear up. I sat around over coffee and brandy till, I suppose it was about 10:30.
And what then?
I called a cab by phone.
Cab or hire car?
Hire car, a consul. I always use consuls. By 11 I was at the poinsettia. I stayed there till well after 3, when Huberman showed up and whizzed me off with Benny.
Word perfect.
Too perfect.
Now, what about telling me the score?
Look, Barnes. Someone enticed Evelyn Channel out of the Poinsettia Club by the back entrance last night. They took her to Camp Cove, strangled her, and threw her into the harbour. We found her just after 3. The doctor said she'd been in the water between 4 and 5 hours.
Evelyn? Strangled?
She was on her guard. She wouldn't have gone with anyone but you or Huberman.
She didn't go with me. You can ask Mrs. Rose and Frank at the Poinsettia Club bar. You can't pin this on me, Keen. I was fond of Evelyn.
Not as fond as you are of your own life.
I shouldn't even listen to you. And I'm leaving for Singapore in a few hours' time. I don't know a thing about it, Keen. I swear I don't.
Go into the next room and wait.
You have to believe me. You can ask any of the people I told you. I didn't go near the Poinsettia till just on 11, and before that I was at Huberman.
Just get out of here and wait.
He's been well primed, and he knows we'll check on it all. Mrs. Rose, Huberman, the lot.
Yes. If it was Barnes, Mrs. Rose is his alibi. He could have got from the Poinsettia to Camp Cove and back in tons of time to call that hire car.
We have to decide right now what we're going to do. We're going to hold him as Major Keen, or hold him as Nick Barnes, or we're going to let him head for Singapore today.
We'll never crack his alibi in a few hours, and I still don't want to show my hand to Huberman. Oh, I say, let him go now, but keep contact with him.
You sure about this? It's going to look pretty bad if we finally pin this thing on Barnes after we've let him go halfway around the world.
Whoever we pin it on, Felix Huberman is the chap behind it. It's Felix Huberman I'm after, Murray. And I'll get him one day if I have to follow him to the moon.
All right. You tell Barnes to hop it.
Come in there, Barnes. Now, you listen to me, fellow. You're going to Singapore, but you'll be shadowed. And we'll have a man on the boat to Hong Kong with you, and we'll have men waiting to see you on the plane back here.
If I don't get back here, Keen, you're going to hear from a man called Mendel. But you can't possibly think that
Who do you think you're acting for, Barnes? You're coming back here and you're going to carry out your orders. And one day Oh, all right, Murray, get him out of here.
A patrol car will drive you back to Huberman's, that's all. And if your story doesn't check with Mrs. Rose's, you won't be on any plane to Singapore. Now get out of here. Now, Keen, Huberman's on his way up.
Good.
You step into the next room, Keen, and listen. Leave it slightly ajar. Come in. Oh, hello, Huberman.
Hello, Murray. I know what you want. Your message didn't say, but it's this appalling show about Evelyn Channel.
What do you make of it?
I can't understand her leaving the club like that. I can't imagine what's behind it.
She obviously left the club with someone she knew. Look here, Felix. I've had Major Keen up here. I had to. He's been seeing more of the girl than anyone else.
And that's all right. You don't have to apologize for a job to me.
Well, that makes it easier. You see, old chap, I have to... Oh, well, hang it all. Where were you last night?
You actually serious?
Confounded man, she was strangled. That's an accomplished fact. And she sneaked out of the club with someone she knew well and trusted.
Yeah, it's all right. I was with friends from just before 9 till about...
Where?
Till about 2.
Where?
The embassy. I was at the charity do with Carlotta Magnanis, with Peter and Lady Fox Johnson, Titus and Fennessy Green, and Maxwell Burton. Party of age, rather a bore. As a matter of fact, here we all are in the morning papers. The photographer came around about 10 last night. Care to see it?
I think I would.
And here we are, page 12. I don't generally go about strangling showgirls. As for Evelyn Channel, it just about lets me out. Doesn't it, Murray?
Yes, I'm afraid it does. It lets you out completely.
In the 5 hours since we found Evelyn Channel, we've checked Barnes' alibi and found it watertight. We've learned why the Nightshade Ring's strong-arm men were all at Gregerson Street together. And now, not 6 feet from me, Felix Huberman is not even troubling to hide his mirth while Murray looks at his cast-iron defense. I think the time has very nearly arrived. Soon now, I'm coming out of the shadows.
Sergeant Cutts is offered a job in the next chapter of this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds Gregory Keen continues with a further chapter of the story from a room at police headquarters.
The murder of Evelyn Chandler was beautiful in its simplicity. Either Nick Barnes or Felix Huberman took her out of the Poinsettia Club, and yet they've both cast iron alibis. Barnes was dining at Huberman's house, waited on by the housekeeper, Mrs. Rose. Huberman was at a charity ball in a long coat and white tie, being photographed for the social columns in this morning's paper. That leaves the Nightshade ring strong, our men, and they, every one of them, were sitting in the dive in Gregerson Street, while Evelyn was being taken to Camp Cove and strangled. Huberman's here at Phillip Street with Inspector Murray now, not 6 feet away from me, in the next room. The intercom's switched on. I can hear every word they say. And with the morning paper under his arm, Huberman doesn't even have to put conviction into his voice.
Well, Felix, as I said, the girl's been strangled. You knew her well. If it'd been the Archangel Gabriel himself, I'd have had to see about it.
Oh, that's all right, Murray. Say no more. But that's no here and now till not satisfied. I'm too busy to be chivvied about.
Of course I'm satisfied. Don't talk like a fool.
I never talk like a fool. Bunny, I must get along.
While you're here, Felix, if you could spare just a minute. Another thing I'd like to show you.
Well, I'm really rather pressed for time.
Oh, this won't take 2 shakes. Wait here, would you?
Well, do speed it up. There's a good fella.
Right. Now I can talk, Keen. The intercom's off. What do you make of him? Have I missed anything?
Not if there is a picture of him in the paper.
He's larger than life.
Then it must have been Barnes. It must have been Barnes who took her out of the Poinsettia Club.
But did Barnes strangle the girl?
Oh, they're both watertight alibis.
Never going to break Huberman's Mrs. Rose down. The woman's an absolute Medusa. Wait here. Wait till I'm back in the other room, then switch on again and listen. Right. Now then, and put that dummy 5 on Tom Ted. Ah, right behind you, Keen.
Yeah. Is it?
Thanks. I'm going back. Switch on again and be very quiet.
Get back in there before Huberman decides he can't wait.
Right.
That was a long couple of shakes, Murray. What the devil am I hanging about for?
You might be able to give me a hand. Take a look at this file. Know anything about this fella?
Doesn't draw a report on Tom Fenner. No, never heard of him.
He's a bad egg. He's wanted for robbery with assault, assault with intent, inflicting grievous bodily harm. But they're just too little to make it stick.
In London, I presume.
Working with a gang in Soho.
How long's he been out here?
Not yet a week. The Yard sent out this report before Fenner arrived, and we're keeping an eye on him.
Well, he hasn't been brought to my notice.
No, but I thought I'd mention the fellow on the off chance. Looks to me like one of the very worst types of thug. Sort of chap who'd beat you to a pulp for a fiver. I want him out of circulation at the double.
I want the chap who murdered Evelyn out of circulation at the double.
Look here, Felix. Can you give me a solitary idea why she was killed?
I wish I could.
She worked for you in Commonwealth Security, but you still no idea.
If I knew why she was killed, I'd have a clue who killed her. But, Murray, old man, I'll tell you this. I'm going to find out what happened last night, and when I do, I might be asking you to look the other way.
For what?
Someone to get themselves shot resisting arrest. For someone who took care of Evelyn.
I didn't hear a word of that.
Well, perhaps it's just as well. But I thought I'd give you an idea where I stand about Evelyn Channel's murder.
She was nice, was she, Felix?
Well, cheerio, Murray. If I hear anything about your man Fenner, I'll pass it along.
Good fella. Sorry to have held you up.
My turn next time.
You'll give me an idea where you stand on Channel's murder. I'm beginning to understand why Gregory takes you personally, Huberman.
Well, Keen, the coast's clear.
You know, you're dead right, Murray. I take that character very personally. I don't want to arrest him. I don't want to prove anything against him. I just want to know what they did with Bruno Kesselring and then watch Huberman hang.
I can tell you now, we won't hang him for Evelyn Channel. It's not a clue. Barnes is clear, Huberman's clear, and Nightshade hoodlums are clear.
What does that leave us?
On Evelyn Channel, nothing. You can only carry on against the ring itself.
Well, Barnes is leaving for Singapore in a couple of hours, so we're depending on Tom Cutts to get into the ring as fellow. And we know from Barnes that they're bringing in a large consignment of dope on the night of the 24th.
5 days from now.
You know what I'm going to do about 5 minutes from now?
Get some sleep?
Correct.
Half your luck. Well, Cutts will be at Gregerson Street from 2 o'clock on. So I'll call at the Cunningham Towers tonight and see how he fared. Come along, Keen, I'll give you a lift. And you'd better keep out of sight as we go.
Mr. Mendel?
That's correct. How do you do?
My name is Barnes, Nicholas Barnes.
Excuse me a moment, Mr. Barnes.
Miss Linden, close that door, will you please?
Thank you. My secretary told me that you have certain legal matters you want to be advised upon, Mr. Barnes.
I don't want advice. I want you to carry out some instructions for me.
Of what nature?
In an hour and a half, I'm leaving by plane for Singapore. I'm due back also by plane from Hong Kong on the 2nd of next month. Here is the most important legal document I'm placing in your care.
What am I permitted to know about this document, Mr. Barnes?
Nothing. The seals must remain unbroken. That's why I've done them with wax.
We're off the beaten track a little.
Let me finish. Then tell me if you can do what I want you to do. I've no time up my sleeve.
If you're leaving in an hour and a half, you certainly haven't.
This envelope containing the document, I want you personally, or your representative, to meet the plane from Hong Kong that arrives here on the 2nd. If I'm on it, you will hand the envelope to me. If I'm not on the plane, you are to send it by registered post to Major G.G.A. Keen. You'd better jot this down.
Let's hear the rest of it first, Mr. Barnes.
Address it to Major G.G.A. Keen, care of Miss Sherry Reed, the Cunningham Towers, Victoria Road, Point Elizabeth. That's all.
Any idea whether or not you'll be on that plane, Mr. Barnes?
I hope to be on it.
I really think you should tell me a little more.
I'm sorry, I can't possibly.
Well, this is the sort of thing our firm doesn't generally handle.
Why not? It's perfectly legal. I've closed my bank account, or of course they look after me, and I've not needed legal advice before, so I'm obliged to come to strangers. Now, what about it, Mr. Mendel? Naturally, I'll attend to your fee here and now.
If you're not on the plane from Hong Kong, this goes to Major G.G.A. Keen.
At once.
Seems simple enough. Very well, I'll look after this envelope for you. It'll go into our safe immediately, but I'm doing this, as we lawyers stipulate, without prejudice. That's to say, simply as your agent and nothing more.
Well, that's understood. What's your fee?
5 guineas, Mr. Barnes. No, see Miss Linden as you leave. Have a good trip.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Goodbye. We'll expect to see you again on the 2nd of next month on the plane from Hong Kong. Well, 10 minutes and you're off. All cleared with the customs?
Yeah. You got a drink around here, Felix.
Listen, Barnes. You were supposed to wait for me at the house. You left Phillip Street and Inspector Murray just after 9. You didn't get back till 10:30. Where have you been?
For Pete's sake, I needed some things for the trip, some shirts, a new shaving brush. What's the matter with you? Do you have to natter here at the airport till the plane takes off?
If I think it's a good thing, I'll come on board with you and go on nattering. I'm too close to pulling this affair off for you to disappear, even for an hour and a half.
Well, I'm on deck now, and I need a drink.
I'll give you a drink when you're aloft, but see you don't make a welter of it. And another thing. We'll be keeping track of you in Singapore and Hong Kong, so don't play about. Keep to yourself and stay out of sight.
But though I'm allowed for this trip, how could I do anything else?
We'll make up for it when you get back. Don't forget you're on 500 quid.
Yeah, little enough.
Our last checks. You got both passports, your own and Gregory Keen's?
I'm traveling on Keen's. Of course I've got the ruddy thing.
Are you quite sure what you have to do? If you fall down, I don't have to tell you what to expect.
We've been over it 50 times. I'll do my stuff. You can depend on that.
Well, take it quietly. Don't lose your nerve. If you're worrying about Evelyn Channel last night, forget it. They haven't a clue.
They'd better not have.
You've pulled your weight so far, Barnes. Don't start telling me things now.
I'll tell you this. I'll do it for a handshake. If I have to swing for Evelyn Channel, I won't swing alone. Take that with you, Huberman, and don't think you can scare me now.
All passengers, Flight 66 to Port Darwin, Surabaya, Singapore, and Rangoon. Plane leaving immediately.
That's you, Barnes.
All passengers, Flight 66
good luck.
to Port
Leave it to me to cover your tracks here if I have to. We'll see you back here on the 2nd.
Plane leaving immediately.
I'll be back. So long, Felix.
So long, Barnes. Enjoy yourself, Barnes. Have all the fun you can get. Hello, Carlotta? Yes, it's Felix. Barnes just took off. Yes, I'm on my way. Make sure we get a booking. I'll attend to it on my way through town. I'll make a plane booking that'll get Martin Gorse to Hong Kong in time to meet Barnes on the 30th. That's right, darling. I attend to everything. I even said goodbye to Nicky Barnes for you.
We had a man at the airport. We saw Huberman saying cheerio to Nick Barnes, and we saw him make his phone call. That was some hours ago. Now, Tom Cutts is at Gregerson Street, and things are moving. In 5 days, the Nightshade ring's bringing in a shipment of narcotics. We're going to be on hand when they do. We're going to be on hand for every move they make before long, and the gloves are going to be off.
What did Nick Barnes leave with the lawyer? Listen to the next chapter in this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen is here to resume with another chapter of the story.
Nick Barnes has left for Singapore and Hong Kong, and we're up against a dead end with the murder of Evelyn Channel. Both Huberman and Barnes have alibis for last night that you couldn't break a hole in with a pneumatic drill. So we're relying for the moment on Tom Cutts. As you know, Cutts has broken the ice at Gregerson Street, and earlier today Inspector Murray pushed the good work along by showing Huberman a fictitious file from London on a hoodlum called Fenner. We want Cutts inside the Nightshade ring, and we want him in desperately. One of the few scraps of significant information we were able to get out of Barnes was this. 5 days from now, the ring are bringing a shipment of narcotics into the country. In these 5 days, we have to learn how and when. I'm telling you all this from Sherry Reed's apartment. I came back here from Phillip Street this morning to catch up on some sleep. One's hours are inclined to be odd. Sherry has just turned on breakfast at 4:30 in the afternoon.
More coffee, Keen?
No, thanks. But I would like a fag. Oh, good girl. How many days have you been cooped up here?
4. Seems like a month since that shooting up in the Hawkesbury. But it's only 4 days and 4 nights.
Are you getting fed up with it?
Any time I am, I just remember those 3 minutes in the speedboat, a chill runs up and down my spine bone, and I get right back on the lounge and like it.
But you are feeling the strain, aren't you, Sherry?
Oh, who wouldn't? I have to keep reminding myself not to show any lights at night. I can only answer the phone if it rings twice and then rings again. And every time a front door goes, I jump about 2 feet in the air.
Well, it won't be forever.
Keen, how long will it be?
Till the Nightshade ring get overconfident and step out of line.
But you've only Cutts and this dope smuggling to go on. You're practically up against a stone wall. You don't just want to bust the ring. You want something you can hang Huberman and Carlotta Magnani for, and you could try for years and never get it.
We'll get it, and it won't take years.
When I look out over the city from my terrace, it looks the same. 1.5 million people doing what people in cities always do. Policemen on point duty and masses of traffic. Men digging great holes in the streets and double-deckers dodging in and out. Everything seems so safe and so normal. Just below the surface, there's this awful thing going on like a cancer. While the 2 people who run it sit and are photographed dancing at the embassy and get 2 columns on the social page, just to show they didn't actually strangle Evelyn Channel.
Sherry, darling, I wish you'd do as I say.
Oh, not again, Keen.
Yes, again. While you stay in Sydney, you're walking the edge of a precipice. I wish you'd hop on a plane and get 1,000 miles away.
No.
But it's the right time of the year. Now, why don't you go up to one of those barrier reef islands and get yourself some sun? You could use an assumed name.
For the 50th time, I'm not going to leave here.
But for the life of me, I can't see the point of your staying.
That's because you're as blind as a marsupial mole. You say I'm walking a precipice. All right, what about you? Do you think I could lie about in the sun, hanging on every day for the Sydney papers to arrive? Come unstrung in a week. Just waiting and waiting to read about a man called Keen being found with a knife in his back or his brains beaten out or 6 bullets in him.
Nobody's putting any bullets into me.
Well, if they do, I want to be on hand. bad enough watching you walk out of here and waiting for you to get back in one piece. It'd be 100 times worse if I didn't know what was going on all the time.
You know, I did you a bad turn the night I leaned on your buzzer.
I did myself a bad turn. Going overboard for a man who...
Wait for it, Sherry. This should be Inspector Murray.
Hello? Yes, it is, Keen. For you, of course.
Hello, Murray. Yes, I was up half an hour ago. They are, eh? Right. You'll send a car, will you? Good man, I'll be down in the garage waiting. Well, here we go again, Sherry. We've another whisper on the ring.
What is it this time?
Murray thinks they're trying to organize the taxi men. 2 drivers were beaten up earlier this morning and a cab was set on fire in Somerset Hills. Neither of the 3 men concerned will talk. Murray wants a conference at Phillip Street.
SP bookies, dope running, now taxi cabs. What aren't this gang taking charge of?
With Cutts waiting for one of them to approach him at Gregerson Street, perhaps before long we'll know. Where's my hat?
I'll get it for you. Don't be away longer than you have to, darling. If you knew what it does to me. Trying to drown the suspense with Plymouth Dry.
So you gave 2 of them the treatment, Gusick. You burned 1 cab. Did you make a good job of it?
Sure, we made a job of it. We bust open the fellow's petrol tank with a chisel, got well away, then Tony Rico throws in a match.
For a while we must expect some complaints, and the police will probably try to make an arrest. Now, these 2 you had to beat up. Let's have the details, eh?
We're starting on the taximen last night. Me, Tony Rico, and Stephen. Stephen doesn't leave our car. The first guy, we're telling him he's paying every week £1. Such a time, such a place. Well, he don't like it. He talks about going to the cops.
Naturally. Did he get a good look at you?
No. We jump in the back of the cab and tell him he doesn't look round. When he's talking about the cops, we talk a little more, scare him good. Then rough him up so he's understanding.
How badly?
Oh, we don't break anything, but it hurts. And each time it hurts, we're telling him this is just a little lesson. He's wanting it worse. Just talk.
All right. Now then, did you let the 3 of them know just what they're up against?
Yeah. Just like you say, Mr. Huberman.
I didn't go to the trouble of getting duplicates of traffic department files on the cab drivers for nothing. I wanted to use the file before you approach every driver. Look at the number of his cab, check it with your file. And let him realize you know where he lives, whether he owns his cab or not, and if he's got a wife and children, and so on. Work for the bookies, work for these chaps.
The 3 last night, they get the idea.
See that you don't take them too lightly. Now, yesterday you ran into a chap there called Fenner, I believe.
I'm telling Carlotta.
Fenner's a man we can use. When I was at Phillip Street earlier this morning, Murray showed me a file from Scotland Yard. Fenner has a record a mile long. There's nothing on him right now. But he made his living in London by roughing people up, as you say, Gusick. So he might as well earn it here the same way, for us.
We give him a job.
We don't. You do. The cabmen are your department, Gusick. Carlotta and I stay in the background. That's what you're getting a 5% for.
Okay. We see some more cab drivers tonight.
Well, it's your racket. Work it for all it's worth. Just keep our guiding principle in mind. Terror. When you tell them what'll happen if they talk, see that it does. Sell them protection. Hammer them so hard that your protection at £1 a week will be cheap at the price. And never forget that a man who's prepared to be put out of business, to have his cab smashed, to be beaten to a jelly himself, will think twice when you let him know that his wife and kids are included.
In a couple of weeks, Mr. Huberman, we got them scared good.
Just keep it tidy, Mike. Well, that's all. Get hold of Stephen and shove off for Gregerson Street. I want to talk to Carlotta about our dope shipment on Sunday night.
Good day, mate. Want to see me?
Yeah. You're Fenner, aren't you?
Yeah.
What happens about the cops? They don't keep you in the pen?
Does it look like it?
I'm buying you a drink. What do you want?
Beer.
Okay, Jack. 3. You know me? I'm Mike Gusick. This guy is Stephen Meyer. Yesterday I don't feel so good. Now it's different.
3 pots of beer different.
Yeah. These cops. what they're wanting you for.
What would it be to you?
Just trying to be gemütlich, mister. One time they're after me. Maybe again sometime. There's this line of business I'm in. What line of business you're in, mister?
Anything that pays?
Me and Stephen here, we're in a business that pays good.
But the cops are interested in it, eh?
If I knew about it, maybe. That's worrying you, mister?
Not enough to give me no grey hairs.
This little business Stephen and me don't run for our health. Sometimes she's not good for other people's health.
What would it be, like, matey?
It's a kind of insurance business.
Who would you be insuring? Against what?
Taxi fellows, against accidents happening a little. This insurance business Stephen and me are in, it's not like ordinary insurance. If there's no accidents, who's wanting to pay? So to keep it good, fellows who don't pay, sometime we're supplying the accidency.
You've got me real interested, mate.
Stephen and me, we're thinking this fellow Fenner wants a job, maybe. Nice, quiet little job, keeping taxi men fixed up with nice little accidents. You know, cabs are catching a light easy. Drivers get a broken arm in a back alley. Things like that. Sometimes you're just collecting insurance money. You're wanting a job like that, Fenner? We're giving you 20 a week, and we don't take nothing down for taxes.
Who would a bloke really be working for, matey?
You'd be working for me, and you're not asking any questions.
Okay, Gusick. You've got yourself a boy.
When I arrived in this country 12 days ago, they spun a web around me. Now the spinning has begun again, and slowly, strand by strand, the mesh is taking shape around the Nightshade ring. When I was caught, the strands gave way. But when Felix Huberman and the Black Widow Carlotta are firmly enmeshed, the spider will be me, and the strands will hold them fast.
Sergeant Cutts sees the Nightshade ring in operation in the next chapter of this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues with another chapter of Deadly Nightshade.
My right-hand man, Tom Cutts, has found himself a job. An hour ago, he was invited to join the ranks of the Nightshade ring as a strong-arm man by Mike Gusick, the first lieutenant. Our arrangements are working smoothly. I'm in a police car with Henry Murray, the inspector. But it's one of those police cars without the tall aerial at the back. We're driving slowly along University Street to keep an appointment. Cutts was waiting for us about 50 yards back, and at a given signal, we picked him up. Well, Cutts, how does it feel to be a Nightshade hoodlum?
They're a nasty bunch, Major. Nastier pieces of work you won't find anywhere.
What do you know up to date?
They've got the gambling game sewn up. All they have to do now is collect. Now they're moving in on the taxi men.
Yeah. You were right, Murray.
It's the protection racket like they work it in the States. And they're ready to do anything to get it going.
Is Huberman running the show personally?
No, it's Mike Gusick's show. Gusick and 2 others are on the job tonight. I tried to get taken along, but I think my job's going to be just collecting till they're sure. Fenner.
What do you know about their method?
There's nothing subtle about it, Major. Huberman's given them information about every man in Sydney who owns all or part of his own cab.
How come?
Well, when you go for a cab license, you have to fill in forms. Huberman's got himself copies somehow and passed them on to Gusick. When Gusick goes to tackle a new cabbie, he looks his file over first from the number of the taxi plate.
As I said once before, Huberman has a polished technique.
Wait till you hear it, Major. Gusick and whoever he has with him on the job hail the cab in a dark street, then jump in the back quickly. One of them shoves a gun against the driver's neck and tells him not to turn around. Then they tell him what he's up against. They know who's got a family and who hasn't. The blokes with families come off worst.
Don't tell me that's the club they swing at them.
On top of ordinary beatings and burning the cabs. I only started last night.
They take to a man's wife and kids for protection money.
£1 a week from each one, sir.
Well, that's not surprising. The racket works. How many cabs in Sydney, Murray?
Total 2,000.
£1 a week from each of them would net them... Yeah, something like 100,000 a year.
Well, that's why they pay me 20 quid a week for doing nothing.
Give them time. When do you have to report to Gusick again?
Ferguson Street, tomorrow afternoon.
And there's been no mention up to date of Huberman or Carlotta Mignani?
Oh, I put out a bit of a feeler, Major, and Gusick chopped it off double quick.
You know, they have to be stopped, Murray. If they take over the taxi men, and then the next lot of victims, and the next, sooner or later they'll be too big to handle. They'll have so much money to play with and so many thugs at their command, you'll never break them up. Now, look, Katz. We'll drop you off around here somewhere, and I want you to get back to their club or whatever they call it. Don't ask any questions, just listen. I want something to connect Gusick with Huberman by the time that drug shipment comes in, and I want you to watch for hints on that.
Yes, sir.
You've got your Aggie, haven't you?
It's right under my left arm, Major. Close and snug.
Well, for Pete's sake, be careful. If they'll go after a man's wife for £1, what wouldn't they do to an informer?
Well, if they start anything on me, Major, it'll be a pleasure. That Mike Gusick, he doesn't do this for money, he likes it. He likes it when someone makes trouble, just for the fun of bashing him about. One day he'll get some fun.
Well, just keep it in mind, Katz. We can pull the thugs in any time. We know who they are and where they hang out. But what we want is the big fish, Huberman and Carlotta. Well, round about here should do, Murray. Just past the lights.
Get round the corner.
We'll pick you up again round about 3, Katz, at the place.
Right you are, Major.
Good hunting, old chap. Keep your fingers crossed.
Okay, Tony, into back quick.
Where to, Digger?
Just around the first corner into the alley, Mr. Williams, then stop.
Hey, what is this?
This thing in the back of your neck, Mr. Williams, she's a little Colt woodsman. Small bore, high what you call muscle velocity. Round the corner into the alley.
Hold up, eh?
Yeah, he's getting us wrong, Tony. You're moving, Mr. Williams, then you can talk. Or maybe you'd like a slug. This little coat, she hits so hard, I'm letting go and you don't have a head anymore.
Okay.
Nice and quiet, and don't turn around. Just looking straight ahead.
One of you two tell me what's going on.
Sure, we tell you. In the alley. This is far enough. You're stopping, turning off the lights, turning off engine. Lights, Mr. Williams. You got a nice, shiny new cab, Mr. Williams. Nice and shiny and nearly all paid for. You like your work, huh?
I've got 7 quid and some silver in the cab. If you want it, say so. But get that gun out of my neck.
He talks like a good boy, huh, Tony? Listen, mister. We don't want to take your money. We got something to sell.
I've got all I want.
No wife, no kids. Just a shiny new cab. You're making maybe £30 a week. You pay the Bendigo Finance Company £50 a month till she's all yours. You're going to pay my boys just one little pound every week from now on. Like a good boy, huh?
Oh, yeah? For what?
You're taking out some new insurance. For £1 every week, Mr. Williams, my boys take care of you. They see nothing doesn't happen to you.
I take care of myself.
Like now? Ah! You got insurance to take care of you now?
Nobody stands over me, Digger. If you want your quid a week, just try and collect it.
It's too bad, Tony. Mr. Williams is going to be stubborn. Looks like we're having to take care of him.
Yeah.
You're getting out.
Now, look. You can get away with this now. There are the 2 of you. But you won't get away with it for long.
Get out. You're a bright boy. This don't have to happen. We're showing you what you pay insurance for. Just a little, Mr. Williams. Next time we see you, you don't pay, it's worse. We'll go to the cops and talk. It's a lot worse.
I'm telling you now. If you want me to keep quiet about this, you better let fly with that thing and get it over. No one stands over me. I don't care how tough they talk.
But we don't talk no more this time. Take him, Tony. You got a lesson to learn starting here. Too bad we're having to teach
Hello, Carlotta.
You are late, Felix.
I just come from Gusick. He's still in town at Gregerson Street.
How is he faring with the cabmen?
Tonight he approached 5 of them. The word's spreading quickly. 4 of them saw reason, signed up, as it were. They were all family men. The 5th was a young chap with more nerve than sense. Gusick says he'll live.
Mm-hmm. The Rafa Gusick has to treat them at first the better. It will encourage the others. Did Gusick have the new men with him?
Fenner? No, not tonight.
This hasty recruiting of new men, Felix, I am not sure I like it.
Why not?
We cannot operate in secret all the time. Sooner or later, people will be aware of the Nightshade ring. And when that time comes, it will be possible to get a police spy among us, if we are not sure of our men, as we have been before.
The DB camps are drying up. We can't get all our squads from Europe.
But we can take a longer look at new material before we bring it into the ring.
Look, this man Fenner's all right. I saw the yard file on him myself. He's the ideal type. He's graduated in a good school.
Inspector Murray showed you the file?
You know perfectly well.
While you are above suspicion, it puts us in a very strong position. You have police information available, and you can use it. But it is a sword that could turn in our hands, Felix.
I'm sorry you're over my head.
If they learn the truth about you, but conceal their knowledge, they could give you false information and wait for you to act on it.
If you're trying to tell me the Scotland Yard file on Fenner was fake, that Henry Murray knows you and me are behind the Nightshade ring, you're crazy.
It was only a possibility it seemed we should take into account.
When that possibility becomes a fact, Carlotta, my dear, that'll be the time for us to pack up and run. Now look at the clock. It's late and our machinery is running without a flaw. Let's drink some Drambuie and forget our affairs for now, eh? I'm not yet accustomed to the thought that Gregory Keen and MI5 are things of the past. We should be enjoying ourselves more. We can afford to. We're well on the way to our first million.
So that's the report on tonight, Sherry. They're picking cuts up again about 3. I could have stayed with Murray at Phillip Street, but I've never cared much for the police station atmosphere of despair. Wait for it. Keen here. Yes, Murray. What, tonight? Oh, good Lord. All right, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance to the garage ramp. I'm going to the Prince Philip Hospital, Sherry. The Nightshade gang are at it again, only this time they picked the wrong man. He's a taxi driver called Williams and is badly knocked about. But he's the man we've been waiting for. He's nerve enough left to talk. I'm on my way to the hospital, and I think I'm on my way to the turning of the tide in this affair. In 12 days I managed to uncover this criminal conspiracy. For 3 days I've been on the sidelines. But I'm coming back into the game, and who knows? Perhaps in the next 12 days I'll destroy the Nightshade ring, because they represent something that must never be allowed to live.
What does Keen learn from Williams at the hospital? Listen to the next chapter of this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. From the hospital, Gregory Keen continues the story of the Deadly Nightshade.
You know how the situation's developed. We've Tom Cutts accepted into the Nightshade gang as a London hoodlum, and the gang is sufficiently sure of itself to start branching out. In the last few days, they've begun to extort their tribute from the cab drivers, using the same methods as before, the vicious ruthlessness of a pack of wolves. But the time had to come. There had to be one man who wouldn't submit to terror, and this is the man at whose bedside I'm standing now. Inspector Murray's here, and there's a doctor. Poor devil certainly looks as though he needed the doctor.
The name's Williams. At least I think it is. Bill Williams.
It's as bad as that, is it?
Who are you?
Gregory Keen. I'm after the fellows who knocked you about. After them in rather a large way. Do you feel like telling us what went on?
What I can remember.
You've a cab, according to Inspector Murray here.
Yeah, I have a cab. I was just going to knock off for the night when these two hailed a hack near the corner of Peach Street.
Mm-hmm. Couldn't you have made a run for it? If you're going fast enough, they won't shoot. At anything over 50, it pays to keep the driver alive.
That's what you think of too late. Anyway, they wanted me to buy a quid's worth of insurance every week, and they almost made it sound worthwhile. They had a neat line. I only had to work an extra half hour a day. Wasn't that better than having an accident? For a quid, they were selling protection.
That's the same line as they used on the bookie scheme.
Word for word. And you wouldn't buy any insurance, eh, Bill?
I tell them what to do with their proposition.
What did they use? Brass knuckles?
And boots.
How much nerve have you got left?
For what?
If we can guarantee you protection...
Not for a quid a week, I hope.
You know, we could have used you in the infantry.
They did.
Are you going to get up in court against the two thugs if you can identify them?
You bet your sweet life I am.
Good. Where are those rogues' gallery shots, Murray? We'll have a quick run through them.
Here we are.
Right. Now, cast your eye over these, Bill. No, don't try to raise your head. I'll hold them for you. To start off with, do you recognize this character?
Don't know. The light was dim. They got in the back and I couldn't turn round. Who is he?
His name's Mike Guzik.
No, I couldn't say definitely.
Yeah, that's a pity. I was counting on you. What about the other chaps?
Show me some more pictures.
Yeah. Stephen Meyer?
Don't think so.
Louis Cortez?
That sounds Italian. One of them was called Tony someone.
Tony Rico. Yeah. Here we are. Hairline, moustache, sideboards, long eyelashes and all.
I'm darned if I can say. When they got out of the car, the only light was behind them.
Yes, they've had practice. The blighters know their stuff. Well, look the rest over. Here's one now. Martin Gorse. Franz Halder?
No.
Too bad. Well, any suggestions?
Only one. The big bloke, the one that did all the talking, well, he had an accent that would blunt a meat cleaver.
Could you pick it again?
The next time I hear that voice, Mr. Keen, I'm reaching straight for my jack-handle, and I'll do my talking later.
Unofficially, we might arrange it for you. You didn't hear that, Murray. Well, if it means anything to you, old chap, you're the sort of fellow we've been waiting for. Someone with enough curry in him to talk.
I wouldn't say too much about the others. If I had a wife and kids, I'd chip in that quid a week fast, but I haven't. So when the time comes, I'll get on the stand and take my chances.
I think it's only fair to tell you you will be taking some chances.
If you can get me a couple of minutes with a jack-handle, it'll be a pleasure.
Good man. Well, come on, Murray, we've got work to do. What's our first stop to pick up Mike Guzik?
So, Mike Guzik was taken by the police an hour ago. Oh, the fool. The stupid, blundering fool.
I don't see why you have to get into such a frenzy. You've always taken this sort of thing into account. Someone had to go to the police, and apparently it was the taxi driver, William.
It could have been any one of the drivers Guzik approached last night. When we began the Nightshade ring, our aim was never to emerge from the shadows, never to be forced into the open.
We're not in the open.
When the police take Mike Guzik for questioning, they are getting too close for comfort. I don't know what it is, Felix, but I am uneasy. I have a feeling that we are not as secure as we believe.
Oh, you've been staying indoors too much. We need more exercise.
I take all the exercise I require.
But not enough to prevent you indulging yourself in morbid fancies. Carlotta, will it make you happy if we get rid of this fellow Williams?
Why not? It will give Mike Guzik another selling point for his insurance.
Very well. I'll take care of it myself. Now, do pull yourself together. If there's one thing I simply can't endure, it's a carping woman. Pour yourself a drink of something. Do you want to hear about Barnes?
Yes.
Right. Well, Nick Barnes arrived safely in Singapore. He's made his 2 bookings for Hong Kong. Martin Gorse is leaving for Hong Kong tonight to meet him there.
So long as he returns alone. You know, Felix, Nicky Barnes must have been a very stupid fellow for all his good looks.
What belated discovery have you made about the chap now?
The fact that we could not possibly afford to let him live. It should have been perfectly obvious to him.
Well, apparently it wasn't.
I have just realized we are already referring to Nicky Barnes in the past tense.
Well, naturally. Why not? Martin Gorse will go after him like a stoat after a rabbit. And very soon we'll be able to refer to the taxi man, Williams, in the past tense, too. Darling, is there any of that bottled scotch left?
Oh, yes, I think a little.
Pour for me, will you? I want to get back over the bridge to see what I can find out about Mike Cusick. Darling, for heaven's sake, turn round,
All right, Paul. Sit him down there on the other side of the table, facing the light. Now then, Cusick. You know me, don't you?
Yeah. You're Inspector Murray. You think you're smart, maybe. Fella don't do nothing but cops is coming. Cops go bang on the door, say, get up. I'm not sleeping good. I'm just getting some sleep. Cops say, you come to Phillip Street. Where do you think this is, Warsaw?
If we were in Warsaw, Cusick, you'd be hanging on a hook. Where were you tonight?
What time tonight?
Between 10 and 11.
I'm at the cinema.
What cinema?
She's the Palace in Oxford Hills. I'm with two other fellows, Franz Halder and Jake Wolf. Then we go to Jake's place, drink a little wine. It's not good, it's giving me a headache. Then I go home.
We have a different lot of information altogether. We have information that you and another man tried to extort money by threats from a taxi driver named Williams. Then you battered him about in a lane off Peach Street.
Me do a thing like that? That's the most terrible thing I ever heard, Inspector.
Wait a minute, Cusick. Yeah?
We have about enough, I think, Murray. That's a good microphone you're using. It's going on the tape with practically no distortion at all.
Good. Wait for me.
You don't hold me here, Inspector. You ask Franz Haller, Jake Wolf. All night I'm with them.
You are being held on suspicion, Cusick. All right, Paul, take him down to the cells.
Yes, sir.
Come along, you.
How's the time? Keen? Let's get going back to the hospital. Let's hope Williams meant it when he said he'd remember Cusick's voice for 20 years.
We'll only be disturbing him for about 5 minutes, Doctor, perhaps less. Where can we plug in this tape recorder?
Right at your feet there.
Good. Now listen, Bill. We're going to play you 3 voices. See if you can pick the voice you heard last night in Peach Street. Ready?
You play it, Major. I'll pick it.
Here we go.
I am telling you, Inspector, I never heard of this guy Williams. And I didn't beat up no taxi driver in Peach Street, neither.
Definitely not. Try again.
Well, just a minute. Here we go again.
Where were you last night? Lad, I'm with my girl. You're trying full different. Okay, you charge me for receiving, but the electrical standoffish is not for me and never is.
Wrong again. He had a thicker voice altogether, and his grammar was all over the place.
Well, third time lucky. Listen to this.
Yeah, you're Inspector Murray. You think maybe you're smart? Fellas don't do nothing, but cops is coming. Cops go bang on the door, say, get up. I'm not sleeping good. I'm just getting some sleeping.
Who's that?
Mike Cusick. What about it, Bill?
I'll tell you what about it. Mike Cusick's your boy.
Good show. So at last, we've got one of them. I know, this fellow Cusick is not the biggest fish in the sea, but is just about the size we need. He doesn't know it yet, but he's going to be thrown back. You see, to catch a fish like Huberman, you need the right bait. And Huberman will never see the hook in Mike Cusick.
Sherry Reed has a visitor at the Cunningham Towers in the next chapter of this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from police headquarters in Phillip Street.
5 minutes ago, I had the pleasure of listening while Henry Murray put Mike Cusick under arrest for assault with violence, extorting money with threats, and half a dozen other charges to make the whole thing look good. You remember the taxi man, Bill Williams, identified Cusick by his voice after we'd put the fellow on tape, and we held him here while we played the recording back to Williams at the hospital. There wasn't any doubt about it. So here we are with the first of the Nightshade Ring hoodlums behind bars, on a specific count that we can make good. It was easy to record Mike Guzik. But what wouldn't I give to be able to record Huberman and Carlotta's reaction to Mike Guzik's arrest?
How did they identify him, Felix? Guzik swore the man Williams could recognize neither Tony Rico nor him. They took him into a dark alley.
It doesn't matter tuppence how they did it.
I tell you, there is more to Guzik's arrest than appears on the surface. First, he was merely taken for questioning. Now he is lodged in the cells. He would never incriminate himself, no matter how much pressure was applied.
Look, for heaven's sake, Carlotta, will you take control of yourself? Guzik knows he has nothing to worry about.
I am not concerned about Mike Guzik's worries. I am concerned about his intelligence. How can we be sure they won't trap him into admissions about us?
We can be sure because I've trained him and drilled certain fixed ideas into his head. Now listen to me. How the devil can Guzik or any of our men come to grief when no one ever gets a chance to give evidence against them?
Felix, what would you do if you were of the police?
Give this chap Williams protection, I suppose.
Then won't they? How do you propose to get rid of him in time?
My dear good woman, there are 50 ways of getting past a police guard when they can't afford to put more than 1 or 2 men on the job. Of course, if things refuse to arrange themselves simply, who cares if we have to attend to the police guard as well?
When will Guzik first appear in court?
The police court probably first thing tomorrow for remand. We'll have Langley on hand, and he'll tell Guzik's story about the alibi. I've briefed him already.
I have never trusted that shyster.
Would you prefer me to confide our affairs to a senior Queen's Counsel? Of course, Langley's a shyster, but for 3,000 a year and the evidence of malpractice we hold over his head, he's the best man in town to defend characters like Joseph Mikhailovich Guzik.
Kindly don't trumpet at me, Felix. I will not have it. Now tell me without shouting. Will they give Guzik bail?
Well, it'll be touch and go. Depends a lot on the magistrate. But it doesn't much matter. The trial proper won't be held for some time. Williams must not be able to give evidence for the simple reason that there's no case against Guzik without him.
If you are sure of disposing of the men...
Of course I'm sure.
Perhaps in the end this will be a good thing. When others learn that one of them refused to be warned and died before we could stand up in court, the risk of going to the police will seem even less worth taking.
I'm glad that at last you can say something reasonable on the subject of Guzik's arrest.
Have I tried your patience, Felix, darling?
When I lose my grip on your affairs, I shall tell you. Until I do, I shouldn't have to justify every move I make, or cope with your ravings every time a minor obstacle crops up.
Would you describe Gregory Keen as a minor obstacle?
Gregory Keen's been dead 5 days.
Very well. Since you are in such control of forthcoming events, would it be too much to ask just how you propose to silence the man Williams? You don't mind, Felix, if I show an interest in my Nightshade ring?
Not at all. The method we use will depend on Williams himself. If he's in hospital for any length of time, he'll have to be taken care of there. But it'll be much easier if he comes out soon and gets back into his cab.
Now, look here, Murray. Guzik's going up at 10:30 in the morning. There's this fellow Langley representing him. What's the strength of Langley, by the way?
Gordon Langley's a crook. He's a razor-sharp criminal lawyer who makes a lot of money. But he's as crooked as a racecourse tout and twice as smooth.
Who retained him?
Guzik himself. He was allowed one phone call.
Oh, we have to decide about bail.
My mind's made up, Keen. I say no bail.
Why not?
Because I want Bill Williams to be in one piece, above ground, when the case against Guzik is called.
Now, look here. If the Nightshade Ring are going after Bill Williams, keeping Mike Guzik out at Long Bay isn't going to stop them.
Let's both face it, Keen.
I am facing it.
You actually want them to have a crack at Bill Williams?
Well, they have to. They can only keep their hoodlums loyal by getting them out of trouble. Guzik's in trouble, in deep. But does he look worried? Not on your life. You couldn't get a word out of him. He's a shyster mouthpiece to stand up for him in court, and he knows perfectly well that the case against him depends on Williams alone. And he also knows that the Nightshade Ring can't afford to drop him cold. They have to take that crack at Bill Williams, and we have to catch them in the act.
Isn't it a bit rough on Williams?
Well, it can't be helped. We have to give Huberman opportunity after opportunity to stick his neck out. If it costs us some pawns, that's too bad, but it has to be done.
You chaps play a hard game.
And what sort of game do you suggest, Murray, against people like these? I've been hammering away at the same theme since I faced your senior men right here in Phillip Street 5 days ago. The Nightshade Ring have to be forced into the open. They have to be allowed to go their hardest. They have to be made to think that nothing stands in their way. The very nature of the extortion racket worked on a large scale makes it very nearly impossible to break up. Well, hang it, man, I shouldn't have to tell you.
You don't have to.
Ah, but I do. At the rate they're going, in a couple of years, this Nightshade gang will be so strong that you'll be powerless. They tackle their victims one by one, so the case against them always rests on one man. They only have to get rid of that one man, and they're in the clear. With Huberman and Magnani sitting at the top of their criminal hierarchy, raking in millions. And sooner or later, they won't even have to resort to violence. Just the threat will be enough. Oh, the pattern's been established for you in the States. Crime organized like big business. Accepted, condoned. Crime made almost respectable. You can see it there, and soon you'll be getting it here. Crime reaching into every cranny of politics and law enforcement and commerce. Into the trade unions, into the courts. A huge inverted pyramid of lawlessness resting at any one moment on a bookie or a taxi driver or a cove with a little shop, paying his few shillings a week or being beaten up in a gutter. Like Bill Williams, right here in Sydney this minute.
All right, Keen. You want Guzik out on bail.
I want Guzik out on bail.
He goes out.
But you don't take your eyes off him, by night or by day, till he walks into court to stand his trial.
If it's humanly possible to time to Huberman, we'll do it. I tell you this, Keen. If they're too good for us and we lose Williams, we're not going to find another man ready to talk for quite some time. Word'll go round. We'll be up against a stone wall.
Murray, if they get at Bill Williams, a ghost is going to walk.
You? All right, Keen, let's call it a night. Come on, I'll get you back to the Cunningham Towers, and if Miss Reed's waiting up for you, do you think we might have...
Good afternoon. You have a reservation for luncheon for Madame Carlotta Magnani.
This way, sir. Madame Magnani is already here.
I dare you look completely ravishing.
Thank you, Felix. I have been waiting an eternity. Another minute and I should have made a start.
Oh, do forgive me. I'll tell you when we're served. Have you ordered?
Shrimp cocktail, lobster salad, crepe Suzette.
Ah. Nothing ornate. Just food. Drift wine to me. Good. Pierre, leave Framley 46. These cattle can't have drunk it all.
Very good, sir.
Now then, you've seen Langley?
Guzik's out on his own bond of 500. One surety for another 500. Langley posted it through a connection. It's nothing to do with us whatsoever.
For how long?
3 weeks. He comes up for trial on the 14th of next month.
Did Langley have much trouble?
I can't understand it. They made no objections to bail at all.
What?
Well, I'd have sworn they'd make an excuse for keeping Guzik behind bars. He's up for intimidation. They generally hang on to them to prevent intimidation of witnesses.
I have that sense of something ringing false again, Felix. Why should they let Guzik go, with the taxi driver the one and only witness against him?
Langley says the alibi must have swung it, and the fact that Guzik's had no previous convictions. I'm communicating with him solely through Langley. He's been instructed not to come near us or phone us on any account.
One of the other men will have to take charge of our arrangements for Sunday night.
No, I'd better look after it myself.
No. I will not have you actually handling our narcotics at all, Felix.
We're bringing in 1,600 ounces of uncut heroin worth close on 100,000 pounds. Has to come 140 miles down the coast at high speed in 3 cars. I don't like leaving it to any of the others.
With Mike Guzik out of action, you will need another driver. Have you thought of that?
The new chap Fenner's supposed to be good.
I have told you before, I am not satisfied about Fenner. On every one of our men, you had full details of their European background long before they were brought into the ring. But this one, a Cockney from London, what do you know about him?
Enough.
You know nothing but what you read in a police file shown to you by Inspector Murray of the CIB. Yet you are prepared to include him in the most dangerous part of our activity. The last consignment we handle before we abandon narcotics altogether. The risk is too great.
I still need an expert driver to replace Mike Guzik, and I'm determined to use the 3 cars.
Then you must look closer at this Fenner between now and the 25th. Be careful, Felix. Here comes Pierre with the telephone, I think, for you. Yes?
Monsieur Huberman. Telephone for you, sir.
Thank you. Yes? You're sure of that? Well, do better. I want to know the exact hour.
Who was that?
Gordon Langley again. Good news of our friend Mr. Williams, the taxi driver.
Good news?
Very good news. He's leaving hospital tomorrow.
10 days from now, Nick Barnes is due back from the east. 4 days from now, a shipment of narcotics is coming into the country. And 24 hours from now, our very game taxi driver will come limping out of hospital to run the gauntlet of the Nightshade ring, knowing the risks and prepared to take them. The curtain's going up again. One way or another, it won't be long now.
What are Huberman's plans for disposing of Williams? Listen to the next chapter in this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. From a private room at the hospital, Gregory Keen resumes with another chapter of the story.
48 hours ago, we seemed to be at a dead end in our undercover duel with the Nightshade ring. And then Mike Guzik made his mistake when he took the taxi driver Bill Williams into the dark alley off Peach Street. Williams took a terrible battering, but although they put some dents in his appearance, they couldn't make a mark on his spirit. And he's given us a new line of attack on the ring. The case against Guzik rests solely on Williams, so we're certain they'll try to get rid of him before the trial comes up. And that is where we come in. Very well, sister. Thank you. Hello there, Williams.
Hello, Major. Hey, listen, what goes on round here? This morning they hoiked me out of the ward, and here we are in a private room. What is it, me bonny blue eyes?
Well, you see, it's the fact that I can't talk to you in front of a ward full of patients. Right now, you're a very important individual.
The paper says that bloke Guzik's out on bail.
Yes, that was my doing. We're giving them a lot of rope.
So they can get a second crack at me.
That's right. They'd take that crack, whether Guzik was out or not, but we're trying to connect him to the people behind all this. You're leaving the hospital tomorrow, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, before I tell you the score, I want to know definitely. You realize what you're up for?
Yeah.
You don't want to pull out and go into protective custody?
Not on your life.
You know, we're deliberately exposing your life.
I'm doing it myself. It's up to me.
Good man. Here we go. We have to look after you two separate ways. When you're at home asleep and when you're on the road. You live in a double-furnished room in a house at Willara, don't you?
Mrs. Thomas's.
Mm-hmm. And from now on, you'll be sharing a room with a man called Kevin Ward, first-class constable. He's a very competent character, picked man for your bodyguard.
Hey, wait till I tell the boys about this.
You don't tell a soul about this. Constable Ward's had a lot of experience, and he knows all the tricks. He's a crack shot, 6'3", weighs 15'10", and they tell me he can fight like a tiger. So they're not going to get you by just walking up and letting fly.
How do you reckon they would go about it?
Well, you're fair game while you're at the wheel of your cab. And it's 10 to 1, that's when they'll make their attempt. Now, the Sydney taxi custom of jockeying is a thing in your favour. Constable Ward will ride in the front seat with you every minute you're on the job.
So long as he doesn't lumber me for doubling up.
I shouldn't think there was much chance of that. Now, let's look at the ways they could skittle you while you're driving.
It has to be pretty good to get alongside when I hurry through traffic.
We're counting on that. We don't think they'll try shooting you on the run.
Okay, then what will they do?
I think they'll have an innocent-looking fare waiting for you near your home when you get going one morning. This fare will ask to be driven to a quiet, lonely address. When you get there, the fare will get out and walk away. And as it does, the Nightshade chaps will come by and let you have it. They'll have been waiting. It's simple and foolproof.
You don't think one of them will get into the cab and start shooting from there?
No, they've enough sense. You know you'll be guarded and guarded well. Ward won't take his eyes off your passengers, and heaven help anyone who tries to cut you down in the cab itself.
So it boils down to watching the first fare I get after starting in the morning, anyone I pick up close to home, and the first one I pick up after stopping for petrol.
That's part of it.
Don't tell me there's more.
Haven't you ever heard of a bomb being wired to your starter motor?
Yeah.
It can't be done without lifting the bonnet. Well, last thing every night, Constable Ward will tie a hair where your bonnet fits down on the grill. If that hair's broken in the morning, you'll get away from your cab and stay away.
You're telling me.
There's just one other possibility. A fare could leave a bomb in your cab, with 2 or 3 minute fuse to let him get well away from you.
Listen, by the time Mike Guzik's trial comes up, I'm going to start thinking I'm Napoleon. I'll be walking round in circles going...
Well, you can still call the whole thing off.
Nothing doing. I'll stay.
Good. Well, we've been over every possibility. Constable Ward will take care no one leaves anything in your car. As far as we can see, you'll go the distance.
I'll go the distance. You owe me a beer, remember?
Good luck to you, Bill. Is there anything I can get you? Got plenty of smokes?
You can tell that blonde nurse I'm dying, and will she come quick and revive me?
You know, you shouldn't even be in hospital. Well, cheerio. We'll be watching you.
I'll be watching myself. So long, Major.
Carlotta, my dear, I've brought you a guest. He couldn't come for dinner, so we gave you time to dine alone. May I present Herr Dr. Kurt Muller, known to the Department of Immigration here as Heinrich Whittinger.
How do you do, Doctor?
Madame.
Dr. Muller has very kindly consented to help us in the problem of our taxi driver, Williams.
Out of the kindness of my heart, and for the sum of £1,000.
For £1,000, Doctor, your services had better be specialized.
Madame, they are.
Let me tell you, Carlotta. Muller is an expert in explosives. At one time, he was at the Nazi research station at Peenemond on the Baltic. Remember the V1s and the V2s?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he was rather enthusiastic about Herr Führer and the Third Reich, all that. So I had to use my influence to get him out here as Heinrich Whittinger. You're grateful, aren't you, Muller?
£1,000 grateful. For my services I would otherwise have charged, too.
Just what are these priceless services?
Let me go on. I've given the chap Williams a good deal of thought. We're not dealing with fools. It seems fair to assume that they'll have taken all the obvious possibilities into account and guarded against them. Shooting the chap down, fixing the engine of his cab so it'll blow up when he presses the starter, all that sort of thing. I've assumed that we'll have to do better.
I still want to know why we need Herr Muller.
My dear, do be patient. There are two problems. We have to get Muller into the cab, and he has to get into the cab with something that will kill Williams and not kill Muller. Not attract enough attention to prevent him leaving it when he gets out.
You think they'll be watching for a bomb in a briefcase or a parcel?
As to imbeciles, of course they will. Now, the first part of the problem is mine, getting Muller into the cab. Here's what we do. We have a man called Holtzman. Holtzman has a girl. I forget her name. We know where Williams lives. And we know he garages his cab there. The morning after next, when he drives down the street to start work, Holtzman's girl will be waiting for him at the corner. She'll hail him. She'll get in. She'll ask to be driven to a suburban address where Holtzman will be waiting. Holtzman will hail the cab and repeat the process. He'll give another address, and there, Herr Dr. Muller will be waiting.
I am fascinated. But why all this rushing about in William's cab?
The first client of the day they should be suspicious of. The second fare, perhaps. But the third fare? No. Herr Dr. Muller will be the very pinnacle of respectability. Striped trousers, black jacket, black Homburg hat, black briefcase. He'll have a little contrivance he's going to start making tonight. Would you care to describe it, Muller?
With pleasure. Madame, until the last war, the most powerful non-explosive was TNT, trinitrotoluene. Then our chemists found an even more potent compound. When the British managed to imitate it, they called it RDX. A few ounces of it would shatter this room.
My room stays as it is.
I have some RDX, not much, but enough. To make a small but powerful bomb, all we need is a time fuse. Clockwork is taking too much space. So, we have a strong acid in a small glass tube. We have some powdered magnesium. We have a tiny aluminum plate separating the acid from the magnesium. All fits into an ordinary cigarette case, one holding perhaps 20 cigarettes. This I tie to my leg with a string, releasing it down to the floor. When I am ready to leave the cab, I pull the string through my pocket. The cigarette case slips to the floor. I tread on it, breaking the little tube of acid. I push it with my foot under the front seat of the cab. It does not show. I get out. I pay the driver.
The acid eats its way through the aluminium plate. After perhaps 3, perhaps 4 minutes, the acid touches the powdered magnesium. There is an explosion as the RDX is detonated. It is very sad. Of the taxi driver there is so little left.
Is it worth £1,000, Carlotta?
It is worth more. Ring for Louis. In the freezer there is some beer from Pilsen. I have always been told that Germans adore beer, so we will buy Dr. Muller's little bomb for £1,000 and a bottle of Pilsner.
Well, Sherry, Cutts is on his way up from the garage. By jingo, I hope he has some news. But where was I? Oh, yes, Williams. Well, for the life of me, I don't see how they can possibly get at him unless they use a field gun. Oh, here he is.
Evening, Major. Evening, miss.
Where have you come from, Cutts?
Gregerson Street. No one saw me.
What's on?
I should say it's the dope shipment, Major. Tonight a bloke called Jake Wolfe told me he had orders from Guzik.
Have you seen Guzik since they let him out on bail?
No one has. But they want a driver for Sunday night. The night Nick Barnes said the dope was coming in. I have to pick a car up Sunday afternoon and drive north through Newcastle with 2 men. We go through Newcastle, through Exham Ferry, through Raymond Terrace to a road going off to the right 6 miles before Limeburners Creek. We wait there at the junction at 11:45 Sunday night.
This road goes through to the coast, does it?
Yes, sir.
Well, that'll do me. Good work, Cutts. We'll arrange a party there. Sunday night 11:45. 6 miles from Limeburners Creek. With Guzik out of action and a shipment of narcotics coming in, would Huberman leave the collection of it to hoodlums? I shouldn't think so. Something tells me I'm going to meet Huberman again at a road junction in the middle of the night. About 72 hours from now.
Dr. Mueller takes a cab in the next chapter of this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues another chapter of the story from police headquarters in Phillip Street.
Last night, Tom Cutts came up to the penthouse of the Cunningham Towers with news. The Nightshade gang want him to drive a car and 2 men about 30 miles north of Newcastle, so that they'll arrive just before midnight on Sunday. Sunday night happens to be the time of arrival of a consignment of dope. We learned that from Nick Barnes. The 2 circumstances can hardly be unrelated, so there's a conference this morning at Phillip Street with Inspector Henry Murray in the chair. And that's not all. For today, the taxi driver Williams is leaving hospital to start work with his cab again tomorrow. But one thing at a time. There are 8 or 10 men here at the moment, and we're discussing ways and means.
All right, everyone. Pipe down and pay attention. Major Keen had word last night from Sergeant Cutts that Cutts is to drive a car with 2 Nightshade hoodlums to a road junction 6 miles south of Limeburners Creek. Take time off to glance at the map. I think it's pretty safe to say that these types don't go motoring about in the middle of Sunday night for their health, not 140 miles away from town. And with a dope shipment coming in, what's the betting, chaps? Well, it looks as though they're going to motor it down from some lonely inlet. Stuff could be thrown over the side of the ship to a fishing launch, any darn thing. The point is, it's coming down by road. We're after a pretty big fish. We think we've a good chance to catch him. But before we start talking about roadblocks, Keen, tell these chaps why you think Felix Huberman will be in command.
Well, the Nightshade ring is big business. They're raking in their cut from Sydney's bookies, and according to your own figures, the annual off-course betting here runs to something like £120 million. Is that right, Murray?
It's probably more.
Well, that's a staggering amount of money. Now, suppose the ring is taking as little as a penny in every pound. That gives them a take already of £500,000 a year, £40,000 a month, 10,000 quid a week in cash. Now, running narcotics is one of the most dangerous activities there is. So having an income like that already, Would they touch dope at all if it was chicken feed?
Certainly doesn't look like it.
Now, Mike Cusick is out of action, watched every minute of the night and day. I doubt very much if Huberman has another man he can put in charge of convoying his shipment 140 miles into town. Not if it's as big as I think it is. 100,000 pounds worth at least.
I'm not too well up on dope. What would a parcel like that be?
Well, if it's cocaine or heroin, it'd be about 100 pounds weight of it. If it's opium, about twice as much.
Nice and portable.
Portable enough for Huberman to bring it down the coast road in fast cars.
Well, that brings us back to the roadblocks. Sergeant Cutts, who's Tom Fenner, of course, is to wait in his car at the junction near Limeburners Creek. I'm going up there today to have a look at the ground. If there's cover, we'll surround the junction and net them on the spot. But I'm hoping to identify their cars as they go up and block them after midnight at the obvious spot, Hexham Ferry.
Well, I'm hoping Cutts will give us more detail between now and Sunday night.
The only details we want from Cutts are the number of cars, the description of them, the route they're taking back to town. Whatever the outcome, we 10 men are going to stop that dope getting past Hexham Ferry. And with any sort of luck, we'll call it Felix Huberman at the same time. Any questions?
No.
Well, that's all for now.
Thank you.
You can give me some more time if you like, Keen. I want to pick you up early tomorrow morning. We'll be on hand when Bill Williams leaves home in his cab, just in case.
Where's that racket coming from? Down in the private club?
Yeah.
Well, switch the infernal thing off. Why you have to pipe bedlam into your own office, I can't imagine.
Okay, Mr. Huberman.
Well, tell me, what are you doing with the car on Sunday?
I'm driving out to Castle Hill for some golf.
Well, I don't have to get a cab or walk. I want it.
Hey, what's the matter? Carlotta's got 3 and you've got your own.
Don't argue, there's a good chap. I want your car.
Who's going to drive it?
A man called Fenner. I want him to pick it up here at 2 o'clock Sunday afternoon. He'll take it up past Newcastle and back. He'll get it sometime Monday morning.
I don't know. It's a new heap, and I don't let other guys drive a car like that. 160 horsepower. How do I know he won't wrap it around a tree?
This chap drives better than you do.
Who says so?
Dick Wolf says so.
Oh, crown me, Felix. Can't you get some other boat? Well, why pick on me? There she is, the classiest convertible in Sydney. And you want me to hand it over to some jerk probably won't even know how to shift the gears.
If Carlotta hadn't given you the dollars and the fake import license, you wouldn't even have the thing. Now get the idea, will you? I'm not asking you for your darn vulgar great chromium-painted barge. I'm just telling you to hand it over at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon.
If this guy Fenner brings her back with one scratch, I'll skin him inch by inch. You tell him that.
You tell him yourself. I want your car because it's fast, heavy, and can't be tied up with me. It'll be the lead car in the convoy.
Hey, they didn't tell me there was another shipment coming in.
The less you know this time, the better.
Now listen, Felix. I'm good for just about anything, but you're not storing it here again. Not after last time, and that guy Bruno Kesselring.
Take it quietly, Leo.
That's stuff I don't touch.
You touched it once.
But not anymore. I didn't touch it till the other time. I didn't touch it since. In this country, it's 15 years without any option. First offense. They only have to find it on you.
Who said anything about bringing it here?
For the poinsettia and what goes on behind it, okay, I'm your boy. You want to mix me in anything else, Felix, and I'm out. You can tell Carlotta to get herself another front guy.
Leo, old chap, you want to remember, we could never afford to let you walk out on us. Surely you know that. When chaps get in as deep as you are, they have to stay in.
Yeah. Like 10 or 12 other guys I could name.
Precisely. As long as you do what you're told, we try to keep you happy.
Like taking Evelyn Channel out of here the other night for a moonlight swim at Camp Cove.
Like letting you acquire a big, shiny, inverted bathtub to drive yourself and your girls around in. Know when you're on a good thing, Leo. Ask no questions. And when I tell you I want your car, spring to it.
Okay.
See if the tank's full when you hand it over to Fenner on Sunday, will you?
Okay. You get the heap with the tank full of gas. But don't ask me to act nice about it.
Oh, poor Leo. Of course he didn't want us to use his car. Have you made arrangements for the other two?
Yes. The 3 of them will leave separately late Sunday afternoon and rendezvous near Limeburners Creek.
Do they know what they are escorting?
Well, I expect they can guess. You don't take 3 cars and 9 men up and down the coast to convoy a basket full of hot-cross buns.
Oh, I wish you weren't going at all, Felix.
We'd be running more risk if I weren't. If anything comes unstuck, I'll be able to hold the show together.
There are so many bottlenecks on that road. Hexham Ferry, Newcastle itself, the Pete's Ferry Bridge. We'll never undertake these ventures again. They're not worth it. We only began them to provide our original capital.
Using the 3 cars, Carlotta, it's as safe as a drive through the Chase.
Very well, Felix. I will say no more. But I shall be happier on Monday morning.
By Monday morning, we'll have covered more ground in the dope shipment. We'll have seen the last of our stubborn taxi driver, Mr. Williams.
Have you seen the fellow Holtzman and his driver?
I briefed them both tonight. The girl will be waiting to hail Williams' cab first thing in the morning. And Kurt Muller has completed his little bomb.
It had better go off at the right time.
I'd like it to go off while Muller is still in the cab. Of course, we can't have everything. You know, it looks like any other cigarette case, slightly larger than usual, perhaps. Thick enough to fill both sides. But it's still a cigarette case.
And 8 or 9 hours from now, it will explode. It should be very effective.
Muller says it'll blow the cab and everything in it all over the street.
And I was thinking of its effect on the other cab drivers who have read about Williams and who will read about tomorrow's explosion. And remember it when they meet our men selling insurance.
You're taking it all round, Muller's little bomb is going to be cheap at the price. Oh, I'd love to be in all these people to see the thing go off. You know, Carlotta, when I was a kid, I used to love the fireworks on November the 5th. It was the biggest day of the year.
I make it 5 minutes to 9, Murray.
You're a minute fast.
This affair has made me a ruddy night owl. I haven't been abroad this early in the morning for a week. Not with the sun up, I mean.
Well, it'll do you good. Hang it, Keen. How much longer do we have to wait for Williams and his cab to start work?
He'll get going soon. The street's empty. Doesn't look as though the Nightshade ring are going to pounce on him this morning.
I'm looking for someone just hanging about to hail him. There's no one on the corner. No one waiting about at all but us.
Oh, look behind you. Here they come. Williams, Constable Ward, and a brand new cab all polished up. Give them a toot as they go by.
No fair waiting to lead him into a trap. Oh, there's a girl. See?
Just got out of that car. He's stopping for her.
A girl. Well, that's that. Kevin Ward will be watching her. He'll be watching every fare Williams picks up for the next 3 weeks. If they last that long.
We've done everything we can.
I suppose we have. I don't like it, Keen. Something tells me we haven't done enough.
I should be in that cab with Williams, not Constable Ward, the bodyguard. But the time's not yet come for the Nightshade ring to know that I'm still alive. So we watch and wait. If we lose Bill Williams, there's still a dope shipment coming down the coast on Sunday night. And this is Friday morning.
Has Dr. Kurt Muller plant a bomb in the taxicab? Listen for the next chapter in the story of suspense. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from a police car driving west along Old South Head Road.
5 minutes ago, Inspector Murray and I watched Bill Williams set out in his cab, with Constable Ward, the bodyguard, in the front seat beside him. Williams has to run the gauntlet of the Nightshade ring for 3 weeks. 3 weeks of driving about, waiting for the ring to do their best to get rid of him. They can't let him get up in court to testify against Mike Guzik. And I take my hat off to the chap. What he's doing needs nerve. At the moment, Murray's driving me back to the Cunningham Towers. I want to wait there for the next word from Cutts on the dope shipment coming down the coast on Sunday night. This, by the way, is Friday morning. The clock says 9:15. It's a cloudless, sunny day. Williams has already picked up his first fare, a girl, at the corner of the Old South Head Road. It doesn't look as though the ring are taking their crack at him yet. But we can never be sure. That's the trouble with an affair like this. We can never be sure.
Where to, lady?
Over on the North Shore. Just near the corner of Shirley Road and River Road.
Okay.
Just look after your driving, Bill. I'll keep an eye on her.
Sure, Skipper.
Nice morning.
Yeah, but it's going to be hot.
You live across the bridge.
I'm going to see my sister.
Hey, lady. Mind if I see where this fellow's going?
Well, I took the cab.
I'll just ask him. Where to, Digger?
Federal Station?
Oh, good.
You didn't want to share, Bill.
Would it mean anything?
It could. Shirley Road. That's where you turn right at Crow's Nest, isn't it, lady?
Yeah. Listen, are you his jockey or something? Generally, this early in the morning, you can get a cab to yourself.
Bill's been driving all night. I'm taking over at 10 o'clock.
Oh. You got a match on you? My light is on the blink as usual.
Yeah, sure.
Good morning, Major.
Hello, Cuts. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Not up here in the Cunningham Towers. I'll get this door shut. Hi, Sherry. Wasn't with Murray long, was I? I left Murray downstairs a few minutes ago. We watched Bill Williams pick up his first fare for the day.
I left Jake Wolfe not so long ago.
Trouble?
Could be.
How bad?
Our luck might be right out, sir.
All right, let's have it.
I'm supposed to pick up a car outside the Poinsettia Club at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon.
Why the poinsettia?
I've no idea, sir.
I don't like the sound of it, Cuts.
It's a toss-up, sir. But I say we ought to risk it.
You've no idea whose car it is?
Not the foggiest, Major.
If you're on the spot, this drug-running thing is our golden opportunity to grab Felix Huberman red-handed and smash the Nightshade ring to bits. I hate to throw it away by pulling you out when there mightn't be any need.
Well, that's all right with me, sir. It's 20 to 1 Van Hoosen won't be near the club, not at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. And I'll be able to keep my dad out of sight while Wolf's inside getting the keys. Why would anyone be watching? And if they are, why would they recognize me if I keep me back to the club windows?
Yeah. Yes, I suppose you'll be all right. But the first hint you get of a foul-up, come out fighting and go for your life.
If there's a mix-up, Major, someone will get hurt. And it won't be me.
Tough guy. Have you had any breakfast?
Not yet, sir.
Well, neither have I. You reckon you could talk Shelley into omelets for 3? Come on, do your stuff.
How far down Shirley Road do we go, lady?
I'll pull up at the next corner. You needn't turn round.
Okay.
How much?
That'll cost you 8 and 4. 6 and 10, 1 and 6 for the bridge toll.
Here you are. Thanks.
Thank you, lady.
Well, there she goes. That's one passenger who isn't working for the Nightshade ring and didn't try to knock you off.
You cheer me up a lot, Constable Ward. There's only about 2,000 to go. We get going?
Uh-huh. Just a minute, hold it. I think there's a fellow behind wants a cab. Yes, I'm right, too.
Taxi.
Do I take him?
I don't see why not.
Where to, Digger?
Number 3 James Street, Northwood. I'll step on it with you. I'm running late.
X L 1 7 1 5. Hello? Hello, is Mr. Huberman there? All right. I'd give a quid to know what all this is about. Hello, Mr. Huberman? This is Janet Crotty. Janet Crotty, Arnie Holtzman's girl. Yes, it's okay. I just left the cab in Shirley Road, and Arnie grabbed it just as they were driving off. Sure. Hey, listen, what goes on? What's the idea of it anyway? All right, you don't have to snap a girl's head off, do you? Saying a thing like that? Who does he think he is? Crummiest way to earn a fiver I ever heard of. Taking a cab just so someone else can get in after you.
Oh, that Huberman must be balmy.
Well, Major, I'd better not hang about here too long.
Where are you heading for now?
There's a pub in Oxford Hills where some of the Nightshade blokes go for their drinking.
Oh. What's the beer like, Cuts?
Major, it's terrible.
Too bad. Now keep your ear to the ground for any whispers about the taxi driver, Williams. You know, I'd give an arm to know just when and where they'll make their attempt on him.
It shouldn't be his first day out, sir. Surely they wouldn't organize it as quick as all that.
We've seen them do some pretty smooth organizing already, Cuts. Don't take anything for granted.
No, sir.
And, see if you can't get up here at least once more before 2 o'clock on Sunday.
Oh, that shouldn't be too much trouble, sir.
Right. Good luck, old chap.
I'll be all right. If my stomach will stand up to the Oxford Hills beer. There, Dick. Number 3 James Street. Cost you $4 bob.
$20.
Thanks.
Oh, we're doing fine, Bill. That's 2 jobs out of the way this morning. From now until you stop for petrol, we should be able to relax.
I'll relax about 3 weeks from now when they've got that Mike Guzik in a cell at Long Bay Jail for 5 years.
He might get more. Hey, you're in luck this morning. Little fella in the black coat there by the bus stop.
Looks like a doctor or something. That's a get-up you don't see too often these days. Look, striped pants, black coat, one of those Anthony Eden black hats. Where to, mister?
Driver. The bus, it is late. I cannot stand and wait about all day. Be good enough to drive me to Orley Street, North Sydney.
Orley Street. Righto, mister. Now give the handle a good twist down.
See that you don't drive too fast. I'm in no hurry. I don't wish to be flung all over the back of your taxi.
Right you are, mister.
Who is this, other man?
My brother.
When I engage a taxi cab, I expect to have it to myself. I pay for it, do I not?
We take turns to drive the cab. I'm taking over in half an hour.
That is a poor excuse. Now, what's this next corner, driver? There's no need to hurry around it like an express train.
I'm only doing 15.
I have lived in Paris. I have lived in Berlin. I lived in Rome and Naples and Madrid. But never have I found such taxi drivers as here in the city of Sydney.
What's wrong with them?
The traffic. When it is thick and heavy, the faster they go. I'm astonished that the streets are not littered with the ruins of taxi cabs. How do you know, young man, that this cab of yours will not lie in pieces all over the road 10 minutes, an hour, 2 hours from now?
The day I wreck this heap, mister, that'll be the day.
See, it is not wrecked while I'm your passenger. I have an appointment. I can't afford to miss it. Now, take care passing this wagon. Slow down. It is 32 Orley Street.
That's what you said. 5 shillings.
There. Now then, have I everything?
Don't forget your briefcase, mister.
I have no intention of forgetting my briefcase. Good day.
Well, what did you make of that little character?
You certainly strike all kinds. But I should say that was one bloke who wouldn't be after your hide. Let's get going.
So, there they go. With our little bomb lying on the floor beneath the driver's seat. In 2 minutes and 20 seconds, there is going to be an explosion in Orley Street. Off we descend, gentlemen. We'll just wait and watch for your destruction, and then we'll report our success to Felix Huberman. Off we descend.
There's nothing for me to say. There's nothing at the moment I can trust myself to say. I'm sitting in the penthouse of the Cunningham Towers, staring at the black headline on the afternoon paper's front page. A taxi blew up this morning in Orley Street. The 2 bodies in it were unidentifiable. They don't have to be identified. You and I know who they were.
Do Felix Huberman and his drug runners keep their rendezvous at Limeburners Creek? Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from Sherry Reed's apartment in the Cunningham Towers.
The Nightshade gang's drug shipment, the problem of trapping the runners at Limeburners Creek on Sunday night, the calculated risk we're imposing on Tom Cutts when he picks up the car at the club poinsettia. All these things have been swept from my mind. At this moment, I'm concerned only with Henry Murray's phone call of an hour ago, and the confirmation of what he told me staring up from the front page of the newspaper in bold black type. Cutts is gone. The penthouse is empty but for Sherry and me, and the ghost of a taxi driver called Williams.
Carlotta, my dear, I think we have every reason to congratulate ourselves. According to Kurt Muller, his little time bomb went off in Orley Street 2 minutes and 47 seconds after he stepped out of the cab.
Now, perhaps, the cabman will decide that defiance does not pay. Let us consider the people who are concerned, apart from Kurt Muller himself.
Well, there were only two.
Two too many, Felix.
There were only the fellow Holtzman and his girl, Janet Crotty, or whatever her name was.
Is there any reason why they should be left in circulation?
Well, there's no earthly reason why they should be removed.
On other occasions, it has paid to respect the hackneyed old maxim that dead men tell no tales.
Well, let's not hackney it any further. I'm all for covering our tracks in the safest and surest way, Carlotta, but it would be a sheer waste of time and effort to chase about after Arnie Holtzman and his dreary little girl.
Would it not be possible for them to put 2 and 2 together?
Only if they had the 2 and 2. You see, my dear, there's no reason why either of them should associate the cab that blew up with the cab they rode about in. No reason at all.
Mm-hmm. Very well, Felix, if you are content. But at the first whisper from either of them, act at once. Our affairs are going so well, it would be a pity if 2 such small fry were to give us trouble.
They're probably in a wine saloon somewhere this minute, stubbornly drinking their way through the 5 each they were paid.
You find it amusing, Felix? Share it with me.
I was just thinking, it's extraordinary what you can do in our position. I just caught a glimpse of about 5,000 Sydney gendarmes all scratching their heads in bewilderment.
It is not the first time we have baffled them.
No, but this was a particularly accomplished performance. Do you realize that we took a cab driver they'd put under guard and led him into a trap from which there was no possible escape less than an hour after he'd exposed himself to our people? We led him into a trap and we blew him and his guard to fragments, and it only cost us a tenner.
He had no one to blame but himself.
Of course not. We only asked him for £1 a week. The beauty of the whole thing, Carlotta, I was at the CIB in Phillip Street when the bomb went off.
See that our clients are suitably impressed by it, Felix. Williams will have died in a good cause if we do not have to repeat the performance. Do you have to get back to town? Louis is doing me a schnitzel for lunch. I think you had better stay.
Keen, pull yourself together and snap out of it. You're drinking far too much altogether.
How did they do it, Sherry? How did they do it?
That's something you'll never find out.
Look, Sherry, I'm not a policeman. I'm not working for the Sydney authorities. I think it's about time we started fighting fire with fire.
Well, what can you do against them that you haven't done already?
Wait in dark alleys like they do. Wait to shoot them down like mad dogs, one by one. Because that's what they are, mad dogs.
Keen, you mustn't take it so personally.
But I do. I talked the CIB here into letting Mike Busick out. And I talked Williams into getting back into his cab. We used him for bait, and the poor devil didn't last an hour. Oh, let it go. It'll be Henry Murray, but wait till we're sure. Hello? Yes, of course it's me. Oh, of course neither of them knew what happened to him, but that's small comfort. Look, Murray, I don't give a tinker's benediction about that. I want to see you, and I want to see you soon. 3 o'clock and you'll send a car? All right. I'll be at the garage ramp.
Well?
I've scoured the street for something that'll give them a line on the bomb, but there's nothing. No clockwork, no timing mechanism, no batteries, nothing.
What does that mean?
It means they knew where to get hold of an expert who could make them a nitric acid timer. Oh, look here, what's the sense of nattering at you with a lot of technical detail? Do you mind if I open another bottle of brandy?
You can't have any more. Oh, darling, you can't go on like this. This isn't the first gang of crooks you've ever tackled. If other policemen drove themselves into the ground every time something went wrong, they'd all be in lunatic asylums. And that's where you'll finish up, too.
But, Sherry, I'm losing every round.
You've taken dreadful risks and you've done wonders. When you came to Sydney, Keen, they didn't even know the Nightshade ring existed.
I can't stay aloof from it. I cost Williams his life. I let them get at Evelyn Channel. They killed Angus Doby because I was as blind as a bat. And now I've got Tom Cutts walking a tightrope. Everybody's out on a limb but me, with the ring going full steam ahead. And I can't get within a mile of Felix Huberman.
What about Sunday night?
Sunday night. I tell you this, Sherry. If Huberman slipped through our fingers on Sunday night up there at Limeburners Creek, well, that's the end. No more running about under cover, no more plotting and planning, no more intrigue, no more hiding like a jackal up here in the Cunningham Towers.
But you've drilled it into me, Keen. If you come out of hiding, Huberman and Carlotta will see through everything at once.
It'll be too late.
Hold up their gang, take the $500,000 they must have made already, and you'll never catch them as long as you live. And they'll kill you before they go.
Oh, no, they won't.
They've never failed before, not with the others. I hate to say it over and over again, but I don't want to lose you. So give me a thought from time to time, will you, Keen? If they escape from you at Limeburners Creek.
Keen, we're in trouble.
From the Commissioner?
All the way down the line. This can't go on. Blowing up that taxi was the last straw.
What do they want to do, Murray?
Relieve Felix Huberman from duty. Keep him under the strictest surveillance.
They want to play into his hands? What reasons are they going to give him for taking him off his job? How can you tap phones and have him shadowed night and day and look into his affairs and his associates without him knowing it?
If the whole weight of the department were brought to bear, if we pulled out every stop...
Oh, Murray, you know better, don't you?
Yes, Keen. But I can't swing the people higher up. If they make it an order, that's an order.
Well, you know what'll happen if we let them go ahead? Within a week, Huberman and Carlotta Magnani will vanish. They're not petty racketeers. They must have something like, between $500,000 and $750,000 tucked away already. And with that sort of money, you can get from anywhere to anywhere and not leave a trace behind you. You can't arrest them. They won't stay if they think they're under a cloud. We have to leave Felix Huberman alone.
You tell some of my seniors that.
Do I get the chance?
I'll try.
Well, try now.
No, I've done my best, Keen. You'll be on your own. Jackson? When Superintendent Robert comes in, tell him Major Keen is here. Coming in now, is he? Good.
Oh, this should be Keen. He's been away hours and hours.
Hello, Sherry.
Well, Gene Collins.
Surprised?
Kinda.
Are you alone?
Sure. Come on through.
I've been wanting to come up for days. I'm worried stiff about you, Sherry. I can't get you out of my head. You and the things you're mixed up in. Is that character Keen still living here?
Yes, of course.
I've made up my mind. He's got to get out.
Just wait a minute. Whose penthouse is it?
I've been closer to you than anyone, Sherry. If I haven't been a lover exactly, you've leaned on me a lot.
I'll pay that, Gene, and thanks, but it doesn't give you the right to start calling any tunes.
I don't look on it as a right. To me, it's a moral obligation to get you out of a situation that could cost you your life.
Thanks again, but how do you propose to go about it if I say no?
You won't say no. I'm sorry if I'm coming to the point without any build-up, but it's driving me crazy. I can't sleep. I can't work. I can't get it out of my head. The girl who is going to marry me, and still might, in deadly danger every minute she spends with a cop called Keen.
We went over it before, Gene. We came to an understanding. Do you remember?
I didn't. Now I'm asking you for the last time, Sherry. I've a weekender up on the coast. I want you to pack some things right now and let me drive you up to it.
I'm sorry. Nothing doing.
Then I'm afraid I'll have to bring out my club. I'd hoped it wouldn't come to this, Sherry.
Wait there. If this is Keen, anything you want to say, you can say in front of him. Well, you were a long time.
I had the fight of a lifetime at Phillip Street. They wanted to clamp down on Huberman. I managed to talk them out of it.
Look who's here.
Dr. Eugene Collins. Well, how long has he been here?
None of your infernal business, Keen.
Sherry, this chap I want a word with. Would you mind?
Keen, listen, Oh, all right, I'll be out on the terrace.
Look here, Collins, you know the score. You know Sherry's up here on thin ice. You know the lengths we go to keep this place looking unoccupied. You know that if certain people learn that Sherry's alive and I'm alive, everything we've built up against them will come crashing down like a house of cards.
You run your own race, Keen. Don't tell me what to do.
If these people get one inkling that Sherry's alive, her chances won't be worth a collar stud. Yet you come barging up here openly as though there was a party going on. Now get out.
Get your hands off me, will you?
Don't argue, just get out. Now come on, across the floor, move. I catch you hanging about here again. There's the door. Now get through it.
I've changed my mind about you once before, Keen. This time I won't change it again.
I shouldn't have lost my temper with Collins. I must be becoming unstrung. He knows too much. But not about the drug running tomorrow night. I'm counting on Cutts. I'm staking everything on Tom Cutts and the roadblock at Hexham Ferry. Tomorrow night could see the end of the Nightshade ring. There are 26 hours to go.
Cutts drives a car away from the Poinsettia Club. In the next chapter of this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from a room at the CIB.
It's now 12:15 on Sunday the 25th. We're hoping it's going to be the last day of the existence of the Nightshade ring. After midnight tonight, they're bringing their shipment of narcotics 140 miles down the coast, and we're going to be waiting for them. But I still haven't heard from Tom Cutts again. He hasn't been near the Cunningham Towers since yesterday morning, and there are still some things we'd like to know. Murray, assemble police officers here, all of us. There isn't long to go. In an hour or two, we have to get moving for Hexham Ferry, up on the highway north.
Well, you fellas, it's not as good as we'd like it. Here it is well after 12 on Sunday. We can't wait about here at Phyllis Street much longer, and we still haven't heard from Sergeant Cutts. Keen, what would you say was the deadline?
Oh, about 1:30.
According to Cutts, he's to pick up a car at the Poinsettia Club at 2 o'clock sharp. So it doesn't give us much time.
Well, here's what I'm worried about, Murray. Cutts might have something for us, but not be able to get away from Jake Wolfe and the others long enough to get to a phone.
I wouldn't care to be in his shoes, Godfrey. Now, we're sending up 3 cars. One under Sergeant Paul, one under Constable French, and the third I'll skip myself. I've been up to the road junction at Limeburners Creek and had a look at the ground. It doesn't lend itself to an ambush, so we let them come as far south as Hexham Ferry. Now, here's our drill. Sergeant Paul will station his car at the north side of the river. Constable French and his car will get about 100 yards further up the road and put his car out of sight. You and I, Keen, we'll stay in reserve, also out of sight.
But on tap.
Very definitely on tap. Now then, we've got a man hanging about the Poinsettia Club. Actually, he's on the street corner selling the Sunday papers. He's going to give us a description of the car Sergeant Cutts drives away. We don't know how many more cars they're using or what makes they are, if any. So we'll have to identify Huberman's runners tonight by that car alone. When it passes Constable French traveling south, he'll give Sergeant Paul a blip on his radio. Paul will pull out and block the road. French will pull out and block the road behind him and keep other traffic away if they want to make a fight of it.
Something tells me they will fight.
So much the better. I'm sick and tired of hunting those people about like shadows. I want to see flesh and blood.
And I want to see Felix Huberman's flesh and blood.
I'm not even sure he'll be on the job. I'll hold everything. Sergeant Cutts? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. I'm not leaving until the last minute, just in case. Yes, sir. That gentleman was not Tom Cutts. Now, while we're waiting, let's go over that map again and study the roads round about. If the worst comes to the worst and we have to give chase, it won't do any harm to know how the land lies.
Carlo, will you get away from me? Down, boy. Go and talk to Carlo. Go on.
I can't imagine why you had to bring him over with you today, Felix.
Why not? He enjoys an outing like anyone else. He's been cooped up too much with Mrs. Rose. How's the time? 1:30.
Where are you meeting the other cars?
I'll wait for them this side of Pete's Ferry Bridge. Fenner and Leo Van Heusen's car should be across first, then Stephen.
When I've seen them go by, I'll bring up in the rear. There's no point in the three cars going up together.
You're actually meeting them at the road junction near Limeburners Creek.
Correct.
How much do the other men know?
Stephen and Jake Wolfe, the lot. Fenner, practically nothing. The others, a little.
Never again, Felix. No more drug running.
This consignment will net us £60,000.
Only after it's been cut, stored, and disposed of. It simply is not worth the risk.
My dear girl, there's no risk. I'm simply going for a Sunday drive. Why the devil should the police or anyone else take an interest in that?
There are too many contingencies over which you have no control. An accident, a child running across the street as you drive through Newcastle. Anything could hold you up.
Well, of course, if you want to torment yourself with imaginary catastrophes, why don't you say Jack Wolfe's working for the police and they'll be waiting to block us on the road?
Oh, don't make stupid jokes.
Well, don't worry me with the possibilities of an accident. We'll all be strung up. We'll be driving fast on the way back and watching everything that moves.
I'll have a drink ready for you when you arrive.
Yes, I shall probably need it. As a matter of fact, I think I'll down one now. Still half an hour.
Why not make a move at once? The highway is packed with traffic on Sunday afternoons. The others could be at Pete's Ferry Bridge before you.
I want to wait till I hear from Van Houten. He'll be ringing through here to say Fenner's on his way. I'll leave then.
Oh, you seem to know what you're doing. Help yourself from the cabinet. Oh, yes, Carlo. You want some music. Felix doesn't appreciate my playing. But you do, don't you, Carlo, darling? Oh, sit up nicely and listen.
25 minutes to 2. It's getting close, Keen.
Another 5 or 10 minutes and we'll resign ourselves to it. No more information from Cuts.
Give it to me. Hello? No, he's not. Try Darlinghurst. Fathead. Asking for traffic men here on Sunday afternoon, Keen. Have we overlooked anything?
No, not that I can see.
Well, time's about up. Jay Wolfe's picking Cuts up before 1:45 and driving him to the Poinsettia Club. It's just about that now. I might as well give up.
Yes, it looks very much like it.
All right, French. Lead the way down to the cars. I'll take the wheel of our car, Keen. You'd better ride in front with me.
Good show. Yeah, it really is a pity about Cuts. He either knows nothing or he can't get to the phone. Oh, do you want this door shut behind us?
No, leave it. There it is. Hold it, you chaps. Hello? Yeah? Right here. Take it, Keen.
He never misses, Murray.
Aren't you, Major?
Let's have it, Cuts.
I have to make it snappy. I've got about half a minute to get away from this phone box.
Fire away.
They're using 3 cars. They're taking 9 men.
Got that.
We'll be coming back flat out. I'll be in the lead, and if they strike trouble, we fight for it.
Roger.
The dope will be in the center car with Jake Wolfe and his crew in the rear.
Tell me what I want to know most, Cuts.
You've got it, Major. Felix Superman will be riding in the middle car, the fastest, with the dope right in his lap.
Oh, good man. We'll see you tonight.
Where's the block?
Hexham Ferry, the northern side.
Driving the lead car, I'll do my best to make it easy for you.
Watch yourself, Tom.
They'll never know what struck 'em. Cheerio, Major.
I got that on the extension, Keen. Your Sergeant Cuts is quite a boy.
You wait till you've seen him in action. Well, is there anything to hold us up now?
Not a thing. Let's go.
Is this the Poinsettia Club?
Yeah. There's your heap, Fenner. The big convertible.
Blimey. It's some car, eh?
You get out and wait. I'm going into the club for the keys.
Whose car is it, Jake?
What's it matter? That's the trouble with you, Fenner. You ask too many questions. Just wait right here. I don't take more than 5 minutes.
Okay.
Here's where a bloke keeps his back to the Poinsettia Club windows. Oh, this is going to be a long 5 minutes.
You Leo Van Huysen?
Yeah.
And Jake Wolfe.
Okay, I know you. You want the keys to my car?
You said it.
Yeah, where's this guy Fenner who's driving him?
Down in the street.
I'll come down with you and have a word with him.
Nix. The boss doesn't want Fenner to know whose car she is. Otherwise, why couldn't you wait for the keys down there?
Okay. But you tell him to take it easy. You tell him if he marks up my heap, I'll take him apart.
Tell it to the boss. What are you looking out that window for?
Hey, that him down there? Looking at the heap with his back to the club?
That's him.
I don't know Fenner, do I?
You didn't ought to. He's new.
No, the guy looks familiar.
Now, forget it.
Hand over the keys. I gotta get moving. Okay. You'll get your car back in the morning.
I'd better. Fenner. I don't know anyone called Fenner. But I've seen that guy before. Wide shoulders, legs wide apart. Short, chunky guy. Yeah, you bet I've seen him before. If he turns that heap around, I ought to get a look at his face. Take it easy, that's it. Come on, here he comes. Round and round he comes. Holy smoke! Yeah, sure I know that guy. He didn't call himself Fenner that night. No siree. Oh, they better answer this phone. Come on. Come on, what's the matter with you? Come on. Don't answer the phone.
This is Carlotta Magnani.
Carlotta, give me Felix, but quick. I put Felix on.
Leo Van Huysen, for you.
Yes?
Listen, Felix. That guy Fenner just took my heap.
What about him?
A couple of nights ago, he was here in the club, calling himself Percy Chaplin, trying to get hold of Evelyn Channel. You got that?
I got it. Carlotta, get on the phone. Ring every place in town for Stephen or Jake Whoop or any of the men. Tell them to hold everything. Tell them to stand pat wherever they are.
Where are you going?
I'm going to intercept a man called Tom Fenner.
We're on our way, heading north on the main highway to Newcastle and Hexham Ferry. We've only a few hours to go and Cutts will be off that tightrope. I only hope he hasn't fallen already.
Is Cutts trapped by Huberman and the Ring? Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Here is Major Gregory Keen to continue the story from a police car heading north on Pacific Highway.
It's 2:30 on Sunday afternoon, and we're threading our way through the traffic on a wide concrete road leading out of town. Not long ago, Cutts managed to get in touch with us at Phillip Street with the information we wanted most to hear. Felix Huberman will be with the convoy bringing the Nightshade Ring's narcotics down the coast tonight. Half an hour ago, Cutts, as Tom Fenner, collected a car from the Poinsettia Club Lane. We'll be meeting him tonight, too. If all goes well, in a few hours the Nightshade gang will be smashed to pieces. If all goes well. Inspector Henry Murray is driving. Somewhere up ahead there are two more police cars, all heading for Hexham Ferry, where we're setting up our roadblock. We've only a few hours to go.
You don't look too happy, Keen.
Oh, I was thinking about Tom Cutts. What is this, Hornsby?
Hornsby it is.
You know, according to our reckoning, Cutts should be behind us somewhere, not more than 5 or 10 minutes. We're keeping a steady 40 through the traffic. He won't be going much faster, so he's not likely to overtake. Could we take time off to see him go by? If we pull up, we shouldn't have long to wait.
All right.
See, Murray, if Cutts comes along safely, we'll know he wasn't recognized by anyone at the Poinsettia Club, and the dope is still coming through tonight. Oh, here's a spot where we can park without attracting attention. Who says what to a fag? I'm trying not to show it. Henry Murray at the wheel, over two constables sitting behind. Now it's come to the point, the suspense is physically sickening. When I'm in the chair, I can take anything. When I put anyone else in it, it's unbearable. And this time, it's not anyone. It's the beloved, short-legged, wide-shouldered cockney I've been with so long. The ex-sergeant of commandos who pulled me out of a hole one day years ago and who's been at my left elbow ever since. That big American car he picked up at the Poinsettia Club had better come rolling along with Tom Cutts at the wheel. Traffic streaming round the concrete bend, two abreast. I'm watching for just one car.
Felix, you can't drive to the highway to intercept.
They've left town already. I've got to stop them. Leo recognized Fenner. Fenner was in the club after Evelyn Channel. Something going on.
It's at a time like this that I take command, Felix. It is only 2:30. You wait here while we try to stop them by telephone.
I can't afford to. The whole show has to be called off. Fenner could be a police
You are
spy.
losing your head, Huberman. Fenner could be anything. Hundreds of men watched Evelyn Channel dance and asked for her address. You will not leave this house till I say so.
They could be coming up the highway now.
Fenner collected the car at 2 o'clock. Jake Wolf and Fenner were to pick up the other men at Gregerson Street. It will take time. They may still be there. There was no hurry. Pass me the telephone. Jerry? Is Jake Wolf there? Rush out after them at once. Do as I say or I'll see your flag. Yes, now.
There you are. They've gone. They're on their way.
Will you be quiet, Felix?
I'm sorry, Carlotta. I'm afraid I let my imagination run away with me.
I told you to go slowly with new men like Fenner. I was against it from the start.
I was wrong, I admit it. I should never have included him in tonight's affair.
Quiet. Yes, Jerry. Are they all there? Is Tom Fenner there? Good. Tell Jake Wolf to come to the telephone. You see, Felix? Do you see now why I run the Nightshade ring? Do you see?
"15 minutes, Murray.
It's all right, old chap. He'll be along. You feeling the heat? I don't know myself.
15 minutes? Where the devil is he?
Look here, Keen. This won't do. He could quite well be ahead of us.
He couldn't be ahead of us.
Well, it's still up in the air. He's driving a powerful car. If he put his mind to it, he could have come through 10 minutes before us.
He had to pick up his two chaps somewhere. He didn't have them with him at the Poinsettia Club. I tell you, he must be behind us, and he's overdue now.
I'd be inclined to give him a good deal longer. At least another quarter of an hour.
And if he hasn't shown up by then?
We'll decide that when the time comes. Cuts is all right, Keen. Take it quietly and keep an eye on the road. Any minute now, we'll see him bowling along, having the time of his life.
Is that Jake Wolf? We are holding things up for a short while. We have had disturbing news about Fenner.
What kind of news?
For an hour or two, I want you to keep him there at Gregerson Street.
That'll be okay.
Tell the rest of the men in front of Fenner that we are collecting the shipment later than we thought. The vessel our crash boat was to meet is overdue. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Whatever you do, let them think there is nothing to worry about. Do not arouse Fenner's suspicions. And above all, do not let him out of your sight for 10 seconds till you hear from me again.
What about the rest of the boys?
For Fenner's benefit, tell him they may not leave the club either. You must all wait to leave at a moment's notice.
Leave it to me, Carlotta.
I am leaving it to you. If you lose Fenner, we will hold you responsible.
He doesn't get 10 feet away from me.
See that he doesn't. Let us attend to that, Felix. Now then, how do we decide what to do about Fenner?
I have a hunch.
This is a time when we need more than hunches.
Not when they're as good as this. Give me the phone.
Who do you want?
Jack Katz.
Who is Jack Katz?
The fellow I planted in the lift in Evelyn Channel's block of flats.
I failed to see the connection.
Yeah, but it's there.
Well, explain it to me. Don't stand there like an idiot. Tell me why you want this Katz.
One day Evelyn had a visitor. The only visitor we permitted her.
Apart from yourself.
This one wanted to sell her a vacuum cleaner.
And Katz saw him.
Of course. Don't you remember? I set Mike Busick at the main entrance of the flats to watch for him. He didn't appear. I've always thought it was odd.
Are you sure Katz could recognize this man if he saw him again?
Why not? He had plenty of opportunity to get a good look at the chap, and he didn't like what he saw.
It is something.
Well?
Get the man, Katz. Take him to Gregerson Street. And if they are the same, Fenner and the one with the vacuum cleaner...
If they're the same man?
You had better take him to the house in Oxford Hills. The old place with thick walls sitting down between the two factories. Fenner will have some questions to answer. He may prefer not to answer them, and privacy will be essential.
I'll personally guarantee him privacy. And if he's stubborn, I'll personally guarantee him something else.
The mistake with Fenner was yours in the first place. If Jack Katz knows him, see that you repair the error, Felix.
If Jack Katz knows him, my dear, I'll more than repair it. And I'll take care of that personally, too.
Oh, come on, Jake. Let's get a move on. Who was that you were talking to on the phone?
We're staying here at Gregerson Street for a while. Listen, boys, I just talked to the boss. We're waiting here till we hear from him again.
What's up?
The guys the boss had to meet are late. They don't make it on time. The boss don't want us on the spot too early.
Yeah, how long do we have to wait here?
He didn't say. 1 hour, 2 maybe. What's the difference?
Oh, well, in that case, the bloke might as well clear off for a while.
We don't clear off nowhere, Fenner. The boss makes it for definite. When we move at a minute's notice. None of us is leaving Gregerson Street. You guys got that in your heads?
Yeah, sure I have. Blimey. Not even for a few shakes?
That's what the man said.
Oh, and here's me with a sweet dish just around the corner, sitting lonely like of a Sunday afternoon.
You keep. What do you guys say? We start up a little game, maybe.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's a terrific idea.
You want to play, Fenner?
Yeah, suits me, matey.
Get some cards off of Jerry. Tell him it's about time he give us some new ones.
I'll get 'em. Hey, Jerry, Jake wants some new cards, and you better make it quick, too, because we're waiting on a good
Hey, listen, boys, it's Fenner. The boss thinks Fenner is maybe a patsy, a stool pigeon. He doesn't leave here no matter what. We're waiting on the word from Carlotta. But we don't let Fenner catch on, so watch it. Treat him nice. Until we get the word from the boss.
Now listen, cats. You've been down to this Gregerson Street dive before, and here's what you do. You're certain you'll remember the chap who took that vacuum cleaner into Evelyn Chennell's flat?
Sure.
When you get out of the car, go straight downstairs to the dive. You'll see Jake Wolfe and some types playing cards. And if you see your man with them, come back up here at the double. I'll be waiting.
Okay.
And don't let him catch sight of you. Understand? He mustn't see you. Well, Katz, did you see the chap?
I sure did.
What about it?
It's the same bloke, Mr. Huberman.
Nice going. Now we know where we are. So Tom Fenner was calling himself Percy Chaplin from the Poinsettia Club and selling vacuum cleaners the next day. On both occasions he was after Evelyn Channel. I have some instructions for Jake Wolfe. Where's the nearest telephone?
Okay, boys. Take him quietly. When he comes back from the bar, wait till he sits down. Then you two each side of his chair get around behind him and don't take any chances. Okay, here he comes.
Whose deal, Jake? Blimey. A bloke can't lose.
Fenner, you've already lost. The game's over. Stand up quietly and back away from the table. Then turn around and keep going. Out of the club.
What goes on, matey?
The boss wants to buy a vacuum cleaner. From you.
Time's up. Cutts must have dropped the ball, and there's only one thing I'm sure of. I'm taking him away from wherever he is alive. And if I don't, Felix Huberman won't last this day out either.
How does Keen find Tom Cutts? Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from a police car drawn up on the Pacific Highway.
When we let Tom Cutts collect that car from the lane beside the Club Poinsettia, we took one of those risks you ease your conscience by describing as calculated. Huberman is bringing his dope shipment down the coast sometime after midnight tonight, and Cutts is driving one of the escort cars. Or perhaps I should say he was driving one of the cars. We made our arrangements at Phillip Street Police Headquarters, and we set out for Hexham Ferry to set up our roadblock about an hour ago. Sitting in the front beside Inspector Murray in the police car, I made some more calculations as we went, and it seemed to me that Cutts had to be behind us. To make sure everything was going according to plan, we pulled up here to watch him drive by. But we waited half an hour, and there's been no sign of Cutts or the car he took from the Poinsettia Club. So the time's up. Someone's warned Huberman about Tom Fenner the hoodlum, and somewhere in this city, this minute, Cutts is in touch.
This is one call Carlotta should be waiting for, and the name's not Huberman. This is one occasion that should bring her out of a web.
Get away from that telephone, Louis. I'll take it myself. Yes?
It's Felix here. Everything under control.
Where are you ringing from?
Public firm near the club in Gregerson Street. Jake Wolf near this took Fenner a few minutes ago.
Was there any disturbance?
None whatever. 10 minutes' time. Fenner will be tied hand and foot in a house in Oxford Hills. What do you want me to do?
Get back into your car, drive to Oxford Hills, and join Wolf. Give him his instructions, then come back here to the North Shore for me.
Yes, but what do you want me to tell Jake Wolf? Did you start on Fenner right away?
No. Just let him understand what will happen to him if Fenner gets away. Tell him to disperse the rest of the men and later...
Listen, Wolf, what are you trying to do? Cut a bloke's hands off?
Unless you want another swipe across the chops, Fenner, pipe down.
You're not acting very friendly-like, laddie.
Boy, you don't see anything yet. Just wait a little. Just sit quiet, tied to that chair. You don't have long to wait.
Where are we?
Hey, France. Do we tell him?
I reckon.
You're in a nice old house in Oxford Hills. We built her a long time ago with thick walls. Get the idea, Fenner?
You've got it so nice and quiet, laddie. What are you waiting for?
The boss.
What's the matter? Can't you do your own dirty work?
Say, listen. We don't have anything against you personal, Fenner. Do we, boys?
No.
We just do what we're told. So you talk tough if you want to. It's all you can do. And when the boss comes, then maybe you can show us how tough you are. Is that a car, France?
Yeah. Yeah, it's him.
Okay. Watch this guy while I let him in. And if Fenner lets out one squeak, one of you show him how we got nothing personal against school kids.
Now, look here, Keen, I don't want to go against you. Cutts and his carload of thugs could be held up in town. They could have been a minute or two ahead of us when we stopped here. You can't pull the show to bits.
I've given him too long already. Must have come unstuck at the Poinsettia Club.
We can't be sure of that just because we've missed him so far on the road.
I tell you, Murray, I am sure.
Well, what do you want us to do?
Get a blanket call out for the car he took from the Poinsettia Club. Find out where it is.
What about you?
I'm going back to Phillip Street. I say they've caught on to Tom Cutts and their show for the night is off. We have to find out what became of that car before it's too late.
You don't want us to pull our roadblocks off too, do you? Oh, have some sense, man. I'm not going to risk letting Huberman's dope run us through just because Cutts wasn't on this road when you think he should have been.
Murray, you can do what you like. You can go on to the ferry or you can come with me, but I'm getting back into town right now.
Suppose you're right. What the devil do you think you can do about it by yourself?
Listen, man, the minutes are ticking away. Just get on your radio and tell them to locate that car. You don't have to pick it up. Just tell them at Phillip Street to let me know where it is.
Oh, have it your own way, Keen. But if you do anything to make them suspicious, if you do anything to stop them picking their dope up tonight, we'll be finished as far as the CIB's concerned. You'll be
Murray,
out.
will you get on that radio?
Well, here we go. Confound you, Keen. I thought you were a chap who could keep a grip on yourself.
Yes, while you natter, they could be taking Cutts apart.
All right. Murray to Central. I want the location and tabs on a maroon American convertible, late model GN399. Repeat, GN399. When you get it, pass it on to Major Gregory Keen, probably at Phillip Street. Also, phone it through to the man in charge at Gosford, Swansea, Broadmeadow, headquarters Newcastle, Hexham Ferry. Repeat, pass it on.
Where is he, Wolf?
Back in that empty room at the end of the passage. France and two of the boys don't take their eyes off him.
Has he needed any treatment yet?
He wanted to talk, Mr. Humerman. Now he's maybe not so enthusiastic.
See that he's enough left to talk later on. He calls himself Fenner. Don't know who he is or what he is, yet. But we're going to.
If he's a stoolie, you don't have to tell the boys twice.
Two of the boys I won't be telling at all. I want them away from here.
Who do I keep?
Franz. You and Franz can hold him without any help, can't you?
The way he's fixed, my redhead could hold him.
All right. I'll wait till I'm out of the way, and then tell the other two to take Leo Van Huysen's car, get it out to Oxford Hills. They can deliver it back to the Poinsettia Club.
What about the stuff up at Lime Burners Creek?
You don't think we're still going after it, do you? It shows after we know something about Fenner. The chaps in the crash boat know what to do if I'm not there to meet them.
Okay. That's a lot.
Don't talk to Fenner more than you have to. And if you want me, I'll be at Carlotta's till after dark. Then I'll be back. Don't open up to anyone but me. You got that?
Yeah, sure.
There's something you might bear in mind. I don't want Fenner to hear my name mentioned or Carlotta's. And Jake, old chap, if by any chance Fenner happened to get away, we'd think you were a friend of his. Catch on?
I don't need no pictures. He's no pal of mine.
That's what I like to hear. This chap Fenner's important. The one thing we can't have in the Nightshade ring's a pigeon, and we think we've caught one. So don't take your eyes off him, Wolf. Not if you ever want to see your redhead again. Right at the front door.
Did Fenner see or hear you, Felix?
No, my dear.
How long was Leo Van Huysen's car outside the house?
Not much more than an hour.
That was too long.
Well, it's not there now.
It should not have stood outside the house at all.
Carlotta, Fenner is safely on ice, and he's been able to not to communicate with anyone since we had that call from Leo. He hasn't been out of Wolf's sight, nor will he be until I get back there tonight.
I shall be with you.
I thought you might.
While you were away, I ran over the possibilities of what this could mean. Fenner may be able to give an account of himself.
I doubt it.
So do I. And if it turns out that he is a police spy, we are in trouble. We may have to call our operations to a halt.
I'm not sure it's as bad as that.
It could only mean that the Nightshade ring is under scrutiny.
Oh, how could it? This Fenner, he could be an ordinary cop with instructions to hang about Gregerson Street and keep an eye on some of the new arrivals.
If that were all, if Fenner is of the police, why did Inspector Murray show you a file on him that was supposed to have come from Scotland Yard?
Contrary, Carlotta, I overlooked that.
I overlook nothing. You lose no opportunity to boast of your intelligence, Felix. If Fenner is a policeman, what is your only logical conclusion? After Murray showing you that file.
No, Fenner couldn't possibly be a cop.
What is the only conclusion? I want to hear it from you.
I've told you time and time again I have Murray's absolute confidence. I've come a cropper over this chap, all right. We'll straighten it out. So letting it run away with you.
Tell me. If you are shown a file on an informer, what does it mean?
It means that I'm under suspicion, that they know I run your Nightshade ring for you. They only want proof and will both hang. Does that satisfy you?
I am only trying to impress on you, Felix. When we go together to Bolton Street in Oxford Hills tonight, Fenner must tell us who he is and what he is, no matter what we have to do.
I'm aware of that.
Until we learn all there is to know about Fenner, we cannot move hand or foot. Now be quiet and wait. I refuse to move from this house till nightfall, and I am determined to attend to Fenner myself. And I shall see we do not lose control of our affairs again.
You hear that? It's a clock ticking, and it's taking an hour for the second hand to go round once. I'm in a room at Phillip Street Police Headquarters waiting for the phone to ring again. Only the movements of the car Cutts was driving can tell me where he is now. And every second that ticks by can make it too late for me to ever see him again. Alive. Yes? Yes? 24 Bolton Street, Oxford Hills. That's all I want to know. If I'm right, the Nightshade gang have had Tom Cutts for a little over 4 hours. If he's not in good shape when I find him, I'll have an account to pay. It'll be paid, and when the time comes, it won't take me 4 minutes. I'm heading for Bolton Street, Oxford Hills.
Does Keen get to Bolton Street before Carlotta? Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from a taxicab on the way to Bolton Street, Oxford Hills.
When I made my decision, when I left Henry Murray and his police to press on up the Pacific Highway when I came back to town after Tom Cutts, I had only Leo Van Huysen's car to go on. Cutts had been driving it. For some reason, he hadn't set out along the highway for Newcastle and the Limeburners Creek Junction. So we put a blanket call out for a large, new American convertible, and I sat in a room at Phillip Street while the minutes ticked by, waiting. I had that feeling in my bones. The Nightshade gang had taken Tom Cutts, and while I waited, I'd no illusions about what they'd do with him. Then, not 10 minutes ago, I was given an address. A constable on the beat reported Van Huysen's car. It had been parked in Bolton Street. Look, cabby, I told you, I'm up against it for time. Do these lights stay red forever? You said Bolton Street in 15 minutes. Well, for Pete's sake, get moving, even if you have to go round back and get a different way.
Take it easy. We're moving.
Well, pick a route to dodge the lights, can't you, and step on it.
Hey, France, give us a smoke, or not?
I could do with a smoke myself, Jake.
Hear that, France. Bright boy Fenner would like it. We should give him a smoke.
That's what I said.
When he gets here, you ask the boss. Yeah, I bet he gives you a smoke good.
You're a real funny bloke, Jake.
Would you like it I should ask France what he thinks?
If you asked that bloke to think, it'd kill him.
For a guy tied to a chair waiting for the boss, you don't show no sense at all. See what I mean, Fenner? Now you're getting the idea. You don't get nothing, Fenner, only the treatment when you talk out of turn. You can talk all you like. Later.
What's that, Carlotta?
How long will it take you to drive to Bolton Street?
Oh, at this hour of night, say 25 minutes, half an hour.
All right, then we'd better be making a move. Felix, I think this affair has shaken us both more than we care to admit.
Yes, well, I don't like this waiting about.
We're waiting no longer, but it just occurred to me. We could have strengthened our hand with Fenner.
How?
We could have sent the car north to watch for a roadblock or signs of police activity at Limeburners Creek.
Yeah, it's too late to think of that now.
But I wish we had done it when there was time.
If wishes for horses, beggars would ride. Let's get into town and tackle Fenner himself.
One moment. Will there be any light showing in the house?
Of course not.
But suppose Fenner has friends or the police have managed to trace him.
It would have been warned long ago by Wolf.
Not if they were taken by surprise.
Look, do you want me to wake up screaming? For heaven's sake, woman, what's your imagination going to suggest next? We'll find them waiting for us? Do let's make our move and get some action.
I said just suppose. If we were to arrive and find Fenner and others waiting instead of Wolf and Franz Haldar, we should find it hard to explain our presence in Bolton Street. As far as we know, there is still nothing to connect you with the ring. There is certainly nothing to connect me, and there is never going to be. Hand me the telephone. When we arrive, Wolf is going to give us a signal that he is still in command. We do not enter the house till he does.
Is this the corner of Bolton Street?
Yeah.
Well, don't turn into it. I'll get out here. Now, listen. I want you to wait here for 30 minutes. If I'm not back by then, get to the nearest phone and call the police. Tell them to come to 24 Bolton Street at the double, and tell them the message is from Gregory Keen. You got that?
Check.
Good bloke. I'm relying on you. Oh, yeah, grab some money. I'll pick up the change when I see you. And you'd better park 40 or 50 yards up the street. Get well away from the corner. Right. Off you go. Now, first of all, where's number 24? And is there a quiet, dark alley behind it, I wonder? I'll just have a look around.
France, keep an eye on Fenner. I'll get the phone. And when I say keep an eye on him, that's what I mean.
It's all right, matey. I won't go away.
You're dead right you don't go away. Okay, I'm coming. Yeah?
Jack Wolf?
Yeah.
This is Carlotta. We are leaving the North Shore. We'll be there in 30 minutes. I want you to keep watch for us.
Okay.
Huberman will be driving the black car. We'll pass once, then come back. As we come back, switch the passage light on, then off. Show no light if all is not clear.
Okay, Carlotta. I got that.
While you are waiting for us, Wolf, you may begin with Fenner. It will save time and trouble if he is in a receptive frame of mind when we arrive.
That'll be taken care of, too.
Hang up now and watch for us after 25 minutes from now.
Who was that, Jack? Your girlfriend or your boss?
Fenner, in a little while from now, you're going to be a changed guy.
It'll take more than you, matey. This is where you start, is it?
This is where we start. You see these things before?
Brass knuckles. Yeah, kid stuff.
Not when they're used right, boy. Get behind him, France. See he don't twist his head. Here it comes, Fenner. The boss wants to know who you are and who's behind you. Care to tell me?
I can't hear a word you say.
That's too bad. You asked for it, Fenner.
Why, if either of you move some muscle, I'll drop your coat.
Who are you?
In this light from where I'm standing, you don't know, do you?
Why, I got an idea, but it's got to be wrong.
Wolf, and your chum, turn round. I said, turn round. Come on, you know the drill. Hands against the wall, lean on them, step back. Don't have any doubts about it, boys. One move, any sort of move, and you've had it. How long have you been in that chair, Tom?
5 hours. Chased me Aunt Minnie. Am I glad to see you?
I'm not going to be able to start. Not for a while.
Just get these ropes off. Can you manage with one hand?
Yes. But if I'm clumsy, bear up. Let's have a look at you. Just in time, eh?
Just in time, Major.
Major Keen! Holy smoke, no, you're dead! They killed you on the river 5-6 days ago!
Don't move, either of you! One more knot, Tom. Tight, but easy. Just a jiff, a little more. There you are, there's your arms.
Oh, they know you, Major.
Are they armed?
Both of them.
There you are. Don't try to stand for a minute, just get the blood going. What's that on Jake Wolf's right hand?
Knuckle duster.
Knuckle duster, eh? And they're both armed and they know me. Who's the other one, Tom?
Franz Alder.
Franz! On your left there's an old chair with a cushion on it. Take it quietly, don't turn round, just move over slowly and throw the cushion behind you. Gently, does it? No, don't try to heave it hard, Franz. I'm miles ahead of you. That's my boy, just toss it back. Right.
That cushion! Listen, I've been around that cushion!
You should never put the knuckles on, Jake, not to hammer this fellow.
Huberman's on his way, Major.
Good. We're going to wait for him.
We don't do nothing, we only keep him here. The boss says Fenner's a stoolie, so we keep him here. I'm telling you, we don't do nothing.
And who said I was going to do anything? Where did you see me, Jake?
The Poinsettia Club, maybe 2 weeks ago.
No. Can you walk yet, Tom?
Just.
Now get out to the front of the house and watch for Huberman. I'll take care of these two.
Now listen, Major. Don't you do anything hasty like. These two blokes don't count for much.
It's all right, Tom. Just get along the passage and watch the street. Take it easily. You'll get there. Oh, shut the door after you. Well, you know what the cushion's for, don't you, Wolf? There's a cab waiting for me, and I haven't much time. If Huberman and Carlotta were here, things might be different. So you can both turn round.
Hold quiet, Carlotta. No dark.
But we turn round and drive back. We don't stop or enter the house till we have seen Jake Wolf's signal.
Other than back and Phil, I'll run around the block. Bolton Street's too narrow. I'd hate to get trapped in it.
There's not a vehicle nor a soul in sight. I don't think we shall be trapped. Stop here and turn, Felix. It is what Wolf expects you to do.
As you say.
Watch the windows of number 24. The light should be on now. As we approach, he should turn on the light.
Well, he hasn't done so yet. What the devil doesn't Wolf give us the signal? How's it dark, Carlotta? No spark of light showing. There's no signal.
Get away from this place, Felix. Get away from here, for our lives.
There they go once again. Twice today they've slipped through our fingers. They came so close, but they've escaped again. Well, now it's up to me to get moving. The 30 minutes are almost gone, and I don't want to be here when my cab driver sends for the police. So Cutts and I are leaving the dark house in Bolton Street. But something remains. It's a message from me to the Nightshade ring. If they can read it.
What was Keen's message to Huberman? Listen for the next chapter of this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from the penthouse apartment of the Cunningham Tower.
It's just after 12 o'clock at night, and we're back at Sherry's apartment, Cutts and me. We left Bolton Street 20 minutes ago, when we saw Huberman and Carlotta Magnani driving off at full speed. Something about the quiet dark house warned them. Things hadn't gone according to plan. So once again I had to watch them slip through my fingers, elusive as shadows, but lethal as deadly poison. Things haven't gone according to plan for anyone. But this time, we thought we'd be 140 miles away, blocking the Nightshade Ring's drug runners as they brought through their shipment in fast cars. Too much has happened in the last 12 hours. Some of it I haven't even told you yet.
Well, let me look at you. What a pair. Walking into the penthouse in the middle of the night like a couple of zombies.
Well, my dial's not as bad as it looks, Miss Sherry.
Oh, it certainly looks as though something went off while Cutts was bending over it. Well, I don't expect standing about nattering's going to do us much good. Come on, Cutts. You first.
I'll give you a hand with them, Sherry. What do you want, hot water?
You get back into your natural surroundings, Keen, the cabinet, and pour one for me. Oh, honestly, fellas, what next?
Yes, I'm sorry. I suppose it is getting too much of a good thing.
Forget it. If you knew how glad I am to see you both all in one piece, moving about under your own power. When you two characters are out on the prowl, this penthouse is like a catacomb. Come on, Cutts, the bathroom.
After you, miss.
Now then, chum. In words of one syllable, while I patch you up, what happened?
Well, in a manner of speaking, miss, I ran into some trouble and the Major tidied things up.
In a manner of speaking, just like that.
Yes, miss.
Here, hold your head still. This is hot. Ouch! Oh, come along, tough guy. You wait till the iodine bites into these cuts. Now, where did all this happen?
Oh, some back alley or other.
Hold still. Well, now the blood's off, you don't look so bad. Now, come on, Tom. These things on your face will be gone in a week. But what about Keen?
He doesn't look too good, does he?
He looks like a man who has been drawn and quartered, but not on the surface. Why can't he relax? What drives him, Cutts?
I don't know, miss. I'm not up to much at talking about people. I know him, I know, better than anyone, but it doesn't go into words too easy like.
Try.
Well, first of all, I'd better tell you just what happened tonight. Some of the Nightshade blokes nobbled me early this afternoon at their hangout in Gregerson Street. The Major was up on the high.
Huberman, I'm telling you for the last time, stop drinking. Pull yourself together.
What happened to Jake Wolfe? In the 30 minutes it took us to drive into town, what happened there at Bolton Street?
You won't find out by swilling a flagon of my scotch.
What became of Fenner? Oh, we know, Carlotta. Patrol cars could be heading for this house of yours now. Now, do you hear me?
For what reason? Well, fuddled, Felix. Suppose Fenner and Wolfe and Franz Halder were taken by the police. What could Fenner tell them? That you were driving north today to collect a shipment of narcotics. Fenner doesn't know why he was driving Leo's car. He was working for Mike Guzik. He hasn't even heard of us.
Who is he and what is he? What was he prying about after Evelyn Channel for?
Look, I say we can do nothing but wait till morning. If we have not heard from Jake Wolfe by morning, then we'll have to pay off our men and lie low till we can see clearly again.
If we were going to hear from Wolfe, we'd have already done so.
There have been times, Felix, when you were completely admirable to me. You had no flaw. You were always in command.
How can you command things you can't even see?
But now I find you a craven, shivering at the first chill breath of ill fortune. Go home. Get into your car and go home and talk to your Mrs. Rose. In the morning I'll have instructions for you, but not now.
You're not going to dismiss me like one of your hoodlums. I'm not one of your Nightshade thugs.
When you lose the only things that set you apart from them, how do you expect to be dismissed? That is all, Felix. Telephone me not later than 9 o'clock. And if the worst comes to the worst, if we have to make a run for it, see that you recover some strength, or I'll be going alone. Good night, Felix. You may show yourself out of the house.
So, there it was, Miss Sherry. I knew what he was going to do the minute he pushed that creaky door and walked in. But, there didn't seem to be any way to stop him.
Good grief. Gregory George Athelston Keen.
That's the sort of bloke he is, miss.
I think I'm getting a good look at you for the first time, too,
Yes,
Cuts.
yes, miss. Well, anyway, Major Keen's capable of just about anything when there's no way out, and tonight he showed it. It tears him to bits. There was no other way out. We'd passed our point of no return, so the Major just turns round and pulls us back into line.
Will he go on like this for the rest of his life?
I should say so, Miss Sherry. Till one day I'm not there and he doesn't turn round quick enough.
Would tonight have been different if you'd been a stranger to him, Cuts?
That I can't say.
I think you could.
Thanks for fixing my face, miss. We could have used you for a stretcher bearer.
Well, if I had been, would you pull the shutter down in my face, Cuts? No, it's all right. I can take it.
Sorry, miss.
You can let the water out. I'm going to talk to Keen.
All right. What with one thing and another, I've done a bit of nattering tonight, so I might as well finish.
Thanks a lot, but you have.
Not quite. If the Major's not fond of you, Sherry, and I'm looking you fair in the eye, he's not fond of anyone else either.
What makes you think I care a tinker's benediction?
Oh, come off it, miss.
Hey, Keen, what have you poured for me?
Gin and tonic?
It'll do.
Yeah. How's Guts?
So fine. He just told me the score.
Oh. Well, someone had to.
How long will they be?
I'm expecting them any minute.
What's going to happen, Keen?
What can? I've had a lot of experience, and whether they believe me or not, they'll know it had to be done.
Why? Why is it so important for the Nightshade ring to go on thinking you're dead?
The moment they learn I'm not, they'll run for cover, and we'll never see them again. They'll realize what's been going on in one revealing flash. They'll shut up shop, and the curtain will come down. While we've still not one shred of real evidence against them.
But you'll have broken the ring.
Leaving Huberman and Carlotta Magnani to retire on the wages of murder and violence. And never finding out what became of Bruno Kesselring.
Oh, I suppose it's obvious, really. Why you have to stay dead, I mean.
Well, I've explained it over and over again to the fellows at Phillip Street. Hope I don't have to go through it any more when they arrive tonight.
Well, that sounds like them right now. I'll let them in. Hello, Inspector.
Hello, Miss Reed. Major Keen and Tom Cutts here?
Very much so.
All right, you men. In you come. Get this door closed.
Hi, Mary. What's been holding you up?
I'm expected.
Of course. I've been waiting to hear what happened at the roadblock at Hexham Ferry.
As though you didn't know.
Believe me, I don't.
You were right from the word go. There were no runners. There was no rendezvous at Limeburners Creek. The show was off.
Uh-huh.
Let's stop fencing, Keen. What went on a few hours ago at Bolton Street?
Cutts.
Yes, sir?
Take a good look, Murray. That's what went on at Bolton Street. While you wanted me to charge up the highway after a convoy of dope runners.
That much I can arrive at myself. Let's have it, man. You went to Bolton Street yourself. What went on when you got there?
Sit down and I'll tell you.
Thanks, but I'll stand.
Well, have it your own way.
Elliot.
Yes, sir?
Start going through the apartment. You know what to look for.
I'll save Sergeant Elliot some trouble. There's a Luger lying on top of the bureau in my room. Second door on your left.
All right, man. Don't stand about. Alan Keen, let's hear from you.
Are you going to believe what I tell you?
For your sake, old man, I'd better.
Well, you can take it or leave it just as you choose. You can't do a thing about it. But whether you believe it or not, you're going to have Felix Huberman on your hands in the morning. And you are going to tell him something about Sammy Rice. Not the Sammy Rice of a few days back, me. The Sammy Rice of 4 months ago.
I won't wait much longer, Keen.
And here it is. I went into the house sometime after 8 o'clock, through a pantry window from the backyard. One of them, Jake Wolfe, was talking to someone on the phone. Cutts was tied to a chair.
The room told us that much half an hour ago.
Well, I made too much noise getting in. Wolf on the phone wasn't talking loudly enough to cover. And now we're coming to it, Murray. If you've had a good look at that room, you'll know I'm telling the truth. And so help me, Murray, by morning I want you to believe it. When Huberman walks into your office in Phillips Street.
You must have hurried, Felix. I didn't expect you for another 10 minutes.
I came through that morning traffic like a fire engine. I'll probably get a blister. Carlotta, what in the world do you make of the morning paper?
It's a load off my mind.
Yes, but it doesn't make sense. Couldn't have been the police who took Fenner out of the house in Bolton Street. It couldn't conceivably.
This is why I enjoy the good breakfast. Fenner is not a policeman.
And what in the name of fortune is he?
I have the glimmerings of an idea. We have made enemies among the people who work for us. Sammy Rice, for instance. Sammy had friends. Couldn't Fenner be one of Sammy's friends who would like to know what became of him?
That doesn't tell me what I want to know most.
And what is that?
Who walked into the Bolton Street house last night? Who turned up there while we were driving into town? And who shot Jake Wolf and Franz Holder dead in cold blood? That's what I want to know, Carlotta. And I'm going to find out.
But only Cutts and I know exactly what went on in Bolton Street, and that will be locked in our knowledge forever. And when Huberman walks into Phillips Street this morning, he'll hear what he will think is the truth about Fenner.
Keen has news of Nick Barnes in the next chapter of this story of intrigue, Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen resumes with another chapter of the story from a room at police headquarters.
To put it bluntly, at 9:30 this morning, I'm on the carpet for the events at Bolton Street last night. Jake Wolf and Franz Helder are dead. Hardly anyone could have polished them off but me. And the only point at issue was the manner of it. So here we are, sitting at the same round table of senior officers as before. Superintendent Roberts, a gaggle of assorted inspectors, and one very senior individual who can't seem to be able to make up his mind. Which came first, the Nightshade ring or Gregory George Athelstan Keen?
Just because we're up against a raft of tough European thugs, Keen, it doesn't say that anyone can go blithely about shooting them down like a row of skeets.
All right, Murray. Next time I'll take them on the wing.
Look here, Phillips Street at 9:30 in the morning's not the place to make witless jokes.
So sorry.
The established facts are these. Tom Cutts was roped to a chair, trussed up like a turkey to receive the treatment. You personally have a lot of time for Cutts.
With every reason in the world.
Let's stick to the point.
You went to Bolton Street to get Cutts out, and you found him in somewhat untidy shape. Now, we have to make up our minds. Did you cut those two types down as they stood, or do we have to believe your story?
You know, if it ever comes up before the 12 good men and true, I'm perfectly certain they'll believe it.
That's the crux of the affair, Keen. Your whole manner points to it. You've spent a good few years at this sort of thing. We needn't beat around the bush. You're good at your job. It's the superintendent's view here that you shot Jake Wolf and Franz Helder and then set the stage.
Yes, but it's strictly hypothetical, isn't it?
Did either of those chaps recognize you as Gregory Keen?
The light wasn't up to much.
Oh, the chap's too shrewd to fall for that, Murray.
Yes, sir. Well, there it is. We're asked to believe there was a fight and you did your stuff in self-defense.
Well, hang it doesn't sound so bad.
When I got there, you could smell something burning. No one in the vicinity heard any shots. So we've still some men hunting about for a cushion or a blanket with 6 or 8 bullet holes through it.
You're not going to find it.
Oh, you took whatever you used back to Miss Reed's apartment and burned it, did you?
No, I did not. Look, gentlemen, it's about my turn. This has gone quite far enough. Last night you found Wolf and Halder dead. Each had a gun in his hand and shots had been fired from them. There were bullets in the walls, the ceilings, and the floor. Now, I'm perfectly willing to admit that I shot those two, but I say that there was a fight and I won it. Now, what's it going to be?
Well, that's about the size of it, everyone. What is it going to be?
Personally, I don't know what all the fuss is about. If you're terse because I'm here, a comparative stranger, running about picking off your birds, then for heaven's sake, say so.
Don't talk like a fool.
Then let's let the matter drop. They were two verminous gangsters. You could hardly have missed the brass knuckles they were going to use on Cutts. Sooner or later, they'd have finished at the end of a rope, and I must remind you of that.
And suppose Jake Wolf had recognized me. Suppose Huberman and Mignani were able to tie Fenner up with the CIB. Alive, those two could put us all back right where we started, just by passing on the whisper Gregory Keen's alive and kicking. Fenner's one of their boys and the termites are in. Am I right or am I wrong?
Unfortunately, gentlemen, Major Keen is right.
Of course I'm right. I don't see what's so unfortunate about it all. So, close your file on Wolf and Halder, and let's hear what's going to be done about Huberman.
Huberman has already risen to the bait.
He's coming in here this morning?
10 o'clock. Spoke to him on the phone half an hour ago.
Well, unless, of course, I'm under arrest for murder. Can I be present but unseen?
What about it, sir?
Major Keen, this way outside room.
Certainly, sir.
I think we can all agree I'm not going to make any headway by...
They have to save face. They have to say, wait outside. But they can see the writing on the wall just as clearly as I can. It was just something off my tongue.
All set, Keen?
All set.
Don't make a sound in there or he'll hear you on the intercom. Right. Come in. Hello, Felix, and dear chap. Sorry to keep you waiting. I was on the phone.
Hello, Murray.
Hope I'm not making a pest of myself, but I thought you might be able to help me out.
Yes, any time. What is it?
You had a look at this morning's paper?
Yes, I certainly have. What's the time coming to?
I've been on the mat over that Bolton Street shooting, I can tell you. And that's where you come in. Can you give me a clue?
What would I know about it?
Well, I'll tell you. Jake Wolf and Franz Halder were both bad boys.
Yes, I should say they kept bad company after last night.
They were new arrivals, one of that small minority we've had trouble with. And it occurred to me they might have been on your security books.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Murray, you've drawn a blank. I watch the political sheep and goats. Ordinary crooks aren't much in my line, you know.
Well, no harm done. Oh, yeah, when are we getting around to having a drink together?
You name it. I can never pin you down.
I'll give you a ring. You know, it gives me a lot of face to be seen in that club of yours. Well, anyway, Felix, thanks for dropping in.
Oh, that's all right, over. Cheerio.
Oh, just a minute. Here's something that might interest you before you go. Do you remember that chap Fenner I told you about?
Fenner?
Yeah, you recall the Soho tough I asked you for a line on one day? Chap I showed you on the yard file.
Oh, yes. For a minute it escaped me.
Well, a couple of days ago there was another memo from London. Fenner was mixed up with Sammy Rice, the character who disappeared here for months and showed up a week or so back. Just in time to get himself machine gunned up in the Hawkesbury.
When was this? I mean, how long ago were Fenner and Rice together, huh?
Oh, well over a year back when they were both in London.
Ah. You know, it's amazing how often you get links like that. Does it give you enough now to go after Fenner?
Plenty.
Fenner and Rice, eh? By jingo, man. Times are changing. Boys are playing rough in Sydney these days. What do you say?
So long as they concentrate on each other. Well, off you go. I won't hold you up any longer. But, do pass it on if you can get anything on Wolf or Franz Halder.
Yeah, sure thing, old boy.
In you come, Keen.
Coming.
Oh, he's a smooth, murderous, merciless weasel, that one.
But not to look at. He wears the black Homburg like the Duke of the Realm.
Yes. Just wait till he's wearing the broad arrow canvas and a hempen noose.
Well, he's not wearing them yet. He doesn't look like it. For about the 10th time, Keen, where do we go from here?
You've got me, Murray.
He slipped through the net with his dope running. He was even too shrewd to walk into the house in Bolton Street last night when you waited.
Yet to heck away at Tom Cutts, even Carlotta Magnani came out of a funneled web.
Was she there too last night?
I had one quick glimpse as they went by.
Look here, Keen. There aren't any hidden microphones or tape recorders. You can take my word for it. Just my own personal satisfaction. Just because even a cop has to take likes and dislikes. did you let them have it as they stood last night?
What would you have done?
Oh, well, hang it, I think I'd have chopped them down cold.
Then why ask me? Come on, if you go drinking with Huberman, he'll probably slip you a shot of henbane. I can guarantee you straight scotch without even a Mickey Finn in it.
Kind of early.
It'll do you good.
You're an odd curve, Keen, if ever I struck one. All right, lead the way. But by Godfrey, if you start getting me into bad habits on top of everything else, the commissioner will skin you and nail you high to his wall.
Everybody thinks he's anything fishy about me. I'll eat that thing he calls his hat, bit by bit. Come along, Carlotta, I'll see you firm.
Hello?
Carlotta, my angel, I have news for you. Tom Fanner was a friend of Sammy Rice's. A good enough friend to start hunting the people who did him in.
Which Sammy Rice?
Still one, of course, not Gregory Keen. They were together in London more than a year ago.
I hope you are right about that.
Yes, why?
I'm merely thinking what an exquisite jest it would be on us if Fenner was a friend not of the real Sammy Rice, but the man we made Sammy Rice. Gregory Keen.
Very silly.
Perhaps I am, but it would appeal to a man with a devious and sardonic mind. Such a man as Keen was.
Well, it's too late for Keen to make any jests, exquisite or anything else. I'll see you tonight. I want to put Tony Rico in charge of the taximan in place of Cusick. I'm told Cusick can take over. Take me, buddy.
Hello? Murray speaking. Oh, how'd you know I was in the bar? Oh, I see. Well, what is it? Yeah? When did you get it? Hold on a minute, will you? I say, Keen, come here, will you?
Good.
Right, carry on. Who was the cable addressed to? All right. Thanks. We'll get back there. What is it? Nick Barnes was found floating under a wharf off Kowloon this morning, 6:30 Hong Kong time.
These people stretch out like an octopus. Maxim in Rome, Boys in Singapore, and now Barnes in the water at Hong Kong. Sounds like a refrain from a dirge. Well, I can finish it. I don't know when, and I don't know how, but the refrain's going to end. Felix Huberman and Carlotta Magnani. Right here in the city of Sydney.
A lawyer called Mendel emerges again in the next chapter of Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues this story from Sherry Reed's apartment at the Cunningham Towers.
We've always known that the Nightshade Ring was no local collection of criminals. Before I ever left for Australia, I was warned that they'd polished off two men, thousands of miles from the seat of their activity. Now I have to accept the fact that they've done it a third time. At 6:30 this morning, Hong Kong time, Nick Barnes was found floating under a wharf at Kowloon Island. As fast as we open a chink in the Nightshade gang's armor, they seal it up again. And we needed Nick Barnes. He told us more about the ring than we've learned from everyone else put together.
It's the systematic ruthlessness of them that gets me, Keen. Where were you when you heard about it?
In a pub in Phillip Street. They called for Murray on the phone.
Taking a risk, weren't you? Standing about drinking in public?
Yes, I expect so, Sherry, but I'm utterly fed up with creeping about undercover. Murray said it would be perfectly safe.
You're never perfectly safe, and you know it. Do you positively enjoy taking chances?
I positively detest inaction, and until something new shows up, that's all I'm going to get. Here we are, Cuts and me, doing nothing but mark time hidden up here in this penthouse.
Rubbish. Look here, Keen, how long is it now since you arrived in Sydney?
About 3 weeks, just under.
In those 3 weeks, you've stirred up a hornet's nest. You've been battered and shot at. There's been nothing but murder and violence and danger from morning till night. You haven't stood still for a second, and all you can say is you're marking time.
Well, hang it all, we might as well be. There are Cuts and me and an entire Metropolitan Police Force. And if we saw Felix Huberman and Carlotta Magnani walking down the street, all we could do would be to raise our hats to them. While they reach out and assassinate people on schedule as far away as Hong Kong.
Well, sit down here with me and forget the whole pack of them for half an hour. What do you want for dinner?
Oh, nothing, thanks, Sherry.
Rot. I'll see you get fed, if nothing else. At least Cuts has a decent appetite.
Nick Barnes was enough to ruin anyone's appetite. There's such a finality about it. Not even a written statement left behind him. We can only plug along as we've been going, with a Luger in one hand and a whiskey and soda in the other. You know, I should be growing daffodils for a living.
In the event of my client not receiving satisfaction from you by the 14th of next month, we will have no other course open to us but litigation. Got that?
Mm-hmm.
Yours respectfully, Bernard C. Mendel. Get that off today, will you, Helen? The chap will litigate, but that suits me down to the ground. The case will go on for months, and in the end, no one will get a crack up at me.
And some for me.
If you're a good girl.
It's wearing me down a little, Bernie. I'm long in the legs.
And lovely.
But short of patience. Being your girl away from the office and when your door's shut, that's fine. Being your secretary when your office door's open, that's fine too. But not for always.
Helen, don't rush your fences.
I have to take them sometime. I'm no chippy, Bernie. An occasional bracelet, the fur coat, the key money for the flat. None of these things make me a chippy. I want you to keep it in mind.
If you keep reminding me too often, that's the only thing that'll make me forget.
No, Bernie. You were indiscreet just once too often, and we really have to stay friends. You've a lovely front, but I know more about you than your partners. Don't you remember that little raid you made on the Woodbine Trust Fund?
Oh, that's been replaced and covered. And it was only for a few days.
But I happen to have kept a page or two from the Woodbine account. The entries you made to hide what you were doing were only in it for a few days, but, oh, Bernie, what they show. Malpractice, is it? Misuse of monies entrusted to you?
You wouldn't come to light with that. I was up to my neck in the market. I was being pressed. I was only in the red for a few days.
It's all right, honey. You needn't get in a panic. But I do know you. And a girl has to look out for herself. You're going a long way, Bernie, with me behind you to push. One day I want to be in a position to enjoy your success, and I can't do it from where I am now.
You haven't done so badly.
But I'm going to do better. And you won't regret it. Cheer up, sweetheart. Want this letter done now?
Catch the last mail with it if you can.
Seeing I'm still a perfect secretary, tomorrow's the 2nd of the month, and the Hong Kong plane gets in at 3:30.
Plane from Hong Kong? What about it?
You have to deliver that letter to Mr. Nicholas Barnes.
That's right, so I do. If he's not on the plane, it has to go to Major someone or other.
Major G.G.A. Keen, the Cunningham Towers. Will you meet the plane yourself, or do you want me to look after it?
I'll see how busy I am tomorrow.
You know, Bernie, I thought when Barnes was in here, there was something extremely odd about that letter.
How do you mean?
It's sealed up with wax, isn't it?
Yes. What's on your mind, Helen?
Nothing. But I was just wondering, if Major G.G.A. Keen didn't know it was sealed with wax, and Mr. Barnes wasn't on that Hong Kong plane tomorrow, any typewritten envelope would do to post it in. Wouldn't it, Bernie?
No, thanks. I'm not interested.
I was only thinking aloud.
Cousin's brief, Mr. Mendel?
Yes, Thompson, in a minute. That's all, Miss Linden. I'll decide about the Hong Kong plane tomorrow. Then, the letter.
Let me look at you. How elegant you are.
I thought so, too.
Have you talked to Tony Rico?
An hour ago. He'll keep the taxi man in line till we can make use of my Gusick again. Never mind Rico. I've had a cable from Hong Kong.
Nothing goes.
Barnes was paid in full last night. Of course, gave me the details and code, of course, and you can concern yourself with him.
So, at last we have driven the final nail into the coffin of the late Major Gregory Keen. With Nicky Barnes dead, there is not a clue. There is not a soul left alive to throw light on the mystery of how Major Keen managed to disappear without trace on the way from Singapore to Hong Kong. I think we were a little bit clever, Felix?
We showed a certain finesse. I thought the news warranted this red carnation.
Poor Nicky. He would have been flattered.
I shall Drambuie. Once more, we're completely impregnable. I feel like a liqueur on the strength of it.
We are impregnable but for one man, Fenner. There is much still to be explained. How did Fenner get the better of Halder and Wolf? Where did the gun they were shot with come from?
Must have been another man. Wolf must have been taken by surprise.
Then who was the other man? And how did he know Fenner had been taken to our house in Bolton Street? I tried to put these things from my mind, Felix, but they intrude themselves. And when I dwell on them, as I do now, the vague fears and doubts come creeping back. Perhaps we are not so secure.
Perhaps I'd better pause and Drambuie for you, too.
Search your mind, Felix. Examine every possibility. Is there any way at all that Gregory Keen could have left something behind him?
No.
Then of what am I afraid?
There's nothing to be afraid of at all. We're in a better position now than at any time since we blundered with Bruno Kesselring. And we'll certainly never make the same mistake again.
Today I made an accounting. If we had to vanish, we would not go empty-handed.
How much has our Nightshade ring earned so far?
We have £762,000 in the wall safe of this room. Our balance at the Bank of Zurich in Switzerland stands at just under 2 million Swiss francs. We have nearly $200,000 in the account of the Barcelona Traction Company at Ottawa, and just over £100,000 in various banks in South America.
So you've drained about $1 million from the city of Sydney in the 2 years of operation. And you're worried.
$1 million goes a long way, Felix. There is nothing to stop us leaving for Central America within a week.
There's another $1 million waiting to roll into our coffers. With Barnes dead, the Kesselring affair closed for good, and only an odd hoodlum or two like Fenner to be accounted for. Not on your life.
Perhaps you are right.
Of course I'm right. Now come along. Let's not have you putting lines on your face any more tonight. I've tickets for that German pianist tomorrow evening. 4th row of the stalls, right on the aisle. What shall you wear?
Oh, a black velvet cocktail frock with a mink stole, I expect.
Enchanting. Well, here's to Nicky Barnes. May he rest in peace. We didn't even have to pay him his £500.
Well, there it is, Helen. The plane from Hong Kong, arriving on schedule. 12:30 on the 2nd of the month.
But is Mr. Nicholas Barnes on board?
We'll soon know.
She'll be have asked at the desk. They always have a passenger list, don't they?
There's no point in attracting attention to ourselves. There they go with the steps. Now, watch for him closely.
The hostess, an elderly gentleman, one Chinese lady. I wish I could wear clothes like that, Bernie Mendel.
You do all right. Hello, the chap talking to the hostess now. Black hat?
That's not Barnes.
No, neither is the man, woman, and child. How many passengers is that?
About 20. There's still some more to come.
You couldn't mistake the chap. Ah, who's this?
Wrong again. Barnes was slimmer.
28, 29, 30. That looks like the lot.
Does the hostess always leave the plane last?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Bernie?
No Nicholas Barnes.
Back to the office?
I guess so.
What's it going to be, Bernie? Do we post that letter to Major G.G.A. Keen at the Cunningham Towers, or do we...
Let's get back to the office and have one more look at it.
But you know what you're going to do already, don't you?
Yeah, I think I do.
I had plans for today. I was going to put the welcome mat out for Nick Barnes, and I was going to use him to trap Carlotta and Huberman once and for all. But now it's too late, and I can only ask myself once again, where do we attack the Nightshade ring now? What becomes of Nick Barnes's letter to Keen? Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Here is Gregory Keen to continue with another chapter of the story. After 3 weeks and a day of continuous activity, the main problem in this violent and deadly affair of the Nightshade ring remains the same. What became of Professor Bruno Walter Kesselring? And if he's alive, where is he now? Well, I'm no closer to the answer to that one than I was after the first 24 hours, when I stood in a dark alley with Manuel Torres dying at my feet, when I listened to him whisper, "Search for the deadly Nightshade." Well, I found that. I found Felix Huberman and Carlotta Magnani. But at this moment, with Nicholas Barnes dead in Hong Kong, we're at a stalemate once again. We thought we had Huberman trapped with his drug runners, but they slipped through our fingers when they were warned about Tom Cutts, the man we had in the ring as Tom Fenner. I thought I had them when I waited in the house at Bolton Street. But it was a case of the devil looking after his own, and we were left flat-footed once again. So now I rack my brains up here in the penthouse of the Cunningham Towers, with Cutts and Sherry Reed and Inspector Murray, without an inkling of our next move, or a solitary notion of where to turn next, or when.
I shouldn't be so down in the mouth about it, Keen. Something will turn up, you watch.
Look, Murray, we know who they are, where they are, what they're doing, and how they do it. But so help me, we can't lift a finger.
You don't have to tell me. You should hear my seniors on the subject.
What I can't get over is Nick Barnes. Surely the fellow knew perfectly well they couldn't afford to let him live. Why the deuce didn't he protect himself in some way?
How could he? If he was the chap who actually strangled Evelyn Channel. They had him tied hand and foot. He could do nothing but carry out his orders and hope for the best.
Well, I was certain they'd at least let him get back to Australia before they rubbed him out.
Well, they didn't, old chap, and that's that.
Yeah. And what does it leave us?
At the moment, nothing. I've had fellas going the round of the SP men, dozens of them. Tackled some myself, and not one will breathe a word.
Neither would I. What about the taxi men?
After Bill Williams, they don't even want to be seen talking to a cop.
The extortion racket, eh? Worked with finesse and ruthless efficiency. And somewhere behind it, Bruno Kesselring. Now Barnes is gone, and the fellow hadn't the sense to leave something behind him. He didn't even have the wit to revenge himself on Felix Huberman if they cut him down in Hong Kong. And here we are, left without a feather to fly with. Who said crime doesn't pay?
Well, here it is, Helen. One large brown manila envelope sealed with red wax addressed to Major G.G.A. Keen, care of Miss Sherry Reed, Cunningham Towers, Victoria Road, Point Elizabeth.
And there was no Nicholas Barnes on the plane that arrived from Hong Kong.
I stepped out of line just once before. If I do this and it gets around, I could be struck off the rolls.
Listen to me, Bernie Mendel. I've a hunch about that letter. And you took the risk of being struck off once before, so why not again?
Before, baby, I was in a jam and I needed the money. Badly. This time I could be taking a risk for sweet nothing.
What risk? Would I be likely to give you away?
But why are you so keen to see what's inside?
What if it told us something? There might be ways we can use it.
Blackmail?
Would you say no to some hush money? If it was safe, and there was plenty of it?
If it was safe.
What do you make? What will you ever make? Say 3,000 quid a year if you do well in the next 10 years. And what can you save out of 60 quid a week after you've paid your rent and your taxes? I want to go a long way, Bernie. And I'd just as soon go with you. So make every post a winning post, including that letter to G.G.A. Keen.
But for Pete's sake, Helen, what if there's nothing in the darn thing?
I'll type you another envelope and post it for you in the morning. What have we got to lose?
No, nothing doing. Let's play safe and leave it alone.
Bernie, I've done a lot for you, in the firm and out of it. I can do a lot more if I'm given a chance. And since you juggled the Woodbine Trust, I've had you there, right there under one thumb. So what do you say we cut this short? I want to see what Barnes put in that letter.
I'm being told?
That's right, Bernie, you're being told.
Okay, baby, there it is. Open it yourself.
When you get used to the idea, laddie, we'll be able to save a lot of time. Well, the envelope was typed, but this is in his own writing. Let's have a look. Dated the 17th of last month. That was the day before he left. Well, come around here. Don't you want to read it?
I'll listen.
All right. Oh, just get a load of this. It's dynamite.
Oh, come on. Here, let me look.
It starts off, to Major Gregory Keen. I, Nicholas Mariner Barnes, being in my right mind and in full possession of my faculties, make the following statement, and I swear it to be the whole truth of my activities with Felix Huberman and Carlotta Magnani and the criminal organization they control under the name of the Nightshade Ring, as far as it is known to me. A Nightshade Ring? You ever heard of it?
No. But get on with the letter.
How Angus Doby and Charles Brett were murdered, I have not been able to discover. But Felix Huberman and Guzik were present when both of them died. I was forced to strangle Evelyn Channel
in a car while on the Old South Head Road not far from Watson's Bay, and full details of this and the events leading up to it are described at the conclusion of this summary. The alibi provided for me by Mrs. Rose was completely false, as she is a faithful and trusted member of the Ring and devoted to Huberman. Listen, Bernie, who's this Felix Huberman?
I've heard of him, but this stuff's altogether too much to
I
believe.
don't care who he is, I believe it. Wait for some more. From drug smuggling, extortion, and other sources, I believe the Ring to have earned something like £1 million in the last 2 years. Much of this money is kept in a safe at the North Shore house of Carlotta Magnani, but some of it they have converted to other currencies which are held to their credit in foreign banks overseas. While I am able to furnish positive evidence of no single crime other than the murder of Evelyn Channel, Huberman and Magnani between them have contrived the deaths of at least 8 other people since the Nightshade gang was formed, and this I know to be a fact. If either of these two are ever to be convicted, Carlotta Magnani's records must be found. I do not know where they are kept, but she documents every detail of the gang's activity, not only for her own satisfaction, but to keep its members in absolute subjection to her. This applies even to Huberman himself, and apart from her own records, there is nothing whatever to connect her with the Ring or its operation. It is my personal belief that at the proper time she will dispose of Huberman, and when she does, there will be nothing to prevent her enjoying her fortune alone and in perfect immunity.
That's not all, is it?
Oh, there are pages and pages to go.
And I wasn't going to let you open it.
Here's something that looks like a personal note to G.G.A. Keen, whoever he is.
Yeah, let's have it. My dear Keen, you didn't seem to be a bad sort of a chap the night I was dragged off from Evelyn's flat, so I wish you luck. I really hadn't a chance. Between you and Huberman, I hadn't a hope. If I hadn't strangled Evelyn, they were going to hand me over to Mike Guzik. And I couldn't run to you or the police, or I'd have had to swing for something else that happened years ago in London. How they knew about it, I'll never find out now, but they did, and I wasn't fooled. I'm done for, and there's nothing I can do about it but this. But I'd like you to believe that Evelyn Channel was too much even for me. Get Huberman, will you? But above all, get Carlotta Magnani and nail her to a tree. There can't have been another like her since the Borgias. So watch yourself all the way. Good hunting, Barnes.
What are we getting mixed up in, Bernie?
I'm not getting mixed up in anything.
What are you going to do?
What am I going to do? I'm going to burn this stuff here and now and forget I ever heard of Felix Huberman, or Carlotta Magnani, or the Nightshade Ring. I want to stay alive.
So do I, and I'm going to.
Then pass over that lighter. I've never seen this letter.
You're not setting fire to a thing, Bernie.
Have some sense, girl.
Don't you know £100,000 when it stares you in the face?
Can't you read?
I can read, and I just read about £1 million sitting in a house out in the North Shore.
I don't want any part of it.
But you're going to get a big part of it.
Helen, there are safer ways of getting dough than this. I never in my life read anything that rang truer than the document you're holding right now. Put a match to it and let someone else stick their neck out.
No. An opportunity like this doesn't knock twice, not for me. And I'm not going to throw it away because you're yellow. We can protect ourselves 20 ways. We can cut ourselves in for enough of that $1 million to set us up for life. And we can make this Nightshade gang glad to pay it.
But the stuff's no good as it stands. It's not evidence that it'll stand up in court for 5 minutes. Huberman only has to call it fiction.
Who do you think you're fooling, Bernie?
One day, Helen, you're going to push me too far. All right, suppose we go for the blackmail. How do you want me to go about it? What do you want me to do?
Look up Felix Huberman in the book. Get him on the phone. And then, Bernie, tell him exactly what I say.
I'll take it, Sherry. That'll be you-know-who. This is Gregory Keen.
Murray here, old man. Talk of the devil.
Talk of what devil?
Don't you remember the 2 people who had you up in that factory loft a while back? They were going on about them this morning.
Stella Wilson and Artie Fegan. Don't tell me.
They were spotted getting off a train at Central Station this afternoon, and we've got the pair of them under arrest. You wouldn't happen to be interested, would you?
I can't think of anyone who'd interest me more. I've been wanting half an hour with those 2 for quite some time. So, Murray, arrange it for me. Stella Wilson wanted to know what became of her Sammy Rice, and she didn't care what she did to find out, or to whom.
So she won't be able to complain when I make use of her against the Nightshade ring. And if she's a girl who dreams dreams, let her keep her eyes open wide. Because there's a nightmare on the way for her. Now.
How does Keen make use of Stella Wilson? Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from a police car on the way to Phillip Street.
It's only 2 weeks since I escaped from Stella Wilson and her man Fegan up there in the factory loft, but it seems like 6 months. And in a few minutes, we'll be meeting again. I was up in the penthouse biting my nails not long ago, twisting and turning for a new line to take against Felix Huberman and his gangsters. And when Henry Murray came to light with his news that Stella and Fegan had been arrested getting off a train at Central Station, I thought I saw my new line, and I still do. This could be the final chapter. But I won't know till we get through this traffic and I come face to face with Stella in the cells. In the meantime, I can't help thinking what changes we'd have seen in the course of events if Barnes had left evidence against the Nightshade ring behind him. And when you're up against people like Huberman and Carlotta, you have to do better than cry for the moon. And it's far too late now for Nick Barnes to tell any tales. It's the one thing dead men have in common, as far as we know.
Horner, Horning, Hoyle, Hubbard, Huber. Here we are. Huberman. F.I. Huberman, 31 Gardner Avenue, Bellevue Hill.
Is that the right Huberman, Bernie?
It's the only F. Huberman in the book. Helen, I wish you wouldn't go on with this.
I'm going on with it, and so are you.
Why in the name of fortune couldn't that fellow Barnes have gone somewhere else? Why did he have to look up his list of solicitors and pick me and leave this infernal letter?
Oh, stop babbling, Bernie. Anyone would think you didn't want 100,000 quid. Got the number?
Yeah.
All right. Now, don't tell him who you are or what you are. Where's a good, safe place to meet him?
Under circumstances like these, there's no such thing.
What about the public library?
Well, I suppose it's as good as anywhere else.
What's the time? 7:10. Arrange to meet him at 9. That'll give me time to type him a copy of Barnes' letter. There's no need for him to know we're supposed to go to Major G.G.A. Keen, so we'll leave out the personal note and address it to the Commissioner of Police. The original we're going to hide well. But you'll have to show him something tonight to give him the right idea.
How do we know he'll go to the public library?
After what you're going to tell Felix Huberman in a minute, he'd go to Timbuktu. Now pick up that phone and start dialing.
Don't come out, Mrs. Rose. I'll take it.
Hello?
Is that Felix Huberman?
Yes, speaking.
I have a very important communication for you. Are you alone?
Go ahead. What is it?
It's a friend of Nicholas Barnes, who was not on the plane from Hong Kong this morning. Hello, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Do you mind giving me your name?
Napoleon Bonaparte.
I see. Well, I too was a friend of Barnes. What's your communication?
I want you to meet me at 9 o'clock tonight, at the far end of the main reading room of the public library.
I'm sorry, but I have my own library.
You'd better do as I say.
I'm afraid I don't keep this sort of appointment unless there's a very good reason.
I can give you a reason.
Then give it before I hang up.
Nicholas Barnes wrote me a letter from Hong Kong.
About what?
About you and Carlotta Magnani and the Nightshade ring and some murders.
And what else?
£1 million. Well?
How will I know you?
You won't. How will I know you?
I'll be wearing a dark grey chalk stripe, red foulard tie, brown suede shoes.
9 o'clock tonight, then. Don't keep me waiting and come alone.
So Barnes wasn't such a fool after all. It's Felix Huberman here. Get me Tony Rico. Yes, I'll know who that fellow is before the night's out. And I'll know... Hello, Rico?
Yeah, it's me.
Listen. Get hold of Veffel. I want the pair of you at the public library not later than 9:15 tonight. Sit yourselves down at separate tables near the far end of the main reading room and watch for me. Be there a few minutes before 9 o'clock. Have you got that?
Uh-huh.
I'm meeting someone there. Get a good look at him. When I stand up, leave the library, get out to your own car. I'll see that you have time. Follow him. Find out who he is and where he lives. And then phone me at Carlotta's. That's all. Well, whoever I'm meeting tonight, Barnes didn't write to him from Hong Kong, so what is it? Bluff? And if he actually has a statement, how did he get hold of it? This is something for Carlotta.
How did he sound, Bernie?
Oh, about how you'd expect. Listen, Helen, this is all your idea. Why don't you go to the library and meet him there?
I stay in the background where I can run the show. If he never gets to know me, he can never find out where you keep the original Barnes letter in his own handwriting. You're a craven worm, Bernie. I don't know why I put up with you.
He could have men waiting to chop me down as I leave the library.
Why don't you use your head? While the letter's around, he can't afford to touch you. Surely you can work that one out for yourself.
Well, let's ask for 5,000. They won't mind paying that. 100,000's too much. They'll fight us.
They can't fight us. And 100,000's chicken feed. If we play our cards right, we can cut ourselves in for a half share. While the Nightshade ring does all the work and takes all the risks, we can sit back and take half the profits. And there won't be a thing Huberman can do about it.
All right, Helen. So I front this Huberman at 9 o'clock tonight.
See that you make it good. Now, for the love of Pete, pull yourself together. Get out the office bottle and pour yourself a drink.
Yeah, I'll do that, too.
If ever I saw a man with a streak down his back, it's you, Bernie. Do you want to know the only thing I'm worrying about now?
What next?
It's about Major G.G.A. Keen, a man who was supposed to get the letter. Who is he and what is he? And, Bernie, I can't help asking myself, I wonder if we'll ever meet him.
Hello, Stella. Remember me?
What's the matter? Don't they even let you sleep in here?
I said, remember me.
Yeah, I remember you. You're the bloke who was calling himself Sammy Rice.
The bloke you're going to get years and years for. You and your chum, Artie Fegan. Inspector Murray tells me you've been hiding out at Broken Hill.
So what? I told Artie we were dills to come back to town and look.
I am looking. And I'm wondering what you're going to be like after about 10 years in stir.
10 years? Oh, yeah. All we did was beat you up a bit.
Yes, but Stella, haven't you heard how these things can be arranged?
We'll get a good mouthpiece.
With what? Sammy Rice got away with 5,000 quid, didn't he? But you and Artie are broke. Oh, they'll give you some new kid from the university for your mouthpiece. You won't have a chance. I'll be up there on the stand. And baby, will I pitch it strong. You needn't try to push the works onto Artie Fegan. You're the one for me, and I'm going to see you get it.
That'd be framing a girl. We roughed you around a bit, sure, but you'd be framing us.
Of course I would. And don't you think I can do it? Don't you think Inspector Murray is a friend of mine? How do you think I come to be down here in the cells alone with you if he didn't arrange it? You know, it's really too bad.
I told Artie we didn't ought to have come back here. I told him.
And all you wanted to do was find Sammy Rice, eh? Why, Stella?
If I was out, I'd go on hunting for him. I'd hunt for Sammy till my dying day.
By the time you get out, baby, nobody will even remember Sammy Rice.
Get out of here! I wish we'd knocked you off when we had the chance. Get out of here!
Sure. I'll be seeing you again.
One minute to 9, and 7 people sitting around the 3 far tables. The main reading room. Now, which is he? If he's here. Not the elderly gentleman with the goatee, no. Not the 2 obvious students. Not the girl with thick lenses and straight hair. Possibly the Weasley chap with the receding chin, yes. Yes, he's my bet. Am I right? Yes, I think I am.
Huberman?
Uh-huh.
We might as well both sit down.
Yes, why not?
Are you alone?
You're not blind, are you? This table should do. Let's have it. What's your game?
I'd have thought you'd get the idea on the telephone.
I did, but it's your move. Did you bring Nick Barnes' letter?
I wrote a copy.
Give it to me.
Do you want to read it now?
I'm taking its contents for granted for the moment. What I want to hear is your proposition. You want to sell the original, do you?
Never. That's my insurance. It tells me so much about you.
Then what have you to sell?
Silence.
Oh, and yours is going to be golden.
Very. 100,000 to start with, and a monthly cut to follow.
Who's in it with you?
No one.
Who are you, and how did you get the letter?
That is part of the silence. Is it a deal?
Give me 24 hours. If you're in this alone, I'm not.
I'll give you 24 hours to talk it over with Carlotta Magnani, but I won't haggle. 100,000 paid in singles and fives. What are you standing up for?
I'm going, but let me tell you this. We're tough people. If we make a deal, you'll have to stick to it, too. One step out of line and we'll kill you and run for it. With that letter in your possession, there'll be nothing else for us to do. Have you got that? We'd kill you and run for it.
Yeah, I've got it.
I'll meet you here tomorrow night, same place, same time. Now get out of here. I'll follow you in 5 minutes.
9 o'clock tomorrow night, then. You'd better be here, Huberman. So long.
I'll be here, chum. Go for your life. What you don't know is Tony Ricco's waiting for you outside.
So we've prepared the ground with Stella Wilson. We're giving her a couple of days to dwell on the prospect of 15 years in jail, and we're in luck. Whatever she did while she was out of town, she didn't read the newspapers. She thinks her Sammy Rice is still alive. We're setting our final trap for Huberman and Carlotta Magnani. And we're baiting it with one tough little blonde.
Do Mendel and his secretary succeed in blackmailing the Nightshade ring? Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from a room of police headquarters in Phillip Street.
It's 10 o'clock at night on the 23rd day since I arrived in Sydney. And something tells me we're coming to the end of the road. An hour ago, I talked to Stella Wilson in the cells and made the first moves of my final trap for Huberman and his belladonna of the Nightshade ring, Carlotta Magnani. I don't care much what they do these last few days. Stella thinks her one-time lover, Sammy Rice, is still alive, and on that one fact, I'm basing a scheme that's going to net them all. But I'm keeping it to myself. I'm telling no one but Tom Cutts. Not even Inspector Henry Murray. Not even you. But I'm putting in my last pawn, and this time I'm going to take the game. And when the time comes, Huberman and Magnani will know that they climbed the gallows steps with their eyes wide open.
So there you have it, Carlotta. Mendel gave me that copy of Barnes' letter. I gave Ricco and Werfel time to get out of the library before us, and they were waiting outside to follow him.
How did this man lay his hands on the statement?
Would you rather it had gone where it was addressed, to the Commissioner of Police?
His silence is to cost us £100,000 and a share of our income.
He's in a position to get it.
He is at the moment. Describe him to me.
Well, I suppose he's 33 or 4, with thin sandy hair and a rather rodent-like cast of countenance. His face is weak eyes that flicker away from you, weak chin, weak small mouth, altogether not a very prepossessing type.
What he is doing is not weak, Felix.
He could quite well be involved with several other people. I'd say he was a clerk of some sort, perhaps an accountant.
And he has information that could hang us.
I don't think Nick Barnes' confession could hang us, but we couldn't possibly continue the ring. You know as well as I do, we can operate only so long as you and I are above suspicion.
Somehow, Felix, we have to lay our hands on the original letter as set out by Nick Barnes. And then we have to exterminate this man. He knows from Barnes that I keep records.
I suggest you destroy them at once.
They will be. But he also knows there is £750,000 hidden in this house.
Tony Ricco. Yes? Yes, wait a minute. I'll jot it down. Right. Bernard C. Mendel, flat 16, 401 McLean Street. How do you know it's flat 16? All right. Get back to Gregerson Street and wait there till midnight. Did you get that, Carlotta? Our man is one Bernard C. Mendel. Ricco watched him go into the flats. He looked for his mail and then entered the box he went to. You know how these flats have letter boxes in the main entrance.
Pass me the telephone book, Felix. We will see if Mr. Mendel has a telephone, and if so, what it tells us about him. Now, the M's... Mendel... M-E-N... Mendel... Oh, I am looking at Mendel. Emmy. Mendel. Yes. A-G, A-T... B.C. Mendel. Here, Felix, see for yourself. B.C. Mendel, 401 McLean Street. B.C. Mendel, solicitor, 15 Huntley Place. He is a lawyer.
And that explains rather a lot.
Of course it does. Barnes left his letter with a lawyer to be sent to the police if he was not on the Hong Kong plane. But instead of an honest lawyer, he chose this Mendel.
And even at £100,000, it was lucky for us.
You say you arranged to meet this man tomorrow night?
Same time, same place.
It is not too late to meet him again tonight.
Where?
Why not here? Take my car and tend it yourself, Felix. I am sure you can be sufficiently persuasive if you take Rico and Bethel with you.
I hope you've some particular reason.
We must learn how to handle this Mendel without a moment's delay. And I want to see what manner of man we are dealing with. Take with Felix at once.
Now, look here, Keen. This girl Stella Wilson. She poses quite a problem.
Yeah? How does she?
She and Fagan are under arrest for knocking you about up in the factory loft. The charges read, assault causing grievous bodily harm.
Uh-huh.
We can't hold her forever, and you can't get up openly in court and give evidence. So what the devil are we going to do with her?
Well, it's simple enough, Murray. Get an adjournment and let her out on bail.
You want her out on bail?
Why not?
I'd feel better about Stella Wilson if I knew just what you were up to.
Oh, Murray. Why imagine I'm up to anything?
24 hours ago, you were biting your fingers down to the wrist because you were at a dead end with Huberman. Now you're going about some scheme of your own. It's as plain as the nose on your face.
No, it's nothing at all of the kind.
And what is it?
I merely think that if the girl was after Sammy Rise once, she might possibly turn up something about him now. And if I can get her on my side, well, she might tell us something she's been keeping to herself.
Oh, fat chance you've got of getting her on your side.
What if she were told that I had wangled her bail?
She hasn't got any yet.
Well, you're not going to hold her. She doesn't count for enough.
All right, Keen, we'll let the girl out. But by Godfrey, if you're pulling the wool over my eyes, I'll come down on you like a ton of bricks if it's the very last thing I do.
Good show, Murray. Oh, could I see her in the cells once again before she goes in front of the magistrate?
You seem to be running everything else around here. Go your hardest first thing in the morning. Now look at the clock. I'm out on my feet. If I run you back to the Cunningham Towers, do you think you could organize a...
Rico and therefore, both of you keep against the wall out of sight when Mendel opens his door.
Yeah, okay.
Right, here we go. I hope the fellow didn't go out again tonight.
Who is it?
Police here. Open up.
Police? What do you want?
Open your door at once.
All right. All right, just a minute.
I'll slip my foot in as he opens, Rico. And let it lean your weight on the door if he tries to close it.
What do you want?
Don't shove, old chap. We're coming in. Come on, back you go. Stand aside unless you want to rouse the rest of the block. That's more like it. Right.
Huberman, how did you know where I lived?
Mendel, my dear chap, you've read Nick Barnes' account of the Nightshade ring. You should know this sort of thing's elementary.
What are you going to do? I warn you.
Oh, for heaven's sake, man, pull your socks up. Anyone who thinks we're going to catch this thread.
Who are these two?
These two are a couple of my men. They won't hurt you.
Let me tell you something, Huberman. If you've come looking for the original letter, you won't find it here.
We didn't expect to.
Well, what do you want? It's after midnight.
Well, it's a pleasant night. 3/4 moon and hardly a cloud in the sky. We thought you might like to come for a ride.
Where to?
Can't you guess? There's someone who's dying to meet you.
Carlotta Magnani?
Hear that, you fellows? Mr. Mendel's quite bright. Tony, find a coat for him.
You can't take me like this.
There's nothing wrong with pajamas under a coat where you're going. Of course, you're going to look silly if we make you walk home. Come on, Tony, shake it up. Carlotta, we have a visitor for you.
Bring him in. Alone.
Wait outside, you two. Mendel, follow me.
So, this is Mr. Bernard C. Mendel.
Yes, my dear. This is Mr. Mendel.
Nicky Barnes must have slipped a great deal socially. Mr. Mendel, can you suggest any reason why we should not take this golden opportunity to get rid of you at once?
No. Just...
Felix, we could have him taken down to the cellars. Does anyone know he was brought here?
Not so.
Well, Mr. Mendel. Come along, speak up.
The letter, if anything happens to me, it goes straight to...
What becomes of the letter, Mendel? It goes straight where?
Well, straight to where it was addressed to.
I see. So you are not alone in your blackmail?
Yes, I am.
Don't lie to us. Who else is involved with you?
There's no one at all, I swear it.
Very well. Now, I want you to listen to me. You have the letter, and you've naturally taken your precautions. If anything happens to you, your bank manager or some lawyer more honest than yourself, or just a friend, sees that it goes to the commissioner of police. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you bet your life that's right, and I want to get out of here right now.
You'll leave when we're ready to release you. Now then, in 1 week's time, I'm prepared to pay you £10,000.
No, nothing doing that. The price is 100,000.
I have not that amount available.
Well, according to Barnes, you've got $1 million here in this house.
When Barnes wrote this letter, that may have been true, but it is not now. It will take me a week to get you £10,000, and a further 2 weeks to find the rest. You may take it or leave it.
If I don't get the money, all of it, by the day after tomorrow, you're all done for.
You know, Mendel, you really do talk like a fool. Would you turn down £100,000 just because you couldn't wait a couple of weeks? We're perfectly willing to pay you. You only have to be patient.
Well, that's a bit more like it.
Well, you're holding all the cards. We haven't a leg to stand on. As a matter of fact, you're on a pretty good wicket, isn't he, Carlotta?
Of course he is. That's all. Wait outside with the others, Mendel. Felix will have you driven home in a few moments.
Well, come along, old chap. Do you want me to carry you?
No, well, good night.
No, good grief. The creature wants to be social. Get him out of here.
Tony, look after him. Well, Carlotta, what do you think?
There is at least one other person to be taken care of, Felix. If the other were a man, would he send such a spineless creature to deal with us? Would this Mendel have the nerve to blackmail us at all in the first place?
Well, I don't know.
Of course he would not. If you look closely at this man, Felix, you will see a woman behind him. Find her for me.
Tomorrow morning, before she leaves the cells, I'm having my second interview with Stella Wilson. And when she's finally released on bail, she'll be ready to do what she's told. The bell's going any day now for the closing round, and when it does, Tom Cutts and I will be there for the kill.
Huberman's men watch for Helen Linden in the next intriguing chapter of Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen is here, continuing the story from Stella Wilson's prison cell.
If events have seemed to be at a standstill the last 2 days of the Nightshade affair, don't be deceived. Since Inspector Murray came to light with the news that Stella Wilson and the hoodlum Fegan were under arrest, there hasn't been an idle moment. And if I've told no one but Tom Cutts what's going on, it's because this time I want to make sure not only of Felix Huberman and the ring, but Carlotta Magnani as well. I started off, if you remember, by pitching Stella a yarn about getting her 15 years or so for attempted murder. The next step was to get round Henry Murray himself. Sometime today, Stella goes before a magistrate to be released on bail. That was my doing, too. And that also is why I'm alone with her in the cell now. There's so much she has to be made to believe and act on in the next 2 or 3 days.
I know what you want. You want me to crawl, that's it. You want me to crawl because you're going to frame Artie and me like you said yesterday.
I'm glad to see you believe I really can.
Well, of course you can. You and the cops between you. Go on, tell me again. Have yourself a big time. Tell me over and over how I'll be an old hag when I get out while Sammy Rice is playing about with other girls.
I have a better idea. Have a cigarette.
What?
I said have a cigarette.
Just a minute. What's new?
Please yourself.
Okay, I'll have one. If you only knew how I've been aching for a smoke.
Now, don't start feeling sorry for yourself. I had you picked up for a good, tough baby who could take it.
Don't worry about me. I can take it.
Well, promote yourself a light. Here. Good?
But good. Listen, you're not the same bloke who was in here yesterday. You could be almost human.
Maybe I have a proposition for you.
The propositions I've had.
Oh, but never like this one. Stella, you'd really like to catch up with Sammy Rice, wouldn't you?
It's all I live for, you ought to know.
I do. And I'll tell you something. Not long ago, I was made what you'd call a mug. It was something I didn't enjoy, and Sammy Rice was behind it. I'd like to catch up with him, too.
Is he alive?
He's alive. I can't go near him for reasons I'm not going to tell you. But you could.
That's a laugh. In case you hadn't noticed, this joint's got bars.
Then listen to the best proposition you were ever made. I can get you at least 10 years. Will you pay that?
I'll pay it.
Suppose I said I wouldn't press any charges against you.
Mister, now you're really twisting the knife.
The choice is yours. You're going to do exactly as I say, or up you go for every day in prison I can get you.
What would I have to do for a deal like that?
Go to Sammy Rice when I give you the word.
You could be stringing me along.
No, but I'm not.
How do I know?
Would you like to get out of here today? I could get you bail.
Show me.
I'll show you. But only if you know just where you stand. You'll be out on bail for about a month. If you've done what I want you to do in that month, there won't be any charges. But if you try to skip or let me down in any way at all, you'll be back where you started. Now, what's it to be?
Just get me out of here, mister. And tell me one thing. If Sammy Rice is alive, where is he?
Around.
Is he alone?
No.
Where is he?
He's not alone, and he lives in a big house with a swimming pool over on the North Shore.
Whose house?
I told you he's not alone.
And I'm rotting here behind bars. Can I go after him the minute you tell me where he is?
That's what I'm getting you out for. You haven't long to go, Stella, and I'll be waiting for you when you're released. I'll find you some money and somewhere to live, and, oh yes, while you're waiting, here are some more cigarettes.
If only I knew what game you're playing, Major Keen.
Believe me, baby, you'll find out. Sit tight for a few more hours and then get set. Soon I'll tell you where to find your Sammy Rice. Hello. Is, Tony Ricker there? Well, can you give him a message for me? Yeah, tell him to pass it along to the boss. Stella Wilson's back in town. That's right, Stella Wilson. Okay. Oh, it doesn't matter. Tony will know who it's from. Yeah. One by one, the pieces are falling into place. Stella will do exactly as I say. Inspector Murray doesn't know what I'm up to. And when Carlotta and Huberman run headlong into the girl at the house on the North Shore, they'll have only one course to take. Where are you now, Huberman? And what are you doing that I know nothing about? Doesn't matter. Soon you'll know that I'm alive, and then it'll be too late.
I've put 7 men on the job, Carlotta. Here's the day's results. But, let me tell you first. Stella Wilson's been seen around again.
Stella Wilson? Now that the affair of Gregory Keen is over and Barnes is out of the way, need we worry about her?
I'd be happier with her out of the way. She's the one person who knows that the fellow we got rid of, up on the Hawkesbury, was actually Gregory Keen. But Keen was supposed to have vanished on the way from Singapore to Hong Kong. It's just possible that she could cause some inquiries, and we want precisely none.
Have her taken care of, then, Felix. I am more interested in your watch on Bernard Mendel.
Well, listen to this. He arrived at his office at 9 with a girl in his car. She took the car and parked it in a garage and went up to his office about 9:05. At 1:45, they came out of the building together and went to lunch. They came back together at 2:15. 4:30, the girl left the office and collected the car. Then she picked him up and they drove to his flat where they parked. They went inside. Neither of them have come out yet. 10:30.
Do you know who she is?
Her name is Helen Linden. She's Mendel's secretary.
I think I'd like the sound of that. Has she a flat in the same block as Mendel's?
No.
A man like Mendel now, would he be very successful with women?
My dear Carlotta, if Linden is his girl, she's the only one.
I think I was right about Mendel having a woman behind him. And it begins to look as though this Helen Linden is the woman.
Are we going to wait to make sure, or are we going to strike at them at once?
Time is precious, Felix. Mendel can always lose his nerve and hand that statement over to the CIB. I say we should strike at once.
Tonight?
Yes, tonight. Have you enough men on call?
Have 7 of the best and 3 cars.
Then make your start at once. And remember, Felix, if I have been calm about this Mendel and his letter from Nick Barnes, it is the calm of desperation.
Mine, too. We're really up against it.
If tonight you fail, you must keep trying. We have to get our hands on that letter and watch it burn before our eyes.
And then settle our account with Mendel.
With them both. We are staking everything, our lives even, on the chance that Helen Linden is Mendel's girl. Everything we have built up depends upon you. Make sure of them tonight.
You can say what you like, Bernie. It doesn't sound right to me.
But I don't see why not.
This Magnani woman, she must have tens and tens of thousands of pounds in her home. Why did she insist on paying you after a week?
She swore black and blue she didn't have that much in the house, Helen. Oh, why can't you leave me alone? I did my best. She said herself they hadn't a leg to stand on and they'd pay the lot when they raised it.
But she couldn't bank the money. You're supposed to be a lawyer. You should know how hard it is to hide enormous sums of money in cash.
I can't help that. She said she'd pay in a week. Oh, I wish I'd never done well listen to you.
If you're going to start sniveling again, Bernie, I'll smash something over your head, so help me.
Well, I want money as much as anyone, but not this kind of money. It's not 2 days since we opened that letter, and look what it's doing to me already. I'm scared to turn around.
You should be in skirts.
You didn't see those 2 gangsters. You didn't stand in front of Magnani woman. Or Huberman. Helen, it's still not too late.
Not too late for what?
The letter's still in the original envelope. I sealed it with Scotch tape myself.
What are you talking about?
We can still call the whole business off. We can get rid of the thing. We can post it to G.G.A. Keen, whoever he is, and breathe again.
You fool. You maundering idiot fool. We've seen the letter. We've read it from front to back. We know it by heart. If we let it out of our hands, they'll kill us like rats underfoot.
But if Keen got it, they might all be arrested.
But nothing. I won't listen to you. The letter itself is our only protection, and I have it. It's in my flat, and that's where it stays. And as long as I have it, we're safe and we're rich. So for heaven's sake, pour yourself a drink and shut up.
Who's this? Who is it, Helen?
They're not answering yet. There must be a mental flat. Ah.
Hello?
You too, Mendel.
Yes.
It's Felix Huberman here. Don't ask any questions, just listen. Who is Helen Linden?
She's my secretary.
Well, there's the very devil to pay. You know who I am. I don't have to give you the sources of my information.
What is it?
The CIB had a search warrant issued today for your office, your flat, and Helen Linden's flat. I don't know what's come unstuck, but they must be onto that letter from Nick Barnes.
Onto it?
What else can it be? Now, I don't care where you've got that letter hidden. If it's in any of those 3 places, shift it quickly. They might be on their way to search you now. Have you got that? Shift that letter to a safe place now, this minute, when I hang up. Have you got that?
Yeah, I've got it.
Well, spring to it. And while you're doing your stuff, bear in mind that now you've tried to blackmail us, you're in as deep as we are, so go your hardest. How was that, Ricker?
Oh, she's a fine.
Right, back to the car. We'll just tail along while Mr. Mendel and his secretary lead us to wherever they've hidden the letter. You drive.
Let Stella Wilson go this afternoon, and tomorrow the trap will be sprung. I've examined and pored over the events I'm bringing about. I've looked at all the moves the Nightshade ring could make to counter them. And for the life of me, I can't see where I can fail this time. But from where I am, hidden up here in the Cunningham Towers, can I see enough?
Mendel casts a desperate throw in the next chapter of this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen returns to Cunningham Towers to continue with another chapter of the story.
Now that Stella Wilson has been released on bail, with no choice but to bait my trap for Huberman and Carlotta Magnani, I'm beginning to feel the strain again. There's so little time to go, and the suspense is mounting hour by hour. I've nothing to fear from Stella. She's not the faintest idea of the part she's going to play. The man I'm worried about is Huberman himself. For 3 days now, I've been completely out of touch with the Nightshade ring and its activity. Too much could have happened that neither I nor the CIB know anything about. And when I bring my sights to bear, I want Huberman sitting up in them just where he was those 3 days ago. So where is Huberman now, and what is he doing? At midnight on the 24th day of my search for Bruno Kesselring, I'm out on the terrace with Sherry, and I'm remembering another time, another place.
See those cars down there, Keen? 10 stories below?
Mm-hmm.
Felix Huberman could be in one of them, stalking another victim for the ring.
It would be very nearly his last.
You've told Cutts what you're doing with Stella Wilson. Now you've told me. Why?
Well, you've been with us almost from the beginning, Sherry. It seemed only fair not to leave you out at the end.
If it really is the end, what then?
I don't know.
Do you remember the first time I saw you? When you thought you were going to find Bruno Kesselring and found only me. And then sat down and told me everything that had happened to you.
I remember.
And then the second time, when I opened the door and you fell into the room smashed to pieces and 3 parts dead.
But I made a good recovery.
You did. And now we're almost finished because you can't get the ghost of a murderess out of your head.
I'd be the same sort of cove if I could.
How long is Hedy Bergner going to live up there in your cranium, Keen? It's not done anymore, you know. Charging about, hugging your woe and calling it a lost love. And heaven knows, fond of you as I am, I'm hanged if I think it's healthy.
Look, what are you trying to make me, a fugitive from a psychiatrist's couch?
I'm trying to believe that you're a completely normal person and it's all right for me to be in love with you myself.
If I were a completely normal person, I'd be on the board of directors of a toy company. I'd be a dusty character poring over the bones of some extinct marsupial mouse, or a country doctor with a stethoscope round my neck, sheaf of unpaid bills and somebody else's gallstones in my pocket.
Well, it'd be kind of nice for me if you were any one of those things.
I'm sorry.
Right down in that valvular pump you call your heart, I don't think you really are.
You could be right, I don't know, Sherry. Do we have to have a soul search tonight?
Oh, you're only half with me again.
Now you're getting nearer the mark.
What is it, Stella Wilson?
Of course.
They'll almost certainly kill her, Keen.
They almost certainly won't. Cutts will be on the scene, and so will I.
Yes, I can see you all going down together. You'll smash the Nightshade gang flat, but you'll never come out of it yourself. For more than a year that you know of, this thing's grown and thrived and battened under the surface, unseen and spoken of in whispers when it was spoken of at all. In a few short weeks, you've come close to destroying it. And for what? What do you want out of life? Medals?
I'm the last person to ask. I don't know what I want myself.
If you could have it for the asking, Keen, what would you wish for this minute?
A clue to the activity of Felix Huberman, and a clue to what's going on in his mind, and next to that, a glass of neat whiskey, and perhaps some forgiveness, for having no way of showing gratitude to a girl like you.
Well, the clues to Huberman I can't do anything about. But the rest, come on to my house.
You're quite a girl, Sherry. Lead the way.
Carlotta, Felix here. I'm ringing from a phone box almost opposite Bernard Mendel's flat. Mendel went for it bald-headed. He and the Linden woman just came tearing out of the building, and they're getting his car out of the garage now. There's Rico on the job now. Have to get moving. I'll keep you posted. Is that their car pulling away now, Rico? Yeah. Keep close, but not too close. If they separate, we stick to the girl, and Steve in the car behind us can follow Mendel. Come on, get going. Watch the traffic through here, and if it's heavy, get right on their rear bumper till it fins. They're both amateurs. I doubt very much if they'll be watching. But you lose that car, Rico, and I'll save them the trouble of giving you 25 years. I'll throttle you personally with my 2 bare hands.
Take it easy, Bernie. Do you want to pile us up?
Well, I'd rather crash than find the cops at your flat when we get there. Huberman said they could use a search warrant any time, and if they find that letter, Helen, we're done for.
So's Huberman.
Oh, what do I care about Huberman?
And look where you're going.
Is there anything behind us? We're not being followed, are we?
Of course we're being followed, you fool. There's traffic everywhere. Just keep your eyes in front and think what you're going to do with the letter when we get it.
I know what I'm going to do already. I'm going to leave it in its envelope.
The one addressed to Keen?
Why not? Look, we'll take it to Central Station and put it in the locker. Then I'll make a little parcel of the locker key and post it to myself, post-restaurant, the GPO in Martin Place.
How long do they keep post-restaurant letters and parcels for you?
I don't know, but I'd say at least a month, and we can find out. And we can keep collecting the key and reposting it to ourselves over and over again.
I suppose it's the best we can do.
You tell me how anyone's going to find where the letter is if we do that.
Bernie, turn left here and get out of some traffic.
I've gone too far. Oh, we'll stick to the tram.
I could have saved 5 minutes if you'd cut through Edgecliff to the junction.
Oh, will you stop telling me everything I do is wrong? I'm doing my best, so shut up, Helen. Or I'll hand the infernal letter to the cops and get out while the going's good.
Over my dead body, you will.
That might be over both our dead bodies before we're finished. Ah, look at that cab in front. Will you get out of my way?
Rico, keep it up. They don't look like separating. I'd say they were heading for the Linden woman's flat.
Security.
As if she lives in her flat. It's too much to hope that she has a house to herself, but if she has, we'll follow her in, get the letter, and settle with Mendel and his girl then and there.
What if she's living in a flat?
We'll wait in the street for them to come out. They're certain to have the letter on them when they do. Now listen to this. Make sure you don't fumble it. When we pull up, leave the motor running, and Louis can take the wheel. You and I will get out and take a stand right up against the wall outside the main entrance. One on each side. Have you got that?
Yeah.
Stephen can stay at the wheel of the other car. As Mendel and Linden come out of the flats, we take them both. And I'll make sure of the go. We don't want a lot of screaming. Is Stephen close behind? Lights down and all. I want you to cross here. Don't let that tram cut you off. Oh, they're turning into Punt Road. I know it. Just a few houses and 1 or 2 blocks of flats. You know, this is going to suit us down to the ground. Yes, and there they are, pulling up to the block at the left. Hold it here, Ricker. Let them get inside before we drive right up. Yeah, things could hardly be arranging themselves better.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Bernie, get this door open, can't you? Here, give the key back to me. There, in you get.
Well, at least the cops aren't here yet. Let's have some lights.
The way you drove, it's a wonder there weren't 6 radio cars right on our tail.
Oh, never mind that. Where's the letter?
Well, that curtain there. No, the heavy one hanging to the floor. You'll have to stand on a chair.
Oh, what did you do with it?
It's pinned behind the curtain, high up near the ceiling. Here you are. Can you find it?
No. Oh, I got it. Oh, boy, am I glad to get my hands on this envelope again. Yes, he is, Major G.G.A. Keen, care of Miss Sherry Reed.
Bernie, why leave it in that envelope at all? Get another one and address it to yourself, so if by any mischance the locker at Central's opened, you'll get it just the same.
Oh, we haven't the time. We have to get away from this flat.
It'll only take a second.
Well, have you got an envelope that'll hold it?
Well, there should be 1 or 2 manillas. Out of the way, I want to look in that drawer.
Oh, Helen, you're wasting time.
I thought there was a big brown envelope here.
There's no need to fool about with it. Look, it's only going to lie in a locker. It doesn't matter who it's addressed to.
You sure it'll be all right?
Of course it will. Look, Helen, there could be cops walking up the stairs this minute, so will you shake it up and let's get out of here?
All right. I'll switch off in a second.
Switch off now. I'm going to take a quick look down to the street.
Can you see anything?
There's a couple of cars down there besides ours, but thank the Lord they're not the cops.
All right, then, let's go. And don't break our necks on the way to dump that letter at Central.
All right, now. Watch it, Rico. Now we can see them coming. They'll give us the nod. What's that car? It's not pulling up, is it? No.
This is the note, boys.
They're coming now. Get set.
Just a quick look up and down, Bernie.
Not a soul about. Into the car, quickly. I'll get in first, Helen, and slide
no, you
across.
won't, Mendel, boy. You're coming with me.
When I told Sherry what I'd wish for, she supplied the scotch and she supplied the forgiveness. But there was no way she could give me a clue on Huberman. Well, 24 hours from now I won't need any clues on him again. If Stella Wilson plays her part, if I've predicted what they'll do correctly, and if my old friends the Gremlins are up on my shoulder, I'll come face to face with Felix Huberman tomorrow night.
Bernard Mendel makes a desperate effort in the next chapter of this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen resumes the story from the terrace of Sherry Reed's penthouse apartment.
12:35. The 25th day of the Nightshade affair is half an hour old, and the city 10 stories below is beginning to slow down. But I'm not. For 2 days I've prepared the ground with Stella Wilson. I had to pitch one story to Murray of the CIB and another to Stella herself. I had to make her believe her Sammy Rice was still alive and betraying her, and I had to persuade Murray to let her out on bail. She was no good to me in the cells. But now the time's nearly ripe, and there's not much longer to go. But what about Huberman and Carlotta Magnani and their Nightshade ring? The last 2 days have been the lull before the final storm, and in those 2 days we've heard not a whisper. So where are Huberman and his thugs now, tonight? Carlotta Magnani could tell you. But who else?
Rico, have you got Mendel?
Yeah, good.
Hold him while I get the girl into the car. Oh, quiet, you. Louis, quickly, take as I push her in. You right? Keep your hand over her mouth.
Hey, boss, easy, get away.
Rico, hold him. Hold Mendel.
Quick, boss.
Bring him down. Don't let him get away. Bring him down before he gets to the feather box. Shoot him. Oh! He's down, right by the box. Get in the car, Rico. Bring it down to me while I go through his pockets. Tell Louis to bring his car up, too. Let's have a look inside his coat. Ugh. Look, you've got your dead center. Let's look in the pants pocket. No. Now, over. Turn you over. Come on. Hip pocket. No, it's not on you. You haven't got the letter on you, Mendel.
Hurry, boss. Someone's a-coming. Did you get it?
Go for your life, Louis. If we're followed, shake him off and head for the North Shore. The letter wasn't on Mendel. It wasn't on Bernie Mendel, so he either managed to slip it into the post, or she has it. Let her go, Rico.
No, I haven't got it. Bernie had the letter.
You open your mouth to scream, Linden, and see what happens to it.
Let me go. Let me go. I didn't do anything. I haven't got the
Will you
letter.
keep quiet, or does he give you something to scream about?
Where are you taking me?
Well, you can tell us a few things about Nick Barnes' letter.
I don't know anything about it.
We'll see. And if it's not on you, Helen, you'd really better tell us where it is. You're clear behind, Louis, but don't cross the bridge. Just go your hardest for Gladesville, Fig Tree, and Burns Bay Road. I'd hate to be stopped at the toll.
What happened?
I took the woman, Linden. I wanted to make sure she couldn't scream. They came out of the flats together, she and Mendel. I left Mendel and Tony Rico here. Well, Mendel turned out to have more muscle than nerve, and Rico couldn't hold him.
With the letter describing the Nightshade ring and the disposal of Evelyn Channel in his pocket, Rico couldn't hold him.
Mendel ran for it. We shot him down.
Where, Felix?
Look, Carlotta, there was absolutely nothing we could do about it. Mendel made for the pillar box like a hare and fell against it when he was shot. Whether he managed to slip the letter into the box or not, I simply can't say.
Helen Linden is upstairs now, bound. The letter is not on her, so where has it gone? To the Commissioner of Police?
I suggest we ask her.
Felix, go upstairs yourself and bring the woman down here. We'll decide what to do with Rico later. Well, don't stand there. Go! Now!
All right, all right.
If they think I know anything about that letter, they'll kill me. They have to. They killed Bernie. They shot him down like a dog. So what'll they do to me? It was addressed to Major Keen. Bernie must have managed to post it when he went down right against the box. So if I can only gain myself time, if I can last long enough for someone else to see that letter and come to this house. Keen must be a policeman of some sort. I have to last long enough for the police to get the letter and come here. Till this time tomorrow, at least.
Linden?
Yes?
You saw what happened to your pal, Bernie Mendel.
I couldn't help it.
Do you want to live?
I'm
going to untie you and take you downstairs. If you want to live, you'll give us some answers, true ones, because our future depends on getting the truth out of you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Now, if that letter's gone astray, we've nothing left to lose, so let your imagination roam over what's likely to happen to you if you're stubborn. Move your arms up a little. There you are. Now stand up. Now, get out that door in front of me and have your answers ready when you stand in front of Carlotta Magnani.
Murray up here, 1:30 in the morning.
Hello, Keen. I'm glad to find you up. Have I disturbed Miss Reed, do you think?
Yeah, she turned in an hour ago.
I've got something that might interest you.
Yeah?
There's another shooting tonight that had some of the marks of the Nightshade people.
Where?
Outside a block of flats in Punt Road, over in one of the beach suburbs. Some people in one of the flats reported it just after 12:30.
Well, make yourself at home. What made it a Nightshade gang shooting?
I don't know that it was. It just could have been. The chap who called us in heard a commotion out on the footpath and shoved his head out the window. There were 2 cars down below, and a man and a woman struggling with 2 men. The woman was forced into one of the cars, and the man broke away and ran at the same time. The chap with the woman had his hands full, but the other one pulled out a gun and fired 3 shots. There were 3 bulls. Then a rather odd thing happened. Cigarette? Stick in my pipe, thanks. The chap who had been struggling with the woman sprinted to the fellow on the ground and searched him like a flash. Then he jumped into the front car, and both of them went down the street flat out.
How'd you get on for descriptions and car numbers?
Oh, he drew a complete blank.
I thought the chap in the flat watched the whole show.
So he did. But it only took about 30 seconds, and he was looking straight down on it. All he could see was the tops of their heads.
Have you identified the fellow who was shot?
He was a lawyer by the name of Mendel, Bernard Mendel.
What about the woman they bundled into their car?
Well, according to the description from the fellow who watched from above, it was probably Mendel's secretary and girlfriend. Someone named Helen Linden. We're checking on her now.
Well, there doesn't seem to be an awful lot in it for us.
Huh? Do you know, Keen, something sticks in the back of my mind.
Mendel. The fellow's name was Mendel. By Godfrey.
What?
The last time we talked to Nick Barnes, early on the morning he left for Singapore. Remember, he said, if I don't get back from Hong Kong, you'll be hearing from a fellow called Mendel. Now, don't tell me that's a coincidence.
The devil, it's a coincidence. But what are we going to make out of it?
You say Mendel was searched after he was shot?
That's right.
Well, just give me 5 minutes to work up a decent hypothesis. Then we'll go out and get cracking.
On what?
We're going after that woman Linden, Murray. Mendel's dead, but she might still be alive. Now, listen. Suppose Nick Barnes wasn't such a fool as we think.
Sit her in that chair, Rico, and see that she doesn't move. So, you are Helen Linden.
I wish someone would tell me. Why am I here?
You know quite well why you're here. You know who I am and why Mendel was shot.
But I don't. I don't.
Then what were you doing with Mendel tonight? If you were not getting a certain letter from its hiding place in your flat.
We went there for the letter, yes, but that's all I know about it. Vernie gave me the letter to hide. He said it was terribly important and I shouldn't mention it to a soul. But I don't know what was in it. I swear I don't.
Felix?
I don't know. Look here, Linden. Who was it addressed to?
To the Commissioner of Police.
Suppose your friend Mendel slipped it into that pillar box tonight. Was it still addressed to the Commissioner?
Vernie made me promise I'd never tell a soul. I won't tell you, I won't.
Ah, look at the creature. Every moment counts. She watched her lover shot down an hour ago, yet all she can say is, I won't. Linden, we are people with no compunction at all, of any description. We must know if that letter is on its way to the police, and if not, where it is. We are certain Bernard Mendel had it with him when you two emerged from your flat tonight, so I will not ask you again. How was it addressed?
I can't remember. He told me, but I can't remember.
All right, Felix. Rico, take her down to the cellars and waste no time. When she's prepared to talk, bring her up again.
The cellars?
You have 10 more seconds to change your mind.
If I tell you...
You can make no bargains. Do you want to change your mind, or does Rico refresh your memory?
Mendel put it in another envelope. He addressed it to...
Speak up, woman.
He had addressed it to himself. Post restaurant, The Elizabeth Street post office.
There's no post office in Elizabeth Street.
Melbourne.
Is that the truth?
You can find out for yourself.
How was it stamped? AML?
No.
How soon will the letter be in Melbourne, Felix?
We can check on her the day after tomorrow.
Rico, take her upstairs again.
What are you going to do with me? What are you going to do with me?
What do you think, Felix?
I think she's telling the truth. Mendel was scared out of his wits. That's the likely thing to suggest itself.
But we keep her alive?
We keep her alive for 3 days, till we see if that letter is in Melbourne.
And then?
She saw Mendel shot down in front of her. We can't have witnesses like that around, Carlotta, can we? So the gremlins were right. Huberman wasn't idle in the 2 days we were out of touch. The ghost of Nick Barnes is stalking the Nightshade ring, and the hunt is up again. And this time, it's for a woman called Linden. Does Keen get the letter from Barnes? Listen for the next intriguing chapter of Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen is here to continue with another chapter of the story.
A little over an hour ago, the men drew up in 2 cars outside the flat of a woman called Helen Linden in Punt Road. You may know it. Inspector Murray says it's in one of those beachfront suburbs not very far from town. They hustled Helen Linden into one of their cars, but the man with her they shot dead in the street. And here's why the incident interests me. The man shot dead was a fellow called Bernard Mendel, and almost the last words Nick Barnes ever said to me were these: "If I don't get back from Hong Kong, you'll be hearing from a chap called Mendel." It could be a coincidence. Of course it could. But what's the betting? I know where my money's going, and I think I know what was behind the shooting. Nick Barnes left something behind him, with Mendel, and Huberman ran it down. So I'm at Phillip Street with Murray once more, and we're shifting heaven and earth to get a line on Helen Linden.
I don't care how well you've done. You've got to do better. Keep away from the Magnani house itself, but patrol the roads round about. Yes, you've got the numbers of her 3 cars and Huberman's, haven't you? Well, stop them on any sort of excuse if there's a sign of a female other than Magnani in any of them. That's right, get on with it.
Well?
The shooting took place at 28 minutes to 1. Our first men were on the scene 9 minutes later, too darn long altogether. By the time you and I linked the affair to Huberman, they'd had time to get Helen Linden to Magnani's house, if they went by way of Tom Agley's Point.
Where the devil's that?
Doesn't matter. Now, what the deuce are we going to do?
Oh, I don't know. We're over a barrel.
Just I told the chief. Must be a dozen places they could have taken her. It's not even likely they went to the North Shore at all. If we rush across the bridge to Carlotta Magnani's and say, "Come along, where's Helen Linden?" we'll give ourselves away completely.
We're always in the same darn predicament.
But this time, there's the Linden girl's life at stake.
Look here. Can you think of one good excuse to get into Carlotta's house tonight?
No.
Well, neither can I. They're not fools. They'd see through anything we did or said.
We're really up against it. We're positive Felix Huberman or his men grabbed Helen Linden. Just like everything else about the Nightshade gang, we couldn't prove one of them spat in the street. That's enough to drive a man crazy, absolutely crazy.
You have to make up your mind here and now, Murray. Are you going to raid Carlotta's house tonight, or aren't you?
You say yourself it's 1,000 to 1 against Helen Linden being there, or at Huberman's.
So it is. They wouldn't be such fools.
Well, I'm not going to risk throwing away the only things we've got. I'm not going to tell them they're all under suspicion, not on a long shot like that.
So, you're left standing again, just where you were before.
Just where I was before. Flat-footed, without a move in any direction to make against them. Wait there for 5 minutes, will you, King? I'm going to have a word with Jackson.
You mightn't have any moves, Murray. But I have one, and it's going to be a winner. I've got Stella Wilson. And you haven't.
What is the time, Felix?
14 minutes to 2.
We have to get the woman Linden out of this house. She should never have been brought here in the first place.
Under the circumstances, Carlotta, there was no other place we could possibly bring her.
She couldn't be kept at Bolton Street, could she?
After that affair the other night, I should say not.
What do you suggest?
I'd be inclined to take her to our place down the coast.
But with whom?
Therefore, he's a man we can trust.
Even with the knowledge of our escape route underground?
Werfel is rather simple. He can carry out orders, but is incapable of thinking for himself. It'll only be for 3 days, and, Werfel can be spared.
Can I leave it to you entirely, Felix?
This is one thing I'd have you leaving to no one else. The letter Mendel succeeded in posting tonight is on its way to Melbourne. If we're going to believe Helen Linden, we have to accept that.
I believe her.
Yes, so do I. The day after tomorrow, I'll take the first flight south to Melbourne, collect the letter in the name of Mendel, and board the first available plane back here. In the meantime, Werfel and the girl have been hidden at Cape Camaret. When I get back here, I'll join them.
And since Werfel is expendable, he and Linden will be taken care of together.
Yes, I think that's about as tidy as we can make it.
Well, then send for Werfel at once. I want that Linden woman out of the house within an hour.
She can be out of the house in 5 minutes. Werfel's waiting now.
Such efficiency, Felix.
At a time like this, we need it. Which car shall we let him have?
The garage. One moment. Yes? Where did you see it exactly? Good work, Stephen. Stay close to the telephone.
What is it?
Stephen noticed a police car passing the main gates 10 minutes ago. Just now he saw it again.
I don't like the sound of that.
There could be 20 explanations, but we'll take no chances. Instead of getting Helen Linden away from here by car, arrange to have her taken down to the speedboat. Stephen can drive her in the boat to Marshall's Point.
What then?
With police cars about, you had better take Werfel in your car and meet the speedboat at the point. Then drive Werfel and the woman to Cape Camaret and leave them there. It is better in every way than letting Werfel manage alone.
Yes, and tidier. I quite agree.
Will you make a start at once, then?
After I've had a drink. I shan't be back from Cape Camaret till about 3 this afternoon, so I'll phone you from there to see if there are any developments.
We did well establishing that place 2 years ago, Felix.
I hope we'll never have to make use of it.
But the investment was a good one, in money and in time. We are miles from the nearest house, scores of miles from the nearest town.
Helen Linden has to be got out of the house. I don't want to stand here all night discussing the virtues or the wisdom of Cape Camaret.
Oh, I am sorry, Felix. It is such a colossal relief to know we have nothing more to fear from Nicky Barnes' letter. But go at once, I shall not detain you.
When I get back, Carlotta, there's a thing or two about the letter I would like to discuss.
There is?
Don't you remember what Barnes said in the copy Mendel gave us? That there was nothing whatever to connect you with the ring. That you only had to dispose of me, and you could enjoy your fortune with impunity.
I remember it.
He also said he believed that's just what you do. I think we should make some adjustments, Carlotta. I don't know that I care to carry the Nightshade ring on my shoulders entirely.
Felix, darling, when you return from Cape Camaret, we will do more than discuss the letter. I will show you how far Nicky Barnes was from the truth. I will make you believe that I am lost without you. So hurry back, darling. I shall miss you.
Good night, Carlotta.
Good night. But Nicky Barnes was not so far from the truth, Felix. My respect for him went up 100 times when I read his terrible letter. If I ever go to Cape Camaret out of necessity, I shall be there alone.
I hope I'm not making you nervous, Werfel, old chap, but I don't want Stephen waiting about for us with Linden at March's Point. Hello, what's this coming up behind? Looking like the very devil, too. All right, you can pass if you want to. Police car. Flagging us down. Don't you utter a word, Werfel. I'll do the talking. Not a word, huh?
I see your license, please?
Yes, certainly, if I have it with me. Just a moment. Yes. Here you are.
Uh-huh. Felix Huberman. Is this your car, Mr. Huberman?
It certainly is. What's the trouble?
We chased a stolen car out this way half an hour ago and lost it. Same make, year, and body style as this one. But we don't know the number.
Oh, that sounds odd.
The thieves are known to have switched the plates.
Oh, I see. Well, you can take my word for it. I didn't pinch my own car or change the plates. Do you mind if I get on my way now?
No, that'll be all. Oh, just a minute. Are you the Felix Huberman?
How many of us are there?
Well, what do you know? Sorry to have held you up, Mr. Huberman.
Oh, that's all right.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
Good work, boys. Try to keep out of sight of Magnani's house, but stay on the job till you're called off at dawn.
Well, Murray, what was it that time?
I make it 4:10 in the morning, Keen, and the only car to leave the house was Huberman's.
I hope your patrol fellows did a smooth job.
They were all briefed. Huberman's car, of course, didn't contain Helen Linden.
Well, of course not. For the 20th time, we're not dealing with a bunch of cretins.
Somewhere, Keen, somewhere in this town, the dope we need to arrest Huberman and Magnani is lying around.
If my ideas about Mendel's shooting were correct.
They were correct. I'll stake my life on it. Nick Barnes left something with Mendel, and we haven't a chance in a million of laying our hands on it. The Linden girl was kidnapped tonight, and we've no chance of seeing her alive either. We're getting further and further away from the Nightshade people. They're gaining with every stride.
What's on your mind, Murray?
You are. I don't think you care tuppence what happened in the last 12 hours, Keen, and I'd very much like to know why.
If I told Murray what was going to take place at Carlotta Magnani's house within a very few hours, he'd have to veto it. He's an officer of police, and they have to play their game according to the rules. But I'm playing mine by the Nightshade's rules. So the last round, I'm playing alone.
Gregory Keen gets a shock in the next chapter of this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Deadly Nightshade.
A story that unfolds. Gregory Keen continues the story from the apartment of the Cunningham Towers.
I left Inspector Murray at some time after 4 o'clock this morning. Came back here and had some sleep. The shooting of Bernard Mendel and the disappearance of Helen Linden meant a lot to Murray. But nothing the Nightshade people do now makes any difference to me. They made the rules. They flourished and grew by them. Now let them dig their own pitfall with the tools I'm going to supply. I've given you a hint or two about the shape of events to come. If you remember the girl Stella Wilson and her single-minded search for her one-time lover, Sammy Rice, you might even know just what I'm going to do. Tom Cutts knows. The only thing left now is some minor details. The timing, the safeguards, and the attitude we're going to take towards Stella Wilson herself. Well, Cutts, what about the car? Are we going to use the one we bought when we were hiding up in the Hawkesbury, or what?
Oh, I don't see why we shouldn't. It's a good car, and if we are one, we'll be likely to get something off broken down.
I'll leave it to you, then. When we're set here, go down to the garage and check it over. Oil changed, lights, brakes, the lot.
Leave it to me, sir.
Cutts, tonight's not going to be a game of ring-a-ring-a-rosy. I want you to understand that. And you're not under any obligation to come along.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
If we come unstuck, Stella Wilson won't have a chance. Are you prepared to accept that?
Her and Artie Fegan 3 weeks back. If you hadn't got away from them up there in that factory loft, do you reckon they'd have let you go? Let Stella Wilson take her flaming chances. She won't cost me any sleep.
Yeah, I just wanted you to know where we stand, Cutts, that's all. Sherry?
Coming.
I'm going out. Don't expect me back before 3 at the earliest.
Where are you going? Phillip Street?
No, I'm going to see Stella Wilson.
Oh.
Why, oh?
Well, this will be the first time you've left the apartment in broad daylight unless Murray's picked you up in a police car.
It'll be the last. Now, this time tomorrow, there won't be any Nightshade ring to watch out for.
You hope.
It's going to come off, Sherry.
And what if it doesn't? Oh, Keen, before it's too late, you can't get away with a harebrained stunt like this. 1,000 things could go wrong.
Huberman and Magnani only have to run true to form. They've murdered people before, just on the off chance they could be troublesome. They murdered a chap 3 weeks ago just to supply me with a corpse. And I'm staking everything on the belief that they won't hesitate with Stella Wilson.
I'd hate to be in her shoes.
Oh, she'll outlive Carlotta Magnani. You can bet your crocodile boots on that.
Not if one of their gangsters gets the better of you and Cuts.
Cuts has taken on tougher characters than the Nightshade thugs, 3 at a time.
Just let them come at you one by one. Oh, go on if you're going. Just leave me plenty of scotch. While I'm waiting for you tonight, I'm going to need it.
Who is it?
Keen.
I can't hear you.
Gregory Keen.
I just wanted to make sure of you. You got any fags?
Yeah. Help yourself, Stella.
Well, I did what you told me, stayed inside and didn't even poke my nose out of the door. But it was a temptation.
Mm-hmm. Inspector Murray didn't find you much of a room, did he?
I've seen worse. What's new?
Sit down.
Have you found where he is?
I have indeed.
Let's have it.
Sammy Rice is in a house over on the North Shore.
That's what you told me when I was in Clink.
Yes, but now I know exactly where.
You're stalling. You've known all along.
All right. Maybe I have, but all I want you to do is shut up and listen. This Sammy Rice of yours is quite a fellow. He's done very well for himself.
While I was on the run.
He's moved right in over there on the North Shore. She's given him a car, and from what I can make out, as much money as he wants. Calls himself Jeff Blackston.
While I was working in a cheap hash house up in Broken Hill.
Yes. He certainly knew what he was doing when he walked out on you. Could you blame the chap? Oh, you should see the place they live in. There's a swimming pool lit from under the water. Well, I should say it's at least twice the size of Narrabeen Lakes. And the house itself, it's out of a Hollywood movie, Stella.
And I was slinging hamburgers at 110 in the shade, dodging around the corner every time I saw a copper, stuck 700 miles away in the bush, dead scared to look anyone in the eye.
You'll have me crying. You asked for it, didn't you?
What if I did? Sammy asked for plenty more.
Would you be prepared to give it to him?
Bet your sweet life I would.
No, we're coming to it. What do you want? Do you want to stick a knife in him? Or do you want to stick a knife in whoever is giving him cars? Or do you want him back?
I just want to stand in front of him again, just once. He was mine. He had 5,000 quid and we were going to run for it together. Then the rat.
Don't stop.
The night he was going to meet me, it was raining. 9 o'clock, he said. And I waited on the corner till 3 in the morning. I waited and waited. 6 hours I stood there. And he didn't even have the decency to tell me he was walking out. He had the dough and he just let me stand there.
So you finished up serving hamburgers and he finished up floating on his back in a tiled swimming pool. What are you doing tonight?
Going to Government House. What do you think?
If I called for you about 8, would you care to come for a drive?
Where to?
You know. I'll wait outside for you while you say hello to Sammy.
How long?
Till you come out?
I'm crazy, but I'll go with you.
Why are you crazy?
Artie Fegan and me had you up in that loft. We gave you the treatment. And for Sammy's 5,000 quid, Artie was going to keep it up till you were finished. Now you're fixing my bail and putting me onto Sammy Rice. Why?
Maybe it's my way of being revenged on you. When you see Sammy's setup, organized for himself, when you see the reception you'll get tonight, you'll realize that there are many ways of paying people off.
You've got kind of queer eyes.
All the better, really, to see people with.
You talk about paying me off. I believe you. If you tried to soap me, Keen. Oh, no.
You'll be ready at 8 o'clock?
I can hardly wait.
There's one thing more, baby. Don't leave this room till I call for you. And when you get inside the North Shore house tonight, don't mention me.
Why not?
Never mind why not. If you breathe a word about me, I'll know it, and I might forget about the bargain I made with you.
What's to stop you forgetting it any time?
I'm one of those people who keep their word. But you say a thing about Gregory Keen tonight, and I'll go ahead and frame you, and Artie Fegan, too. Keep your mouth shut, and there won't be any charges against you.
Why would I want to talk about you? When I front Sammy Rice, I'll have better things to say to him.
That's my girl. Well, I'm off. Keep the cigarettes. They should hold you till I see you at 8 tonight. So long.
I'm going down to the garage to look at the car, Miss Sherry.
Have one before you go.
Wait for it, miss. Let it stop and ring again.
Oh, I don't think it's going to, Cuts.
Then we don't answer. Now, who'd be ringing here but the Major or Inspector Murray? His apartment's supposed to be empty.
Oh, Couldn't I just lift it and listen?
No, you could not, miss.
Well, it's too late now.
You know where I'll be if you want anything, Miss Sherry.
Don't be too long, Cuts. I want company.
Don't come down yourself.
Oh, only to the lift, Cuts. Here's one coming up now, the minute I press the button. You generally have to wait a week.
If the phone goes again, don't you dare answer it, miss, unless it rings right.
I won't. Hello? The other lift's coming up, too. I'd better get inside. Now, who the deuce could that have been on the phone just now? The only people who know we're here know how to get us. I don't like this. First the phone, now someone at the door. Well, I can't open up, not when I'm here alone and they don't buzz the signal. Can't hear anything through the door.
Sherry? Are you there, Sherry?
Jean Collins! Come in, quickly.
Is Gregory Keen here, Sherry?
No, if he was, he'd take you apart. What do you want? You were told to keep away.
I had a good look round.
Well, what is it, Jean?
It's you, Sherry. Twice I've been here and pleaded with you to get out while the going's good. Twice I've made a fool of myself, and I've been snarled at by Keen. Well, this time I'm going to lay down the law and make it stick.
I thought I made it clear before, Jean. Nobody tells me what to do.
But I'm telling you here and now, you've got to come with me.
Where?
To my weekend shack where you can hide and be safe. I should never have left you here so long. And the longer I let you go on your idiotic, headstrong way, the more danger you're in.
Beat it, Jean. Go on, run along.
I won't ask you again, Sherry.
You've asked me too often already. If you weren't such a pig-headed fool, you wouldn't keep it up. Take no for your answer. I'll never change my mind.
Is that your last word?
That's my last word.
All right. Goodbye. I've given you your chance. I've been more patient with you than you've any right to expect. Whatever happens to you now, Sherry, you needn't come running to me.
That's one thing you'll never see, chum. Thanks for calling. Cheerio, Jean.
Now, where is the nearest phone? If he's not there, I know another number that I can dial. This is something I should have done a week ago. Hello? Hello? I wish to speak to Felix Huberman.
Only one thing can stop Huberman and Carlotta falling headfirst into the snare. The knowledge that I was not shot dead on the Hawkesbury River 10 days ago, and for those 10 days they and their Nightshade ring have been living on borrowed time. Yes, that is the only thing. We've kept it from them till now, and there are only a few more hours to go. But here's the problem. Can we keep it from them those few hours more?
What does Dr. Collins tell Felix Huberman? Listen for the next chapter in this story of intrigue. Deadly Nightshade.
Well, that wraps up part 3 of Gregory Keen and Deadly Nightshade. Kind of left us hanging by a thread. I'm going to be bringing out the part 4, the conclusion of the serial, in a week or two. So I hope you'll tune in. In the meantime, please leave comments, letting me know what you think of the serial, what you think of the story. And if you could, please hit the like button. It really does help push the video out to a wider audience. I'm Greg. Thanks very much for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.